Hello, y'all. How's it going? It's Saturday, May 17th, 2025. And that means I'm officially 35 years old, which is, a milestone, I guess. I don't know. Like, that's the middle of mid-30s? Okay. That, doesn't mean much, I'll say. Middle of mid-30s. Like, yeah, no, I'm not late 30s yet. I'm still mid-30s and have been for like a year or two. So, it's just another year. But hey, never miss a chance to celebrate a birthday. You know, that's not important as far as birthday celebration goes, how high the number is, or if it's like a big one or a small one or a medium-sized one. What's important is, hey, fucking birthday. There you go. It's my birthday, and to celebrate, I'm doing one of them big long streams that I like to do on occasion. In particular, I had this idea a few months ago to do Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching games every 5 lives. Now, this is the sort of thing I've done a handful of times before. I've done basically the same thing. From Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze, did it for that. Did it for the SNES DKCs, did it for Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. The campaigns of those were 2 separate streams. Did it for multiple other games, and it's always been a great time. It's always been a fun stream. And I reckon that, doing it for here and this would make for a fun stream, regardless of, like, regardless of, I wanted to do a birthday stream, as I always did, but I want to do a birthday stream that, like, holds up somewhat, Like a birthday stream that, like, tomorrow you could watch and go like, oh, this is a good time. This is not just like, hey, let's just play some crap randomly that I want to do. It's like, no, this is a concept. This has a concept. This has a conceit. There's something here that you can look at and go like, okay, this should be fun. We're gonna play these 2 games, both excellent, all-timers, both super good games that I haven't played in years. And we're going to go through them. I'll say there's no, like, overall goal in mind. It's not like, oh, we're going to 35 stars in each game and then we stop. It's like, no. I'm just gonna go as long as I can, as hard as I can, as long as I can, and go, as far as I can in both games. And I'll say, like, if we get, like, halfway through, I imagine maybe in a few months or so, maybe before or after a big trip, or let's say, when there's a good time to do a big ass stream again, we'll maybe come back and finish her off and keep going and try to go all the way. I don't know if we can go all the way tonight. That's what I'm saying, is that, like, I don't know how long these 2 games take to beat. I would imagine that trying to do both of them in one day is not super viable, but we're not gonna worry about that. We're just gonna get in there and try our best. And I have the 5-life gimmick. You can see there, the 5 lives right there. Those are the tries left that we have for this game, for Galaxy. And I'll say when we switch to Galaxy 2, they will be reset. They will also be reset every time we clear a world. That is to say, we beat the boss fight. We get to the boss fight, we clear that, lives reset. That only happens, like, every 10, 20 stars. So, like, it is a bit, right? And there's only 5 of those in either game, or 10 of... I don't know how many, like, rooms there are in Galaxy 1 versus 2. I think Galaxy 2 has fewer worlds, but more stuff per world. So, jot that down, I guess. Something to consider. These games have different volume levels, and I have already adjusted for that. When we switch games, we should you know, that should be accounted for. That's right, it does have Yoshi. Galaxy 2 does have Yoshi. You are correct, 06i. Hello, 06i, Caraspino, Lord Bowser, V Vitrix. Hello, everyone who has shown up tonight so far. I'm sure there will be more. Before we begin, let me talk sub-goals. You can see up there, there is the nice, unobtrusive sub-counter, which I don't know if you know, but is when we get into the game. That sub-counter is modeled after the actual UI of Galaxy 1 and 2, so it should seamlessly blend in. I hope Galaxy 2's UI isn't in a different space or something. Like, if it... I particularly positioned this UI to be somewhere where the Mario Galaxy UI wasn't. We'll see though. Let me just say how this works. Let me just pull out the sub goals. So, for a while now, I've been doing random Rareware playthroughs on Tuesdays. I've been doing playthroughs where I played random Rareware games, and right now we're just down to Conker's Bad Fur Day and a mystery game. And I thought it would be fun to have the sub goal all the way up to 35, which is the age that I am now, today. The sub goal is up to 35, add additional games. And let's just run through them real fast. As you can see up there, we already have 6, so we have unlocked the first one already. And this is based on the current sub count, so 06i, your sub, which was a little early, did count towards it. If that's you know, a relief to you. Let me talk about what the games are that can be added. Donkey Kong Country, Game Boy Color, a version of Donkey Kong Country I have never played. That is confirmed, I will play that. That is going to be added to the lineup, to the wheel. Conker Live and Reloaded. That is the second version of Conker. It is a port remake of Conker's Bad Fur Day. I already have to do Conker's Bad Fur Day. You could make me do Live and Reloaded as well. 15 subs. There's Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3. These will be done as a set, one after the other after the other. And, you know, once they're landed on, they all will be done. At 20 subs, Donkey Kong 64, which I'll say, I never actually finished as a kid. I played a ton of it, but I could never get past Donkey Kong Arcade, and then one day I tried to hack it using Game Shark, and that screwed up the save, something fierce, so I was unable to get that coin and unable to finish. This would be the first time I'm finishing it, like, for legitly, other than randomizer. I've done the randomizer before, albeit with, like, you know, I typically go for 40 golden bananas, which is less than I would have to get playing it full style. So look forward to that. It's 20 subs for that. 25, Conker's Pocket Tales, a game I have never played before. 30 subs, Diddy Kong Racing and Banjo Pilot. Those will both be added, though those will be separate on the wheel. And then finally, at 35 subs, I will commit to Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 on their hardest difficulties. That is to say, no checkpoints, no DK barrels. And also, I'll try to make that happen on the source hardware, the original hardware that I have in my closet. You scaled up using the RetroTink that I got recently. That'll be fun, that'll be good. I love Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3, and I can't remember the last time I went through those in the hardest difficulties. That would be fun if met, and I'll say, like, if those were met, those would be after all the other ones. You know, the other ones will be done in random order, as this gimmick do. You know, we spin a wheel and what comes up happens. But I will have those be the finale if those are met. DKC 2 and then 3. Or should it be DKC 3 and then 2? And on the better game. DKC 2 is also harder. Maybe we reverse them. Maybe we go 3 and then 2. Stuff to think about. Past those 35, I have a final stretch goal incentive. For 50 subs, I will play through Sonic 06 in full, all campaigns, and that'll be done on a separate day. That'll be done on you know, currently I do 2 streams a week, generally, with some exceptions, you know, additional streams, whatever. I will do a 3rd stream every week to get Sonic 06 in there, basically, is the promise. And also, if you don't know it, it's a infamously bad game. Infamously bad game. Okay, that's the incentives. That's what we're doing tonight. That's what the sub goal is going to unlock. Currently we are at 6 subs, so we just need 4 to reach the next sub goal. That's what I like about these sub goals, and that's why I set them up like this. I like to make it so that, you know, however many we get, we're getting progress towards the next goal, you know, and that next goal is achievable. Even if, like, you know, 50 subs is like, ooh, that's more than we've ever gotten in a single stream ever here. Like, by an order of, you know, well, not by an order of magnitude, by like a factor of 2 or 3, maybe. By a factor of like 2, you know. We'll see what happens. Yes, it is one of the worst games. The worst game I think I've currently played, and I haven't, you know, done that much of it, is Sticker Star, which is an abysmal game, but, like, it probably has nothing on 06, which I got last year for Extra Life, and didn't end up doing because it was an incentive. It was kind of an incentive, you know, and didn't end up getting that. I still have that. It's ready to go. 50 subs, it will be played in full. Okay? Okay. Oh, and by the way, I should say, just for, like, if anyone has Amazon Prime, let me give you a little bit of an advisement. If you have Amazon Prime, that comes with a free Prime sub that counts towards that. So if you have that, keep in mind that you could redeem that, even if you're not, like, you know, typically a Twitch watcher. That would, you know, it's always good to cash that in, give someone some money for free if you have the opportunity. You know, you don't have to give it to me, give it to someone, though. And basically anyone would appreciate money, you know? Okay. Let's go with, Yoshi? I'm using Yoshi even though Yoshi isn't in this game. That's fine. That's good. Galaxy 2 does have Yoshi, is what 06I said earlier. Did I say that? I think I did. A little snuffy, allergy season, what the fuck, right? Let's do this! Folks, let's do this, let's begin. Let's go. I'm ready to, pop these lives as needed. We got 5 lives, and if we lose them all, we have to switch. We get to the end of the world, they can refresh. You know, we get to, like, in this game, there's, like, a bunch of solar systems in these individual rooms, right? We get to the boss fight of that, and we beat it, we can refresh our lives. Now, it is worth noting, in previous times that I've done something like this, you know, like Sonic Adventure 2, right? Or Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. And a lot of games like that, you know, once you get to the boss fight, you're on to the next world. And you don't never have to go back. But in this game, we can meander a bit. We can, like, you know, go like, oh, strategic style. We can strategically go like, okay, well, we can just stay in this world for a bit before clearing. And then, you know, take advantage. Should we do that? Or should we just always clear the boss as soon as it's unlocked? What do you reckon? What do you think? Is there a take on that? I'll also say, by the way, a thing I sometimes do on this channel is have cards with things to talk about on them. Tonight, I'm just free balling it, you know. We're raw dogging tonight. I don't got none of that on hand. We're just gonna talk about whatever I feel like, and you know, play it by ear. Happy birthday, says Buggy Buckshot. Hey, Buggy Buckshot, thank you. I appreciate the hell out of it. This game has a story. I'll say, don't expect to see much story. You know, as good as the story is, I mean, it's fine, right? Like, we're probably gonna just focus on doing levels and stuff, right? Because we have 2 games and we want to get as far as we can in both of them. Or Well, I guess logistically, I guess like I should say I'm not going to like sandbag this. I'm not going or is sandbag when you do it poorly. There's gonna be no throws here, right? Like if I can beat this game without losing 5 lives, we will end up just doing this game, I guess. That is a possibility, albeit a very remote one, I would say. I imagine we'll see plenty of both games, but it might be a world or two before we have to switch, if I had to guess. What's the... Oh, you have to get the star before you can spin, huh? I am playing with the Pro Controller on the thing. Galaxy's a hard game. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I played it, so I'm curious, like, if like, you know, there'll be problems. I'm curious, like, when we'll start to run into problems, right? In a lot of ways, Galaxy is very much like, what if you took the best part of Sunshine, the like, platform levels in, like, voids, and you put them... You made a whole game out of them. But also, sometimes you can't fall, and die a death of falling, because there's gravity gimmicks going on, so, you know... We'll see. Galaxy 1 and 2 are some of your favorite games. They're real damn good. I'll say for my part, my favorites... Well, top 5 video games, like top 2, for me, Odyssey and DKC2 are like top 2. I'm also really I really love Sunshine, and I kind of feel like Galaxy 1 and 2 are phenomenal, but I gotta, you know, Odyssey is like one of my favorites of all time. Sunshine, I have a real soft spot for, and would probably put over Galaxy if you asked me, and I was like, ooh, you know, I gotta like, you know, I gotta declare it loud and proud, you know, I love Sunshine. It's a masterpiece, you know. It's a fantastic game. I've played Galaxy less times, though. Sunshine is the only 3D Mario game you haven't played yet. That, you know, that makes sense. Hey, you know, Sunshine only was re-released once, like a couple years ago, and that re-release went away. But hey, you know, anyone who missed that opportunity with the Switch 2, it's almost gonna it's gonna be time to get a second go at that, you know? There's gonna be a second go at that with that whole situation coming up. I suppose Galaxy 1 and 2 are both also pretty hard to get at now. You know, you have to have had a Wii or a Wii U. They weren't, or have gotten the 3D All-Stars collection, which, you know, is the same exclusivity as, also went away at the same time that the Sunshine, you know, it's one pack, you understand. Sunshine is one that some people are very cold on, which is ironic because it is a game set in a tropical island, which is, you know, I think really cool. I really love how Sunshine has all its worlds themed to tropical locations, you know. I think that's fantastic. That's so good. I feel like I played this game a couple times, and every time the intro level hits me a bit, it's pretty slow, the intro level here, I'll say. You know, once we get to the actual worlds, it'll start to cook. You know, it'll start to really jam, it'll start to really go. I'll say, probably, you know, it's not really, it's kind of silly thinking about, like, where timestamps are gonna go ahead of time, you know? But I'll say, like, I'll probably do a timestamp for the VOD, like, after we get through the tutorial area. If anyone's watching the VOD and, like, just thinking, this area is like, you know, not what you like to see. But then again, like, hey, it's you want to hear me talk about things, I can talk about things. You have very few memories of Sunshine, but you were a baby, you used to watch your mom play. You're making me... again, it's my birthday and I'm 35. You're making me feel old. When I got Sunshine, I was a, you know, a teenager. Right? That was like 2004, 2003? Yeah, I you know, never played 64. Or, let me correct myself. I never played 64 as a kid, at the time. My first experience with 64 was 64 DS, when the DS came out in 2004, which I guess must have been after Sunshine. I think that was after Sunshine, right? So, you know, because I'm pretty sure I played it, you know, second. So like Sunshine was my first Mario 3D game, if you don't count like, you know, tennis and Mario Party and Mario Kart and Paper Mario and it's kind of a lot of Mario games, aren't there? A lot of damn good ones. I don't know how I went that whole generation without renting Mario 64. Honestly, I don't fucking know how that happened. I rented loads of games. I rented loads of games. I had loads of games. I had Glover. I had Rocket Robot on Wheels. I had, you know, obviously Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Donkey Kong 64, whole nine. I had a lot of phenomenal games on the N64, but 64 was not one of them. This is a tangent. Why are we talking about 64? Because it helps to date myself, I guess. Again, turning 35. It's you know, a lot of things these days make me feel old. The games that I love turning high ages, definitely. Also, just hearing people go like, oh yeah, I was a baby when that game came out, just makes me go like, oh geez, that's direct hit, you know? You know, I'm sure like the people that are 5 years older than me, 10 years older than me, 15 years older than me feel that way when I like, you know, about the games that I played as a kid, you know, like Donkey Kong Country, DKC 2 and 3, you know, Banjo came out when I was like 8, so, you know, that's formative. A lot of formative games of that era, you know. I'll say, being born in 1990, pretty goddamn good year for age calculation, because all you have to do is add 10 to the current year and subtract 2,000. I'm good at math. And then you got it, you know. Alright, this is the first chance we have to actually die, so that's nice. I always thought that 2 was generally an improvement on 1 with... Oh, imagine if I had just fallen a little bit more. That would be the very quick first life. Don't worry, folks, we're good. No worries, we're gonna get through this tutorial scot-free for sure. I mean, this is a very good feeling game. This game feels great to play. It has really great handling, and the, you know, as far as like zero-G bullshits go, this is probably like the tightest it's ever been, you know. Is that true? Is it tighter in like Mario? Does Mario Odyssey have any of that? Probably better in Odyssey if Odyssey has any of that, you know, just based on the quality of the game. But like, this game is pretty good. Oh, one thing that's weird is that it does have like limited camera controls even in this re-release, because it's based on the D-pad. It was based on the D-pad in the original game, but that's fine. You don't need that much camera controls here, I don't think. What the hell was I saying? I think the last time I played this game, I know the last time I played this game, was when 3D All-Stars came out. So that was, I think, 2019? I don't think I did any of it for, like, on stream before. So I'm pretty sure this is the first time that it has been on this channel. So that is fun, that is good. I like the way that this port works. The controls for like using the motion controls on the Pro Controller are really good. They did a great job like making it work on the Pro Controller. I'll say for this version, works a little less good in handheld. You know, this is like one of the few Switch games where I would not play it in handheld. I would only play it... I 100,000% prefer playing it on a big screen because then I can use the Pro Controller and the motion controls. Looks like we're almost done with the tutorial, so that's nice. How are the sound levels? Are the sound levels excellent? Are they great? I did some sound calibration with both games and have it set up so that we can switch between them instantly. And I hope that the levels that I determined are right for both of them, because it seemed like Galaxy 1 was quieter than Galaxy 2, at least, you know, Switch version versus Wii version. Good? Okay. If we need to adjust, we can, but, you know, give me a minute to, like, adjust the hotkeys that I have, I guess I should say. You know, my Stream Deck configuration. Excellent! Hey, look at this. We have this big star. That means that the game's kind of started now. Mario Galaxy 1 kind of has a long tutorial in which it's very unlikely that we would die. Not that we didn't have one close call, but you know, whatever. This is where a timestamp will go on the VOD. From here on out, though, I think that the timestamps will go, you know, when we switch between games, which, you know, makes sense. Makes sense to me. I'm not, you know, I've always done that with streams like this, where I'm switching back and forth between games. You know, like, here's Switch 1, here's Switch 2. I do wonder if that kind of could spoil the surprise of it. I will say, like, the last time when I was doing DKC, Tropical Freeze and Returns, I ended up, like, when we got to the late game, switching back and forth so often, I just did, like, one solid timestamp for, like, okay, at this point, all bets are off, switches are rapid and all the time, you know? Like, that's how I sort of handled that, and, you know, I don't know if these games are that hard. I don't know if that'll be necessary here, but, like, you know, maybe eventually, if anyone's, like, just thinking, like, I want to go to where it gets interesting. Maybe there will be a spot where it gets, quote-unquote, interesting. I mean, I think it's going to be interesting from the start. You're going to go do your own stream? Later, Lord Bowser. Take it easy. And yeah, go ahead, lurk while you do so. She's telling us we need to get stars. And if we get stars, we can unlock more worlds. We know this. And now you can see how this UI thing that I have up here fits in perfectly. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't, like, pop up on the screen until you get, like... We have a single star, right? Maybe you have to get a certain distance, but the star count appears here sometimes. And coin counts on, like, the other side, somewhere else. I didn't consider about where the tries left should go. If it's in a bad spot, maybe I should move it. Though I will have to move it back for Mario Maker later on. That's, you know, just how it goes. Okay, so we need 8 stars to get to the first, Need 8 stars to get to the first one. Let's go. Good Egg Galaxy. Evil energy ratings are off the charts. Okay. I'm sure he's never... That Luma's never gonna say that again. Talk about evil energy ratings. That's not a thing. That's not gonna be a thing, you know? Let's do it. Let's do it nice and clean. And also just, you know, hang out and talk about stuff. What is there to talk about? Okay. So yes, you can see now the UI for the prize left is a little bit awkward. Let me fix that. Hang on. I got it. Let me move that real fast. 2 seconds. I'll have to move this back for Mario Maker. That's fine. I can do that. Where the hell is my... Just let me find it in my, here we go. Mario Maker Other. My Mario Maker Heads. Mario Heads, there we go. Why does it cover the whole... Right, because of the lightning round. The lightning round has to... Okay, okay. Let's move it. Here? Where do you think? Here. Yeah, how about here? Here? Above me? Let's say above the coin count. Okay. Remind me tomorrow, move back tries left. And remind me, 2 weeks from now, at 3 p.m., to check that tries left was moved. That might be a bad time, actually. That might be after the Mario Maker stream. Remind me a week and a half from now, at 5 p.m., to check and confirm that the tries left is moved. It put a reminder for today. That's not a week and a half from now. Fucking dumbass thing. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this. Let me rearrange some of my windows real fast so that I can see the tries left and manage them. Perfect. Okay. Happy, happy. Let's go. I'm realizing now that it was probably messed up for the previous one as well because we were collecting coins and stuff in the previous bit, but important. It's good to realize it's eventually, you know, better late than never. And I hope to hell that the UI is exactly the same for Galaxy 2, and it's not an inconvenience. Let's continue hoping that. Another thing that we do have to think about as we play this game is the bits. Trying to get as much bits as possible, since that will unlock levels for us. And, you know, unlocking levels is, you know, good. That's good, right? It's good to unlock levels. Yes. We should maybe prioritize just, like, cooking, though. Or just, like, jamming. I'm sure, like... I mean, I bet the speedruns for this are really optimized insofar as, like, bit collection versus other priorities, you know, prioritizing other things. I'll say, like, as a speed game, I'll say one of the ways I think that Mario Galaxy could be better. As a speed game, when you collect a star, there's a bit of you know, it kind of takes a minute before you're into the next level. You know, that's sort of an issue that keeps it from being, like, as good as... I feel like Sunshine is faster in that respect. Some of the best speed games, you know, it's like they're always moving, and it makes for an entertaining run. And then as a result, like, Mario Galaxy 2, which is a game I really like, the speedrun of that, I felt like it was a lot of just, you know, just waiting for the between-level stuff. I suppose part of that is they go through every level so fast, it's like, you know, it ends up by weight being mostly menu. That's an exaggeration, but it feels like it's mostly menu. Which, you know, is a bit of a bummer, a bit of a shame, but we're playing it casually. We're probably, by weight, going to be mostly, like, 90% gameplay, so, you know, as a casual game, that's not really a problem. You know, as a game that you play every 5 years. Not that you shouldn't play this more than once every 5 years, you know. Though, of course, a thing that's awkward about it is definitely, like, the platform that it's on. And like I said, like, this is one of the few Switch games where... Like I said earlier, this is one of the few Switch games where, because of the cursor, I don't like to play it touchscreen style. I don't like using the touchscreen for bits and stuff. It kind of feels like a... You know, it kind of works for the levels where you're dragging around a cursor, but for, like, just collecting bits idly, I don't want to have to take my finger off the controls to, like, swipe around, you know? That's awkward. We don't have to worry about that, though. We can just play it normal style, using the controller, and then when we switch to the other one, the Wiimote and Nunchuck will be great. Hey, it's, is this Dino Piranha? Dino PD? I feel like this is louder than I thought it was, so let me just, like... Just check. Oh, I'm way louder. That's fine. Maybe I would adjust, like, a 1 or 2 down. Hey, Rock Party, how you doing? This is good. This is good. This is the 2nd star. Very nice. We've been going for, like, what, a half hour now? And we gotten 1 star? Great. Well, we'll get to hard parts eventually. I assure y'all. You know what I've been looking at recently? I mentioned this yesterday, and by the way, this is, you know, like I said earlier, I don't have topics prepared, I don't have cards, we're raw dogging tonight as far as, topics to discuss go. But one thing I've been thinking about a lot today, recently, and maybe, you know, people have been talking about it, more and more people are talking about these and sharing them and going like, ooh, I'm getting one. I've been looking at this, I've been looking at the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 handheld, which apparently is good enough to run, like, Wii games without breaking a sweat, even some Switch and Wii U games. And it has a very nice form factor, and, you know, a color scheme that's like the GameCube or the SNES. I'm not sure which one I would get. You know, I'm sort of up in the air. You can also get it in black if you have no nostalgia whatsoever for GameCube or SNES. I have both. The SNES is kind of a sexy beast. I kind of like the yellow right stick, though. That's fun. Maybe the gray. I keep looking at this and going like, oh my god, it's so capable, and it's only just above $200. Oh my god, that's incredible. I am ordering, you know, I am getting a Nintendo Switch too in like what's it, less than a month? So, like, maybe I shouldn't, like, invest in a portable thing right now, but I don't know, it looks really good. One thing I am thinking about in regards to that is just, you know, in addition to being an emulation machine and being able to handle, like, basically anything, like, couldn't this also be a good thing for, like, Xbox Cloud gaming? If I could, like, remote my Xbox into that thing, that'd be nice to play in a Switch-like manner, and it would allow me to do things like Clair Obscur, whilst, you know, watching television, as well as all of the fucking Game Pass games in the world. Like, I've been thinking about that angle today, and just thinking, like, wait, is this exactly what I've been needing? Like, fuck an Xbox-branded one. I just need this thing. And also it can handle, you know, basically anything you want. You know, I could... maybe, like, something like that would be the perfect console to play Galaxy 1 and 2 on. I don't know, you would... I guess the question is, like, how would you map... Can you have motion controls for the... You know, like, how there's motion controls in like, the 3DS, the 3DS Zelda games? Maybe you could do something like that for, this game. You know, for these games, for Wii games. Or just, like, right stick? Right stick for, like, cursor control? Possible. I don't know. I'm throwing around a lot of thoughts right now, looking at those things and going like, man, that's a sexy piece of kit. And I know, like, it wasn't... The thing I know is that, like, it wasn't a year ago that I was looking at the Game Boy Advance-sized ones, Game Boy Advance SP-sized ones, and going like, oh man, that's a sexy piece of kit. My god. I mean, it can't handle GameCube, but, like, if it could, I would fuck with that in an instant. And then here in, like, this one, it's like, oh, it goes to GameCube, and Wii, and Wii U, and you could even do Switch if you like. And also any Android stuff, I guess, technically. That's just amazing, and, like, every time I see a YouTube video about it, you know, like, various, tech sites, tech YouTubers, right? Like, retro handheld covers, Trebuckets, viewer Trebucket was recommending a channel, like, that does a bunch of that. Retro Game Core. They do some pretty good videos, and, like, watching them look at those things, it just makes me go like, ooh, I want it. I mean, I'll say, like, I feel like it could be a little better. Like, I would love it if it had 6 buttons on the face. You know, that might sound like a silly thing, but then it could handle GameCube games, you know? Hey, RPG over 2000, how you doing? I'm doing well, it's my birthday. We're, like, on the 2nd level of this game. We started the stream around an hour ago. It took a bit to get through the tutorial, you know. Where the fuck is the thing? The hint does nothing, because it's not like the hint can tell you where... Wait, there's a star right there, isn't there? I need to be more observant, maybe. Is that the star? I gotta talk to this guy, don't I? Motherfucker. Oh no, that's just a tutorial. That guy's just like, hey, I have a tutorial for you. Okay, cool. I thought that guy was gonna turn into a star or something. Thanks for the birthday wishes, I'll say. Nice. This is a good gimmick. I like this gimmick a lot with the star things. One of the better uses of the Wii Wiimote's cursor controls. Cursor controls, you know, like the... Yeah, that sums it up, doesn't it? Man, I'm just realizing, like, if they ever do, You know, in addition to, like, regular motion controls, you're gonna be able to do mouse controls in Switch 2. Oh, man. That's gonna be excellent, isn't it? That's gonna work so well for Wii emulation once they eventually do Wii Classic connection. Oh, man. I mean, would it work better than actual legitimate actual motion controls? I think I might like it more than motion controls. Does that count? Maybe? I feel like that's a big TBD. But, like, definitely put the option in there. And, yeah. You feel like a single Joy-Con for Wii controller? Yeah. Does the Wii... Does it have everything it needs? It has the D-pad, it has, like, the stick for that. You can put, like, 2 buttons on these guys, and then, the other, like, the A button and the B button, maybe you map to the other 2 buttons? That's probably how you do it, right? Or do you probably hold it like, hard to say how you would map that. Maybe you do, like, a stick click for A, for the big A button. Or would that be really awful for games like Mario Galaxy where you need to jump with A? That might be really awful, actually. That might not be the thing. We're short. I'm sure they'll figure it out, you know? I'm sure they'll figure out, everything, how best to get that working, you know. I should get one of those portable handhelds and see, like, how they do it, because, like, you know, it's not like Wii emulation doesn't exist, right? Double Joy-Con is not one hand handy. Well, yeah, that's the nunchuck. You have to have the nunchuck as well. Is 30 enough? Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Feel like you do... You do that for your nunchuck, and the nunchuck doesn't have that many buttons, so it's not a... It's not a thing, you know? It's not a concern. I remember the capsule planet being cool. That's gotta be like the 3rd mission here, right? We can't pick and choose what missions we do, right? Like, we can... I guess, in theory, if something's, like, really hard, we can be like, okay, well, let's go find a less tough challenge. But I think it best to just, you know, do our best, and if we pick something, maybe we should at least try to go the distance. You know... Maybe I don't have to commit if, like, you know, we lose all our lives and we come back, you know, we don't have to be like, okay, let's continue, like, throwing good lives after bad, and maybe at that point it's like, okay, let's try something else. If, you know, I say that as if things have not gotten difficult yet. Clearly. We've not lost 1 life. We got close once, but, you know, that was a while ago. Here we go. I do like, in this game, and was it Sunshine that did this? I forget, but I'd like the 3 health that this game, and did Sunshine also do that? I forget if Sunshine also did that, but having 3 health for instead of, like, 8 just makes it a lot more, I don't want to say reasonable, but it makes it a lot more just, you know, you're likely to die, I guess. Is that the right way to phrase that? I mean, it makes it a lot more like, health matters a lot more. How about that? There we go. Health is a lot more of a going concern. And it's a little bit streamlined as well because, you know, I guess in Mario 64, you could have it like, oh, this enemy does 3 health, 3 damage. And that makes it so, like, it's essentially the same as in this game, where you know, enemies do 1 health and 1 damage, and that's like a third of your health. Would be the same for an enemy doing 3 health in Mario 64, but it's just cleaner to have 3. Okay, there we go. I need to remember I can hit right bumper to reset her if it gets weird there. Oh, this is so easy. We gotta get to the second. I'll say, like, we should probably just venture forward as far forward as we can go. To the point where I'm wondering, like, should we do level 3 or should we go on to the next galaxy? Also, should we save every time? It might add up. So there's the Good Egg Galaxy. What's the last Good Egg? I have a feeling that the last Good Egg Galaxy star might be good. King Caliente's Battle Fleet. That sounds like a fun one. I remember King Caliente. It's one of those things where he throws, like, coconuts at you. A thing that I don't know if people appreciate quite... I don't know if people know this about Mario Galaxy, but there's a lot of shared DNA, oddly enough. I mean, it's not that odd, considering that it was the last game that these developers made, but there's a lot of shared DNA between this game and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which is also a game where enemies throw coconuts at you, and you have to, like, bounce them back. And, I think Jungle Beat also has, like, fruit that are spiky like that thing as well. Caliente really reminds me of some enemies from, like, Jungle Beat, where they throw something at you, and you have to bounce it back back into their face. Especially since it's literally, I think... Doesn't King Caliente use coconuts? That's literally a Jungle Beat thing. I'll point it out when it's, again, when we get there. I have to, like, bait him into hitting his head? Or, okay, I think I know. Boom! That's good design. Took me a second to work out, but only a second. DK faces in Jungle Beat was funny. He had some faces that were, you know, real extra. I think faces-wise, you know, obviously, Bonanza, the game that's about to come out, is uncontested insofar as, like, oh, that's the best. That's, like, in character, goofy faces, fun faces. I prefer DK being goofy and funny versus being, like, angry and edgy, you know. As much as I love, like, Shadow the Hedgehog, you know, Donkey Kong is not Shadow the Hedgehog. Donkey Kong should not have angst. You know, that's the one thing I'll say about Jungle Beat. But here we go. See these guys? They throw coconuts at you. This is literally right out of Jungle Beat. This happened in Jungle Beat. Enemies shot coconuts at you, and you would, like, you would clap, you know? You would clap same way as you would shake in Galaxy, and that would grab it, and then you'd throw it back by, like, you know, you'd slap your bongos. You know, I'm not using a metaphor here. If you don't know, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat is a game where you play the bongos. It's not like a... I'm not, you know, using a euphemism. There's no game I was about to say there's no game that uses your ass as a input device, but then I remembered Wii Fit, and you know, Wii Fit, Ring Fit Adventures. There are absolutely, and the whole Kinect lineup. There are absolutely games that use your ass as an input mechanism. There's gotta be some Kinect games where you slap your ass, right? That's gotta be a pretty common thing. I think I, you know, never played a Kinect game. Hey, killer. What's up? Right out of Jungle Beat, right there. That bit. Right out of Jungle Beat. I'll say an idea I have right now for Extra Life is to get a Xbox 360 era Kinect and like hook it up to the Xbox 360 I got last year. You know, my old Xbox 360 broke ages ago, so I had to get a new one to play some non-backwards compatible games. That was the situation. I would like to get like an old Kinect and a bunch of games and just do like, I don't know, 8 to 12 hours on my feet playing Kinect games, motion control games. I don't know. It really comes down to like if I can figure out how to get the microphone situation working right, you know, because if I'm standing up, the microphone position that it's in right now just won't work. And if I'm moving around, it might not sound good. Unless I get a wireless lapel mic working, which I do have one in a drawer, but I tried that crap and it just never really... And I never was able to get it working, and I waited too long to return it. So, you know, maybe eventually I'll try to set that back up. You know, those guys are also right out of, Jungle Beat, if you're wondering. Those guys are guys in Jungle Beat who come up on Donkey Kong, jump on his back, and make him go real slow until he goes like ba 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 ba. You know, same exact gimmick. That'll be fun if I can get a lapel mic working. I don't know what it is. I don't know when I tried it, it sounded like absolute ass. Maybe I'm just too loud. Is that a thing? Can you be too loud for a lapel mic? I am pretty loud, in fairness. I could also, you know, mess around with those filters that they got. Maybe I can find, like, some online. Maybe there are better filters that can, like, clean up messy audio. You know, more than, like, the stock ones in OBS. The B power-up is extremely good. I like it. I mean, this is a good hover. I'll say that, it's a good hover. It's a good, solid hover. You know, you can sort of fly a little bit. That's fun. Book! Okay, we're getting close to death here sometimes. Only close. Only close. When will the first death be? Because, remains an open question. Again, as a reminder, if you didn't read the title of the stream and have forgotten the gimmick, every 5 lives we switch between Galaxy 1 and 2. Right now, it's not that much of a concern considering that this, you know, the early game is not that bad. But eventually, it should be, I hope. I mean, I'll say, like, if I do really well and just, like, ace this shit, you know, that's just skill. I like this part where you're, like, climbing on the outside of stuff. That's really cool. I mean, I guess in this game you're doing gravity stuff on the outside of stuff a lot, so it's not like that unique, and maybe even didn't require that much additional like programming. You know, they already have low gravity working. But whatever. Oof. Do the special star bit levels? I will, yeah, if I can afford them. I feel like after I yawned, all, the audio sounds weird now. I don't know what's up with that. Just gonna take the volume down a little bit. On my headphones, not the, game audio. I think coins recharging health is good design. It makes it so that coins are, you know, worth getting. I do think the design in Mario Odyssey where, it's just hearts makes a little more sense because then you can just, you know, people can only recharge their health, like, very specifically, you know, they can't do it all the time. I think it's just cleaner, a cleaner design. Just slightly, though, you know. It's not like I mind the health recovery, you know. It's cool, it's good. It's... And I guess it's worth noting that, like, yeah, in Odyssey, coins are a little less, essential, except insofar as, like, you know, they get you clothes and stuff, which is kick-ass. Actually, you know what? I say that's probably the best use for coins in a modern platformer, one that doesn't rely on lives. Yeah! Cool, good. When do the special star bit levels unlock? Can I go... Oh, hey, it took me out of it. Oh, it's gonna show me now that I can do the special star bit levels, isn't it? Oh, also, every level that we've been doing has been gaining star bits. Okay, I was worried because there was that one level where I used all my star bits, but I guess in those, you don't bring any star bits in. I guess? I don't know. TBD, TBD. Let's go do the hungry fella. The ship for toads. Where is that hungry fella? Oh, in this game... Are they, like, you know, obvious? Like, they have, like, a spoon and fork or something? A fork and knife? Isn't that how they do? Did one unlock? Not seeing any. They're fat. Okay, yeah, they're big, large, noticeably big. Did anything unlock yet? Maybe nothing unlocked yet. Not seeing any fellers. I think we are, unless that guy's one. Nope, okay. The Power Stars are our friends. Wait, so can Power Stars... Can Power Stars talk? I mean, Jiggies can talk, so it's not like it's, that unusual. In fact, it's pretty normal for collectibles and collectathons to talk. Oh boy. I'll say nope, says 06. Oh right, that was about whether there was one unlocked. As far as whether they can talk, no comment. Has there ever been a talking star? In all of Mario, has a star ever talked to Mario, other than Luma's? I'll say, pretty sure that this is a motion control minigame. These motion control minigames were always a pain in the ass. Yeah, star spirits can talk. Yes, yes. And star sprites can as well. Okay. This is the basic This is the basic position. This is basically missionary for motion controls. Oh, to turn left, twist left. Ooh, we're getting fancy. Twist right for right. Right, hit B to speed up. I was never good at these. Let me just say. How the fuck are you supposed to collect the things? I don't think you can collect the star bits while you're fucking racing around. By the way, if we don't get the clear time, the best time, if we don't get a star here, I believe that does count as a death. That does count as a life. I mean, I guess maybe we should base it on, like, whether it takes a life away from us. But, I think it would be best to count it. You know, maybe the motion controls are just improved on the Switch version here. Yeah, wait, no, that's the wrong way! I spoke too soon. On this, did I say Switch version? Switch version? Whatever. Spoke too soon. Good luck indeed. Let's try this a couple times and maybe, we don't have to spend all our lives here. You knew we would die. I had an inkling as well. I'm pretty sure I was trying to turn the other way there, so I don't know like why my guy was going the other way. Maybe I should try like letting go of the acceleration. You know, this is like a wave race situation. Sometimes it's not right to accelerate all the time. And to remind everyone, the way that lives work in this during this stream is that they recharge when we beat a boss. So, you know, we'll get there pretty soon here. Hey, we got a gold medal. We'll get to the end of this world and we'll get our life back. You know, I'm pretty confident. The second world, I think, is where we're gonna run into, like, you know, things might start heating up a little bit. What's the like the best galaxy? I mean, maybe this is premature to start talking about that. The one that I can think of that comes to mind when I say that, isn't there a galaxy called like the Cookie Cutter Galaxy or something? Where like it's like cookie cutters and stencils and like either that one or the one where the saws are like sawing apart the level. I think those two are the ones that come to mind. Do a little more honey hive. Hope we get some comments. Comments are fun. Looking forward to the motion control minigames in Galaxy 2. That'll be on the original Wiimote. Though I do have Motion Plus. Does Motion Plus work on Galaxy 2? I don't know. So, whatever, we'll see. The motion controls on the Wii were not the most accurate things. We went over a void there. It is very lucky that spinning did not fuck that up. Feel very fortunate there. Oh, I thought that would work for sure. Oh well. What? Okay. Keep on trucking. I'm really excited, man, for the Switch 2. Switch 2 is in a couple weeks. That's so exciting, you know? Part of me wants to order one of those retro handhelds right now. Another part of me wants to just be like, you know, as soon as I get a Switch 2, I'm not gonna want the damn thing, you know? But another part of me is like, have you ever known me to not want things? Come on now. This thing sounds good. It's gonna be lovely to be able to put, like, a bunch of games on there. I'm a little, like, concerned about, like, space-wise. Like, I've been wanting to do Hitman, right? Like, the Hitman on the Switch 2 sounds like a lovely thing. Portable Hitman. But also I heard it's 100 gigs, so, like, you know, that's, like, over a third of the storage on the damn thing. You know, if there's, like, one or two other games that are that big, then it's all fucked, and, you know, we're either gonna have to start investing in, like, those micro express SD chips, like, faster than initially expected, or going to have to, delete games very heavily. I'm a little worried about that. I'm just hoping to hold out until those things are more affordable and come in larger capacities, which I gotta imagine they will, but, you know, it's kind of hard to say with the whole economic situation right now, whether that stuff will happen. You know, like a year ago, under any other economy, you know, like, oh, for sure, like, that's just how these things work. Retro consoles get more advanced. SD storage gets more compact. The longer you wait, the more you'll be able to, pack in. But you know, it's a weird concern right now. I'm at least gonna look to hold up for most of the year. And maybe by next year, they'll start to have, like, bigger chips. You know, there's only so many Switch 2 games that are coming out that are, like, essentials, you know? And maybe for things that are unessential. That's the big sticking point with, like, third-party games right now, right? Like, I want to play everything on Switch 2 as I can, but, like, until I get a bigger... If these games are, like, 100 gigs, then, like, no, I won't be able to do that until I invest in a thing. And preferably, I'd want one with, like, 2 terabytes, 3 terabytes, you know, 8 terabytes would be preferred, right? And, like, is that feasible? Is that happening? I don't know. When do you think that'll happen? Y'all have any thoughts on that? When are y'all also holding out? Hope for a better, like, deal on all that? When I was pre-ordering the thing, you know, GameStop was like, we got them! We got them! They're expensive, but we got them! And I did look at that and go, like, should I pick one up now? I've heard these have been going out of stock online and stuff because, you know, they don't have that many of them. If I could just get one from GameStop, that's actually kind of convenient, but, you know, everyone talked it out in line, you know, when we were pre-ordering. It was like an in-person pre-order situation, and everyone was basically like, you know, let's all make do. I think we wait. I think this is a hold the fuck on, you know? I think that things are not quite... Things are not quite dire enough where we need to do that. Good level. We got a new galaxy. Let's check that out. A hungry Luma appeared as well. Excellent. I feel like once we move on to another world, we should maybe have done everything we want to do in the previous world. Ooh, this is a good one. So, like, you know, we should hold off on going forward until such time as we're ready to, you know, move on, in other words. And that should make it so that as we're going forward, we aren't, like, doubling back to do some easier levels. Unless we really have to. No, unless it's, like, super necessary. Let's say. Right now seems like a perfect opportunity to talk. I can talk a little bit more about the goals. Like I said, there are sub-goals throughout this entire stream. And, you know, there's the very nice, like, subtle, not too intrusive, sub-counter that sort of blends in with the game UI. Admittedly, it's a lower resolution on account of it's, based on the Wii version. But, you know, I think it's a lovely... Okay, good. Okay, good again. That felt a little bit jank, but we did it. A lot of goals for tonight. Like I've said before, they are incremental. Every 5 subs, we unlock a new game to be played as a random, you know, as a random Rareware playthrough. That is to say, played in a random order over the next, like, you know, couple months or so. And I'll say, like, you know, I think it'd be nice to talk about those games, maybe. So maybe I should talk about Conquer Live and Reloaded, which is a second version of Conquer. The first version of Conquer is already up for being replayed randomly. That is a random Rareware replay that is currently on the list of random Rareware replays. This one's a different version, though, and they did change a lot. Not just visually, but also gameplay-wise. Mainly, it comes down to a simple thing, right? It comes down to combat, which is bad at first and good in the end. Eventually good. Insofar as, like, in the early game of Conquer, right? There's a lot of platforming, right? And they added a bunch of enemies in Live and Reloaded who are really annoying to deal with, and you have to, like, either dodge awkwardly or hit with your like, bat a bunch of times. And it doesn't... it doesn't feel good, to put it frankly. The melee controls are bad. In that game. Melee controls are bad, but in the back half of Conquer... Ooh, this is a good one. In the back half of Conquer, eventually, you get to shooter levels, and, you know, Live and Reload has twin-stick controls, like a modern shooter, so... In those parts, it's a better game. In the early parts, it's a worse game. So, I think it'll be fun to, I think it'll be interesting to play both. And do those as separate playthroughs over, you know... It'd be funny if they were back-to-back, but let's hope, like, if they get hit, they would be separated by other playthroughs, but, you know... It would be very funny if they were back-to-back. It'd be very funny if they were back-to-back. We need just 4 subs to get up to that. Ah, okay, I'm alive. That cutout was in the right place. Was just okay. Did we have like a serious mode? Obviously, like, usually you would not be that concerned about one life, but You know, we got more than enough to like make up, but like I said, there is a life gimmick this stream. If we lose 4 more lives, we would have to restart. That's not gonna happen. Let's be real. We're too good at this. We're too good at this video game to die here. One thing I have been thinking about, apropos of nothing, another tangent. It's been a while since I did new emote for the Twitch. Been a while since I did new emotes for the Twitch, and I'll say part of that is that I do really like the set of emotes that I have, which is right here. I think these are a really good set of emotes, and yes, you get these for subscribing. They are very nice. These are very nice emotes, but I have been thinking it might be nice to have like a fist pump emoji. I mean, I guess actually the yes is kind of a fist pump, but it's also a little bit not. It's just more of a yes emoji. Like, I'm not saying yes when I do like this after I beat a hard level. You know, a fist pump would be good. What video game character would be good for a fist pump? What's the 10K one? That's the stone mask from Majora's Mask. And it has the Japanese characters for G next to it, which you sometimes see as like a onomatopoeia in like Japanese media, right? Where like someone is staring at someone, it'll be like G, and they'll say that, and if it's like in manga form, that would be the character situation. I don't know, I like it. Very few people have done 10K bits, so it's like, yeah, that's fine. That one can just be one that I like, you know, and I get to use for free. You know, maybe I should make those ones better, but, you know, the subscriber ones are the ones you need to care about. And those are the ones like 99% of people will get in their lives, you know. Tier 2 and Tier 3 is also just, you know, I don't have those as options to say like, oh, y'all should subscribe at the higher levels. I've seen, even on bigger channels, I see no one subscribing on higher levels. You know, that's not really a thing that happens. But, you know, by having those 2 emotes there, I get 2 emotes that I can use for free. You know, those are 2 more emotes for me, so that's why they're that's why I put them there. That's why they're filled out. You know, I would be leaving emotes on the table if I left them unset. I would have them all available for sure if I could, for all, you know, for just the regular subscriber level. And that's true across the board, you know. They're just slots to fill at a certain point. Okay, in this case, we're going after the big bugaboom, and we're using these, like, water dealies. I like that one. I'll admit that, like, when I look at it and I just think about, like, yeah, this one's really niche. You'd have to know a lot about anime. And hell, like, 06I, you watch a lot of anime. You don't even know what the fuck that means, right? Like, you have to know, like, maybe a little bit about, like, katakana, even. Or manga in particular, to know, like, what the fuck that, like, conveys. But like I said, you know, that ranking is just, like, that tier is just so empty that, like, yeah, no, I'm not, like, robbing anyone of an emote. There is no one at that tier. Which, you know, like, I would encourage subs over anything else, because subs get you emotes. Or more emotes. And also ad-free business, and also the other incentives that I have for viewer levels. You know, they're kind of better. Should there be a additional additional, like, incentive for having the tier 2 or 3. I mean, tier 2 is like twice as expensive or something, right? I don't know. How much is... I don't even know how much tier 2 subs are. No one does. I'll say, just apropos of nothing, I would let tier 2 subs do both an instant refresh and a thing. Also, a tier 2 sub would contribute multiple to the sub goal. How much? I would have to Google how much, how many sub points tier 2 subs count as, I'll say. Tier 2 is $9, tier 3 is $25. Jesus Christ, that's a lot, wow. So I guess it's 2 sub points for, they're 2 and 3? Is it really 3 sub points for $25? That's less than it should be, considering the, dollar to, thing. I mean, I think the thing that's worth noting with higher sub tiers is that typically people go for the, if people are getting generous, you know, they go with the sub donation and donate to a bunch of people, which I agree. I think that's more fun than just the, like, I think that's more fun than, you know, just having a bigger sub for yourself, you know. That said, I would count it appropriately. And actually, you know, Twitch is counting the sub goal, so jot that down. I'm also just counting it independently. Every time there's a sub, I have to hit a button to, like, increment the counter up there. Don't let me forget it, you know. I won't. It'll be very obvious when subs come in. I will react big, and, you know. Also, I'll say, subscriptions make a bunch of rockets go by the screen in an amount based on how many subs are done at once. There were a couple of big sub gifts, like, a couple months ago. People, you know, you might remember from then. That was a pretty good day. See if some generous souls come by eventually tonight as we keep on trucking. We finished off everything here, comment aside. Let's do the boss, and that'll refresh our gimmicks. That'll refresh our lives. So far, so good. You know, it's not gotten extraordinarily hard yet. As a result, we haven't really lost that many lives. We lost 1. There's been a couple close calls, and, you know, we've been going around like an hour and a half, I guess. I guess, you know, all that to say, like, I do think what I said earlier, insofar as, like, yeah, there's no way we're getting through an entire game, let alone 2 tonight. But I would like to get as far as I can, A, in both games, B, and C, you know, I think I would like to do a second stream of this eventually, not on my birthday, but on, like, another day. You know, when would that be? Like I said earlier, probably like before or after a big trip. I'm taking some vacations in July and in August. Dates, the week after SGDQ for the July trip. And, I don't know when during August. Last week of August, first week of September. One of those two to be determined, as far as that goes. Maybe I could take, like, the Memorial Day weekend, you know, do, like, that week, which is the last week of August, and then a little bit into September for a few additional days. I don't know it makes sense to spend the weekend in Orlando. You know, I only need 4 days to see Epic Universe, to see the other stuff. Then again, I am wondering, like, what if I go and do Disney again during that? You know, And also I have cousins in Orlando who we'll definitely do dinner with. But maybe we do it. Maybe do a day at the Disney parks, which they love so much. You know, maybe that'd be cool. I feel like that's the kind of thing where, like, you know, I'm gonna see those cousins in the July vacation, which is also sort of a family reunion. So maybe I'll talk to them then and figure out, like, hey, y'all super busy? When are you super busy? I've heard that my cousin has a friend. My cousin's fiance's friend is coming over at some point around that time. So it's like, okay, well, if they already, like, spoken for as far as Disney vacationers go, like, okay, yeah, sure, no, that makes sense, but I'm curious what can be done there. Because, you know, it's fun to hang out, and be nice to see them, and do Epic Universe. Mostly that trip is for Epic Universe, but I'll absolutely go to Disney if I can, I guess. Grand Star, let's go. First refresh in the books. Wabam! Really excited about Epic Universe. I've been hearing some stuff. You know, it seems like the early days of Epic Universe, I mean, they're not officially open yet until next week. The early days of Epic Universe sound like they're a little bit janky. They're like struggling a little bit with like the operations. You know, all the rides being new and all.
Look.
I get it. It's like a sun. All right, let's go. I see this. I got it. I'm good. Let's go to the fountain. Have I looked at the map? No. It's not hard to find these places, but thanks anyway. Oh, I guess maybe we can fast travel using the map? Is that right? Is that the map? I thought the map would be on a pause screen or something. I guess it's literally just like, hey, you know, here's where they are on... That's the map, okay. It's gotta be the map. Anyway, really excited for that. Recently I joined the Jeff Grubb's Discord that he has for his, like, side thing, which he is keeping on doing despite being a full-time Giant Bomb co-owner now. And apparently there's someone in there that works at Epic Universe, so it's interesting to look at the channel where they've been talking about that and see him, like, giving, like, oh yeah, that shouldn't be up, or that shouldn't be down. What's going on with that? That's interesting. And I guess, like, when I go, I'll have to be sure to chat in there and get, like, the inside track on that whole business. Apparently my cousin knows some people there as well who work there. So, like, you know, seems like a lot of people work there, I guess, is the thing. And, like, people from Orlando, they might know people who have now gotten jobs at Epic Universe or, hell, maybe Disney, you know. I guess that's always been how it works, you know, they're big employers in that area. I mentioned before, by the way, that I would love someday to maybe try the thing where you live in Orlando. You know, I'll say, though, my current thought is, like, that's, like, years out. You know, like, I want to get a house and start living not in apartments before... Okay. This is the basic position. So, mission area is different in this case. This is not... Previously, this was the basic position, you know, missionary, and I call it missionary as a joke. Now it's this. So what is this? What's like this? Let's not linger on that thought. About to say, like, what's the second most basic position? I will try not to fall. Yes, this is more motion controls, and it is dangerous. That said, I want to get star bits, so let me get some star bits. I know this is risky, but I believe worth the risk! You said not to fall. Okay, maybe we should, chill the fuck out a little bit and take it easy. We don't want to blow all our lives. Then again, it'd be nice to see Mario Galaxy, 2. I'll say this much. You know what? Let me say this much. As a mercy rule, if we're so good at this video game that we almost don't get a chance to switch to Mario Galaxy 2, I will say mercy rule, if we get to 35 stars without dying, without gaming over, without losing all 5 of our lives. Damn it. Without fat chance of that, isn't it? If we get to 35, the age that I'm at now, then we will switch over. That'll be like a mercy roll situation. After the first switch, that is rescinded. Only if we do so good that we almost don't get Mario Galaxy 2. Okay? How about that for a rule? This is difficult, by the way. I'm gonna take this way around. And the physics of it are a little bit awkward. Oh, don't pose yet. Gotta put it in the hole. What is the second most basic position? Basketball positions. Shooting guard, apparently, is the second most, second position. Pitcher is responsible for 40% of the game. What's the second most important? Catcher is second? I guess that's the catcher position. List of hewing positions. Okay. Basic positions. All fours. Kneeling. That's not what I'm looking for. Google. I don't know. I feel like you're not getting what I'm putting down. It's fine, though. Missionary and all fours. You know what? All fours is not a bad, that sounds like it could also be a position in the other way. That could work both ways. I'm sorry. The word spread eagle just entered my mind unbidden. For some reason, spread eagle is very funny to me right now. It's a good name for a position. You know, yoga positions have good names too, like downward facing dog. Those aren't like lewd or nothing. Those are just kind of fun. Is spread eagle yoga, or is spread eagle like, you know what, it can be both, either way. I'm sure it's both. I'm sure it's both. It might not be both, it's probably just, if I had to guess, I would say just lewd. You call it the splits when you're not trying to be, like, funny about it, you know? When you're not Randy. Oh, this level's great. This is like maybe... This and the one where you're like doing spider stuff is like the most iconic like cursor levels, I think. Fun. And I'll say, by the way, of course, we gotta take this seriously. No, we gotta try to keep our lives up. We gotta go the distance. I am thinking now that unless there's a star that like is so hard that we lose all our lives trying to get it, I think we should try to get every one of them before moving on, every one that we can do. So let's do it like that, and that way we can, you know, we aren't like skipping anything that's like, oh, this is too hard, and losing the chance to like, you know, work the gimmick. You know, I think we need to do our best insofar as like, yeah, you know, we're not going to die on purpose, but we shouldn't avoid hard levels just for the sake of not dying, you know. That's my thoughts. What do y'all think? That sound right? That sound right. I think that sounds right. When I did Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze and Returns using this gimmick, was that all levels or was that just whatever levels I felt like? I think that was all levels. But also don't quote me. And the bonus levels were not included. So I guess, you know, take that to mean like if we don't have enough star bits to do a star bits level, we don't have to. I guess that's what I'm driving at with that. Each level really just takes you through such a fun gauntlet of different challenges, different like gameplay styles. This is for like, you know, I've said before maybe that like Sunshine I would maybe put it above this, but objectively it is hard to argue that Sunshine is better than this game. I'll be real here, you know. Like, this has got to be the best linear 3D Mario game, right? Gotta be. Just for the fact that every level isn't just... Every level is an obstacle course, you know? No level is just like a big open world to explore. You know, no level is just like, okay, we're repurposing the same zones like 12 times. It's like, no. A level can take you through the same zones, but they mix it up, and then sometimes they take you new places entirely that are so... You know, just new challenges altogether. I feel like I need to recant, and say like, yeah, you know, and say like, yeah, this is better. This is better. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. What's the prankster Comet's deal? Does he unlock meteors or what? I only have 300 right now, so I might not have enough to feed him. Oh, okay. He's just an information guy, and also he can move things around so that you can get some challenge levels. I'll say I think we will not backtrack to get challenge levels. But if some appear before us, you know, maybe we will. You know, I definitely do want to play later levels from later worlds so that we can, like, you know, we gotta get to later business. You know? I wonder if in Galaxy 2 if we should be that thorough. You know, I feel like in Galaxy 2, I feel like it almost makes more sense to start skipping a little bit because there's so many galaxies per world. It's kind of intense. There's so many galaxies per world in that game. It's kind of would be a big ask to even do the first world 100% style. That said, I think every world in 2 is like basically every galaxy in 2 is like 2 stars rather than 3, which does make it a lower barrier to entry. You know, we can do more worlds in less time, basically, more galaxies in less time. Oh. So, I've said before, didn't say this stream, this is gonna be one of the last streams in a while, I'll say, in like a period. A short period, though, because next week I'm doing LASIK, so I'll be out next Friday because I will be recovering, and like, you know, the plan is right now, as far as like, you know, when I'll be back, I'm thinking like, you know, I should be good as of Tuesday, but I'm thinking like waiting until Friday and doing a big old viewer level stream as like the first stream back is what I have on paper. I'll say, you know, thought has occurred to me like, oh, you know, if I have a really good idea for a stream, maybe I could do like a nice short one, you know, that wasn't, you know, maybe it wasn't also a recap stream, right? Maybe it wasn't me just going like, okay, here's how the LASIK went. Here's how the last few days have been. Yeah. But was more focused on like, yeah, let's play a game that I've never played before or something. I have heard of one that sounds really cool. Honestly, it seems like there are a bunch out that are really cool. One being Skin Deep, and the other one being, there's Skin Deep, and there's, Skin Deep is one such game, and the other such game is called Bionic Bay. Those 2 games sound like they're really good right now, and are 2 games that people are saying really nice things about, and also 2 games that I wonder, like, maybe not on Switch 2 anytime soon. You know, that's sort of a concern with mine, and why I didn't, like, buy Assassin's Creed, for instance, because I want to wait and see it comes on Switch 2, but maybe I just get those games, and I could do a stream where I try out one or both of them. I was thinking just like Bionic Bay. I think I'd like to try Bionic Bay. Maybe I could do both, though. Maybe those should be separate streams, you know? Like, it's probably simpler, especially as far as VOD goes, to be like, okay, this is a VOD where one game is tried. This is all Bionic Bay. Whereas, like, if a VOD is 2 games, it's like, okay, well, does YouTube's algorithm know what to do with a VOD that is 2 games? If I had to bet, I would say no. I say that as I do a VOD that I do a stream that is 2 games. 2 games unconnected by a theme. You know, these 2 are 2 peas in a pod, you know, they're A and B. We'll see, you know, just to say, like, you know, knowing me, I might want to do a stream, like, as soon as possible, as soon as my eyes aren't like recovering, right? Knowing me. If I don't, you know, maybe we'll come back on, maybe we'll come back after the recovery, and you'll find like, oh, I played Bionic Bay and Skin Deep and something else and a little bit of this, and I finished Clair Obscur. I hope I can finish Clair Obscur in the week that I'm not streaming. That's a game that seems really great. I'm struggling with it as far as difficulty goes, but man, I want to finish that because it seems fucking fantastic. I'm really early in though, so it's kind of a big ask. Tomorrow I'm doing birthday stuff with the family, so, you know, I'm not expecting to put a bunch of time in tomorrow, but, you know, for streams this week, all I have before LASIK is Tuesday, where I'll be doing Mario Builder 64, so other than that, I'm free up to just, like, play some Clair Obscur. That said, I do still want to do, like, my, you know, I clip up streams of their best moments, and I save them and make them into shorts, and that's a whole process that I'm, you know, trying to keep up on. And I say keep up on, really trying to catch up on, like, I probably have something like 50 streams that I would like to go back to and mine their best moments of. Ooh, the speedy comet is in orbit. Let's go. Let's do the speedy one. You know, I would like to go back and mine the best content of a whole bunch of business, you know? But that's a time-consuming thing. And, you know, on some level it's like, well, I can either play Clair Obscur or Doom the Dark Ages. Doom the Dark Ages rules, by the way. I played 2 more levels of that last night before going to bed, which I'll say I went to bed very, very late. And then I slept in late, and then I took maybe like 90 minutes more sleep before I started the stream. What am I doing? I got a timer. This is serious business now. No fucking around. So yeah, Clair Obscur, something I'm really meaning to get back to, something I really want to beat. Doom the Dark Ages is just a lot easier to jump in on, and like I'm having a lot less trouble difficulty-wise with it. So, you know, and also I bet it's shorter as well, so, you know, it's just a delightful thing I'm enjoying the hell out of. I feel like one thing with Clair Obscur I think I'm realizing is that, like, the kinds of games where you look at enemy animations and you know, dodge with good timing, you know, Souls-likes. That's a franchise, that's a genre I haven't spent that much time with. So, like, when Clair Obscur asked me to watch animations and then hit the button with good timing, I'm just, that's just not something I've gotten much practice at. Any game that asks me to do that, and I just sort of struggle. Which, around the bottom? No, this is where I came from. Oh, this one. I struggle with I struggle with the Clair Obscur, with the Souls-like timing situation. Maybe I just need to grind more, and with more moves, more abilities. That's another thing I sort of struggle with, by the way. It's just like figuring out, like, okay, what abilities should I be unlocking with all my guys, you know? What moves are best? How to get, like, good combos put together. It's very cool how that it lets you just, like, you know, how it's just like a bunch of moves put together with, like, synergies with each other that you have to sort of figure out, you know, like, okay, this one generates a lightning bolt, this one consumes a lightning bolt. So I use these two together. And then this one that consumes a lightning bolt, it generates a fireball. So then I can use this one that needs 2 fireballs. This one generates 2 electricity, so that one can make it easy to, like, fill up on electricity. At which point I can use this one that does extra damage if you have 4 of an orb. 4 of whatever. You know, like, that stuff is neat to tease out, but also, it's like, I feel like I just want to look at a guide to tell me, like, what's the best build I can go for. And also, I'm too lazy to pill one up, you know? Like, if there's a good YouTube video, maybe I'd watch that, but it seems like, you know, you'd have to explain a lot to be like, okay, well, go in this direction, get this move, but eventually you want to replace it with this move that's over further out, you know, in the spear grid situation. It's just kind of complicated, you know? It's kind of complicated. I'm really enjoying that game, though, in the time that I'm fighting for it, so I really should get through it. I don't know. I don't know. I'll say also, further follow-up from the Game Pass stream on Thursday. Did a Game Pass stream on Thursday. Tried out 9 games, including Doom the Dark Ages. Further follow-up, I did play a little bit of the shady part of me, which continues to seem good. That seems like a really great game. That is sort of like if you combined a game where you platform in the shadows of an environment that I don't remember the name of, and also Braid, and it's just like a really... It's a little bit like a prestige game. It's, you know, it's a little bit pretentious, but it's really cool and good and well put together, and the platforming is perfectly fun. Need to get some more before we can feed him. You know, I don't know if I would recommend that if, like, y'all don't have Game Pass. You know, it's like, would I pay money for this? Probably. No, I don't really buy that many games that are not brand new. I like to be more part of the zeitgeist than anything. Just how I like to consume games, but if you do have Game Pass and you're looking for games to play on it, like, Shady Part of Me seems like a pretty damn good one. I should probably also play more Dredge. I just feel like I probably don't have time for that. That's the one game that I'm looking at right now, and I'm like, yeah, no, probably not. Probably can't make the time of day for it. I mean, I'll say, if I get, like, a retro handheld, like I was saying earlier, and it were to come with, oh, we didn't get to do that, that Starbit guy. Should we go back in and try to do that guy? Maybe we should. Bye, Toad. Oh, it's kind of hard to aim, isn't it? And if you go off screen, the cursor stops cursing. See you later, Toad. Maybe if I get one of those retro handhelds and it can handle, like, Xbox Cloud streaming, maybe I will stop, like, playing games on the Xbox itself and just, like, you know, stream them to the thing. If I could do processing on the Xbox, but display it... Is that a thing that you can do? Like, process locally, but display it on a portable thing? Like a retro handheld or something? That'd be better than cloud streaming, I think, because, you know... I don't know. Every time I've tried cloud streaming on the phone, it seemed a little shit. But also, you know, maybe it's gotten better. Also, maybe just like, you know, fucking phone controls or shit, you know? Like, get played on something with a proper controller and... It's gotta be better, right? I might order one of those. I might order one of those retro consoles. That sounds like a good birthday present to myself, you know? Oh! Hey, if I order a... There we go, I was about to say we did it. That would have been too easy. Ah! That would have been a mite too easy if it had just been, that. Oh, wow, Toad. Firing Toad off does the trick. Nice. Backflips are hard in this perspective. Weird. There we go. is, if I got a Retroid thing, when would it ship? I don't want the classic thing, though I think it's cool how that has 6 buttons. That's pretty cool how it has 6 buttons, the Pocket Classic handheld. Pre-order SKUs. Shipment starts mid-April. Okay, so it should be like a, it should be coming. What do y'all think? Do y'all have an opinion? GameCube or SNES? GameCube, SNES, or GameCube, SNES. The GameCube is really cool. I feel like if the GameCube was like with the A button at the bottom, and that was green, because that feels more like a GameCube to me, having the A button at the bottom and the B button where the Y goes, and then the A and X button on like a, the X and Y button GameCube style should be up top, like it should be X and A where the, it should be rotated a little bit. You understand what I'm talking about? Like, put the A on B and put the B on Y, and that would be, I'd be happy with those colors for GameCube situations, but I don't know if like this. Whereas the SNES is just like accurate to SNES. The only thing is that like the sticks are nothing special, The stick colors are nothing special, whereas I do really like the yellow, I really do like the yellow right stick. That's silly and fun in a good way. And also the color does remind me of the Game Boy Advance SP as well, in other ways. I hear this doesn't look good. The transparent, I hear that's a bad color, and black's too basic. Definitely want the SNES or the GameCube. Maybe hold out. Maybe hold out. Maybe it's not time. Maybe you got a Switch 2 coming, and that'll be good enough for new hardware for this year. Let's say, maybe if you wait a year or two, you can get a better one. Then again, like if I really like this thing, and they came out with one that was like, oh, this is way better, would I just buy it? I mean, if it was like $200 again, like, why not? Let's go. What do y'all think of those retro handhelds? Am I the only one that's looking at that going like, I like that. I am way into that. I mean, I know I'm not. I see, like on Discords I'm in, people saying like, oh yeah, they got one. Person I know from Dan Reichert's Discord was saying like, oh yeah, he picked one up himself. Frayed. I don't know if Frayed ever watches the channel, but good guy. Cool dude. He was saying he just picked one up, and that's pretty exciting. That's pretty cool and pretty good. He got the GameCube colors. Is it weird that hearing someone got a certain set of colors makes me want to be like, want to make it go like, oh, you got GameCube? Okay, maybe I'll get the other one then. That's silly because this, Frayed lives in Canada. I'm never gonna see this damn thing. I live in Texas. I live in the south of the U.S. and, I can only imagine myself living in the south of the U.S. This the cinematic scenes galaxy? Hell yeah. This is a good one. This is a cool one. This is like an auto-scroller in this one. I would never see his one, so like, I don't know why the compulsion, but I don't know. What colors have my handhelds been in the past? Like black? I forget what my original 3DS was. I had a silver DS. I had a DS Fat, the original one that they launched with, and I never got a remodel, a redesign. You know, I was a high schooler during the DS era / college student. The DS era lasted 8 years, didn't it? That's a fun thing to think about. And, you know, I named myself after it as far as online persona goes. That was a good handheld. I guess like the SNES handheld is basically like the color of a DS, original ugly DS, but with purple face buttons, which is, you know, nostalgic and cool in ways that I adore. That does sound good. Then again, my first Game Boy SP was purple, so, you know, GameCube is purple. That's like pretty close as well. That's also really nostalgic. My current GameCube is a silver number, so like I'll say like the... And my Wavebird is also silver, which all Wavebirds are. But, you know, I do have nostalgia for the purple color, and would love to have like, you know, I'm getting that new controller, so once that controller gets here, we'll have a purple GameCube device again for the first time in, I mean, I've always had the regular purple controller. I think that's still somewhere. Actually, isn't my main non-Wavebird controller a spice orange? I think my GameCube controller is a spice orange. Y'all remember spice orange? I got the platinum when my GameCube broke and I needed to replace it like a year before the Wii. Which unfortunately means it doesn't have some of the component outs. Unfortunately, hardware limitation, you know. But, like, I was always kind of envious of Spice Orange to a certain degree. I bet they must have not had it because I would have absolutely gone with Spice Orange. Or maybe I just thought Platinum was very cool. I mean, it is like a silver. You know, it's a good-looking... it's a good-looking device. It's kind of funny in retrospect, you know, after 10 years of consoles that were black, white, or gray, looking at the Platinum GameCube and going like, oh, at the time it was a novelty. It's Platinum. Ooh, fancy. Classy. You know, it's... I like the Wii U, you know, or sorry, I like the, I do like the Wii U, but also, let's do this one. Let's do the bonus thing here. I like the Switch too, right? I think the black looks great with the stuff under the sticks for additional color. That looks very good. Let me just say. But also, I do like it. I did like it when they swung for the fences and did weird colors. You know, that's very fun when they do stuff like that. And, you know, they could stand to do it more, I guess. I hope that when they come up with a new Xbox, they go wild with it a little bit, you know? Like, yeah, just don't make it a black box. Make it... Well, honestly, I say that. One, like, the PlayStation 5 went wild and everyone made fun of them. Which, you know, they went wild, but they still basically, it's basically the same, you know? It's basically a very fancy box, you know? Fuck. Oh, there we go. It is basically just like a very fancy white and black box, which, again, pretty standard. I guess the thing is, like, you can't argue with the classiness of it, right? Like, black and white together, it's just classic. You know, you can do variants like, you know, like, the Pro Controller right now is transparent. Do I still have this image prepared? Do I still have... Hang on one second, can I... Let me find this real fast. Like the new Pro Controller with its black and white gimmick, with its black and white aesthetic, is phenomenal. You know, don't get me wrong. The back also looks nice. I like the white top a lot, but it is just pretty basic. You know, you almost wish that they went with a little bit more fancy colors. You know, went a little bit more. They never did secondary colors of Pro Controller, did they? Like, I got my transparent black. They never did, like, you know... God, if they had done, like... They should have done, like, literally... They should have done literally, like, okay, hey, in addition to the regular, you know, smoke, you can now get grape, and, watermelon, and, what were all the colors of N64? That shit was always so cool, but, you know... As a kid, you weren't about to go buy a second controller, let alone like a new console. Like no, the N64 that you got is the one that you got. You know. Yeah, I'm aware. We have to feed the guy. We need 50 to feed the guy, so I'm looking for the 50 right now. I'm assuming that I haven't like missed too many that I can't do it. If I did. We will absolutely count that as a death. You know. That counts. That counts if I have to back out. But come on, there's gotta be more than enough here. Indeed there is. Lovely. Let's feed the guy. Maybe we all should have made it so, like, the first, Hey, I'm not a Luma. I don't need to eat bits. I should have, like, a bits version of that. That would have been a good thing to rig up. A bits version of the throwing things at me gimmick. Oh, what if it literally used bits? Oh, if it literally used bits. Oh, that would be an idea. Next time, yeah. Remind me in a month to think about when I'm doing Galaxy again and to rig up TITS bits throwing at me. Make it tied to Twitch bits and do some sort of bits goal for that. We'll have it not be a super high one. You know, we'll have it be a low bits goal, you know, a reasonable amount. Are we killing guys here or what? That's a good idea for next time. It could literally be bits that you're throwing at me. Star bits, Twitch bits, same difference. And then I could go like, nom 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 nom, as they're coming in. That's really good. That's so good. It is a mysterious Yoshi head. Who is this man? Who is this beast? I have never seen this guy. If this is the first time you're you know, if you didn't play any of the previous Mario games, you're looking at this thing and going like, who is this guy? Is this the name of the level, by the way? Is it Luigi? Is it like mysterious Yoshi head? Nah. That's a great idea. That's wonderful. My God. I mean, I'll say, like, you know, a sub-goal and bits, they kind of interfere with each other. You know, I mean, I could count bits towards the sub-goal manually, you know, like, I got $5 worth of bits, I could say, like, okay, that's a sub, basically, you know? Maybe it would have to be $6 worth for the conversion because the price of subscriptions went up. Like, a while ago, recently. This one should be doable. The price of that went up recently, so, you know, something to consider. But, you know, food for thought, I guess, is what I'm driving at. How long we been going? Around 2.5 hours? Around 2.5 hours. I'll say, by the way, my intent is to go late. We're going long. I'm sure we're going to get to levels that challenge us, that make us die, that, like, you know, stress the system. You know, maybe this world, maybe next, we will switch over. And I'll say again, there's a mercy rule. If we get to 35 lives, we will switch over regardless on this first try. Second try? After the second try, we'll, the hell? I feel like I'm not on the ground, not on the path. Sick! First try, let's go. We get to 35, mercy rule, we switch over. Again, that's based on the age that I am. But, like, I'm guessing we will die 5 times in a world before then. I guess the thing is, all these worlds are kind of... I mean, they're not short, but... they're, you know, it's pretty easy to get through them and unlock, like, the, their finales. And each of them only has, like, one hard as balls level in it. You know, one topic that didn't come up yesterday and hasn't come up today that eventually we will talk about maybe is anime. And I'll say, you know, on big long streams, I have previously filled up a bunch of time, like, you know, previously, like years and years ago, I used to have, for these big event streams, I would have a gimmick where I would set a timer for 1 hour and I would talk about all the anime in a season that I'm watching over the course of an hour, and it's sort of like a speed run of conversations. You still haven't watched most of the anime today? I watched Food for the Soul and Mono. You know, I was too busy sleeping to watch most other things, you know? Sleeping in a little bit and being, like, ready and rested for the stream. But, like, yeah, no, I haven't watched most things either, to be clear, today. But we can absolutely do, like, a seasonal check-in and see, like, how things are faring and sort of talk about, like, okay, you know, maybe not like a show-by-show recap of, like, this is what this show is, this is what I'm thinking about it, this is all the thoughts. More just like, hey, you know... No! This level might be the end of us. Let's see if we can do it. This might be the one that invokes the gimmick. This is a super hard level. Let's go. We got 2 lives left. We gotta do it. Finally, something that stresses the gimmick. Ooh. Oh, and there's so many star bits, too. It's amazing. This is a great level for star bits gathering as well. We got 2 tries left. Let's make them count. You know, like I said, we can't... We can't sandbag here. But we can play hard levels. And we must play hard levels. What's this? Oh, this is like if you want to pull... get some business out. Gotta avoid the fireballs because if... fire bars, because if we hit them, we're cooked. We're dead. We're just falling into the void! I love it. I'm stoked. Look, it might sound weird that, like, I've hit a hard level and suddenly, like, I'm having a great time, but, like, the tension. No! No, 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 no. I maybe could have grabbed that thing. The tension makes it, all the more rewarding. And all the more, fun. We lost our last life right there. Yeah. Ooh. Folks, let me put this controller down because, yo, hey, it is time now to switch. We've run out of lives for the first time, which means it's time to switch games. Let me, grab my Wiimote and Nunchuck, which I will be playing with, and let me bring down the video. Switch the game to Galaxy 2. Switch the TV input to the Wii U. And, show the thing again. Conveniently at 2:30 in the VOD. That is not counting the starting soon, for what it's worth. So, you know, it'll be a little bit after that, all told, but, or a little bit before that, all told, but, yeah, excellent. Folks, we are now on to Galaxy 2. We have gone through, we've lost 5 lives in Galaxy 1. Coincidentally, it happened on one of the hardest levels in the game, or a super hard level in that game, which of course we had to do. Took a while because there's a lot of easy levels at the start of Mario Galaxy 1, but regardless, hey, here we are. Let's go, let's play this game. We had a mercy rule where if we got up to 35 stars, we would switch over regardless, and I'll say let's have that mercy rule be in place for this one as well, but I can't imagine we will need that. I gotta imagine we will lose 5 lives within a single world of this. And like with the previous game, we will try to get every star that we can in each world. And also, we will, you know, refresh our lives when we do a boss, which we will only do after we have gotten every other star that we can do. If that makes sense. Maybe optional stars, you know, we'll play those by ear. Look at my actual, emotes that I have. There's, people don't know who Slick and Elvis are. Well, they know who Elvis, well, they don't know who, that's a reference to a show that some people that I knew did, like forum moderators of DK Vine did back in the day, Elvis and Slick Monty. Don't worry about it. There's Obi-Wan. There's my sister. There's Ron Burgundy. There's Mr. Pants. There's Donkey Kong. The 8th Doctor. Okay. That's a good Dr. Eggman. 5th Doctor. Okay. I was into Doctor Who a lot at the time during the Wii generation, you know? You understand. I'm thinking Hero Diddy. We'll do Hero Diddy. I like Hero Diddy a bunch. And, you know, the yellow hat is stylish. Also celebrates the new design of Diddy Kong, which, you know, looks a good deal better than my amiibo, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's lucky that I still have all the images that I prepared for last stream available because I have found opportunities to show them. I didn't, like, take them down or go like, okay, I don't need those anymore. And I didn't prepare new ones either. Let's play this game. There's not really a big intro with this one, right? It basically just starts with a start, right? Like, the tutorial is very, very short. A little bit 2D storybook, right? Yeah, that's right. I gotta assume the position. I gotta point my Wiimote at the screen. Means my arm will be in a very stiff, like, sort of resting pattern. I'll say, like, okay, zoom out. First off, oh, we're just going to the left to right. Okay, good. First off, check out the shirt. It is a Diddy Kong Racing shirt. I thought it would be fun because, you know, balloons, appropriate for, sort of appropriate for the holiday, for the birthday stream, you know, balloons, holiday. The position for, motion control stuff, right? Okay, I'm definitely getting some background. The green screen is not all green screened. Whatever. Do that, and then zoom out from there. Okay, how about that? Position. The Wiimote on leg, resting on leg. This one like that. This is the position I'll be playing in, I think, for this. I should really have a preset for, like, super zoomed out, but I kind of just usually just need the 2, right? Somewhat zoomed out, a little bit zoomed out enough to see 2 shirt, zoomed in a bit. Those are the 2 that I usually use. There's not like a big long level, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we just sort of get to the business really fast, which is nice, you know. I'll say, like, maybe the first 30 minutes of Mario Galaxy is, like, maybe my least favorite thing about Mario Galaxy. You know, like, the extended tutorial. It makes it hard to start up a new game of that and just have a good-ass time. The game is switched over on the Twitch side, right? I'll say I will not be switching over the game on the YouTube side. I'll just be keeping it as Mario Galaxy. Switching on the YouTube side is a bit more work. Whereas Twitch, I can automate it to a certain degree and just hit a button on my Stream Deck to get it done. I comment for YouTube, make it so that there's like an API for changing the current game of a current VOD. Like, that sort of API feature would be dead handy for, you know, managing streams like this one. Then again, you know, maybe it doesn't really use that information. I don't know if, like, it really factors into the algorithm that much. What the current game is. Hey, Scream Madden, how you doing? How you doing? We just started Mario Galaxy 2. You tuned in at a great time. How you doing? How you doing? There's also, I should say again while we're up top, there's also several sub goals in process. You can see up there the sub tracker. We are at 6 subs. The next sub goal is at 10 subs, and it unlocks Conquer Live and Reloaded as a full playthrough that I will do randomly, you know, as part of the random rare replays that I've been doing. Which, I spin a wheel and then I play what game it lands on. The wheel does currently include Conker's Bad Fur Day, so it's a second version of the same game, which I think would be funny if y'all made me do that. There's also, all sorts of stuff. Can't be here for long. You're on your lunch break, but you'll be back after work. Fantastic. We're going long. We're going like, you know, we started at 4 p.m. I'm thinking like 2 a.m. is like what I'm shooting for. And I'm guessing, hoping, that's like half of both games. Hey, Lord Bowser, good to see you back. Yeah, this just starts with an actual level. This just starts with an actual level right here, which is very good. Like, this is like if the first game just launched you straight into, you know, the level with, also with the Peter Piranha, thing. Am I the only one who sometimes calls Peter Piranha? I think it's funny sometimes to call him Peter. What does this sign say? This Yoshi's house? Hello, friend. Please go around back. Yeah, the Goombas in this game are a little bit weird looking. I mean, I really like it. when Goombas don't look right. Oh, hang on. I'll call him that, but it might now. Who are we talking about? Who did I call a thing? Did I call Yoshi something weird? Anyway, plenty of time for those goals. Plenty of time for, you know, to get more than one. Oh, Peter Piranha. I literally forgot seconds after I said that. Gotcha. Yeah. Pete Piranha. It's a funny flex. It's a funny thing to say sometimes, and then immediately forget about because I have no short-term memory apparently. Yeah, okay, so they got Goombrats. You know, they got Goombrats in addition to the Goombas. They got your stock Goombas, but they also have Goombrats, which I like as like a aesthetic thing. There's also these aliens who were in the first game as well. The main additional gimmick here is Yoshi, but there also are a number of, like, other new things in this game. Also, I'll say, one of the things that's different here is the motion controls are a lot more basic. You can see there, I apparently can't, like, quite get to the corner of the screen. Also, tell me, is the... How's the sub counter? How's the sub counter position? It's covering a circle. Is that fine? Is that fine to cover a circle? Probably fine. It could be a bit lower, maybe. Yeah, it's covering, like, I don't know what that circle is in the UI. Like I said, I kind of used Mario Galaxy 1 as like the basis for positioning and sizing and styling. So like you know, can we fix that up and make it look real nice and good? I could do a second copy of that. I could do a second copy of that group and have it so that the command to switch games toggles between them. Oh, I should have done that ahead of time. Can I do that real nice and quick? After this level, let me take a look at that and see what I can't do as far as sizing that all up goes. You know, we'll make it the same size as the in-game UI, I think, maybe. Question mark? I guess because this game was originally SD. Why would that make sense? Why would the icons be smaller on an SD screen? No, that doesn't make sense at all. You'd think it'd be the other way. The icons would be bigger on an SD screen where they had to be like, you know, the resolution is... You know, understand, right? It would make more sense to be the other way, wouldn't it? That's some good platforming already. Like, hey, there's some places where I could have died if I was, like, just a little bit less cautious. Is this game a harder game than Mario Galaxy 1? Like, up front, as far as, like, you know... Does it heat up faster? I feel like it might do. And I think that would be cool if it did, considering, like, you know, I do think this is more interesting the more death is on the table, you know? Again, mercy rule if we get to 35, which is the age that I am. Now, birthday stream and all, you know? If we get to 35, we will switch back. But that's like, you know, I like the idea of a mercy rule, by the way. That's a nice idea. It is also fun to just, like, try to go the distance and go all the way, but, you know, there's definitely not time for both games if I were to do it that way. You know, like, Returns and Tropical Freeze, right? If I did that way, That would make sense, and you know, it's like, okay, well, if I could do all of that and then do all of the other one and finish both of them in one stream, like, that's good, but in this case, 35 would probably take us, like, halfway, would probably be, like, 5 hours in, right? Which would be halfway through the stream. I like this fight, it's good. I like how it's two very different fights from Mario Galaxy 1 to 2 against the same guy. They're very different fights despite being the same guy, which is something that other Mario games could take a lesson from. You know, every time Bowser Jr. comes up, it's the exact same fight. And it has been since even before Bowser Jr. was a thing. You know, since the no, Bowser Jr.'s not in his 30s. This is a Sané moment for me. No, Bowser Jr. was invented in 2004, 2003. That makes him 20. He was like maybe 8 at the time of that game, so he's like maybe 28 if real time were to be counted for. Oh, me. Yes, okay. I thought you meant Bowser Jr. Because I was talking about Bowser Jr. Okay, good clarification. You gave me a Sané moment there. Diddy Kong is like 40. That is true. That is true. And Donkey Kong, he's either in his 50s or he's been like, you know, replaced by his son. That's where we're at with you know, those fellers, those characters. Can you hear the clicking of my my Wiimote? Hey yo, is this yo? What the fuck? You got a star for us? Damn! I have a proposition for you. I don't know why I'm. I mean, he said AO. He said proposition. I'm sort of picturing a certain dialect. I don't know. Is that? I'm picturing like. I feel like this guy has a. I don't want to be racist here, you know. No offense or anything. Like, I'm picturing like I'm picturing if this guy was played by someone, he would be played by African American fella. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Just based on his name is Lubba. Lubba is like a southern is like someone who would work at like a is like a Louisiana type name, right? And that's I can picture it. That's right or yes. Yeah, I am 35. 35 is the age I am. Jeez. You know, older every year, you know? Let me check something. Okay, the UI is on screen. Let me put this down for a second. Okay, here's what I want to do. How can I do this? Okay, how fast can I do this? Let's find out how fast can I do this malarky. I'm good at doing OBS stuff, so and Stream Deck stuff, so maybe that I can do this pretty fast. Where the hell is the is my sub tracker thing? I have to find it first in my UX. Let me just, like, make it appear and disappear real fast. And see... Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Copy. Duplicate. Okay, now I have a second sub-tracker. And let me just, put it where this subtracker goes in order right here. Let me confirm. Okay, I'm gonna take this subtracker too. Let me confirm that, like, okay, if I increment it, okay, they're both controlled by the same hotkeys. Perfect. Now, what I need to do is I need to size this one to match this and put it far enough below where it looks right. Match this size to size, a little bit bigger than that. Like, say, yay big. Yes, that looks right. Okay, put it like here-ish. Okay. And then I need to go into Stream Deck. And I need to go into my Galaxy 1. Give me source visibility. Source visibility. And I need to do scene, SMM2 hotkeys, object. Where is it? Where is it? The object will be, subtracker 2. Subtracker. Copy paste. Also have one for subtracker 2. And for Mario Galaxy 1, subtracker 2 needs to be hidden. For Mario Galaxy 1, subtracker 1 needs to be shown. And the reverse needs to be true of Galaxy 2. Paste that twice. And just go ahead and switch the hide to a show. And for this one, switch this one to, find it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, this one. Okay. Subtracker. Show subtracker 2. Okay, test. Here we go. There we go. Need to add show and hide animations to subtracker 1. Show, let's change these to a fade in and a fade out, both 200 milliseconds. And change these ones as well, from slide to fade. 200. See Daisy? Show also needs to be 200 milliseconds. I like the fade, the slide in and out, but if there's two of them, it doesn't really work. Testing. Okay, the hide is still on one of them is still slide. 1 second. Change that to a fade, and also make sure that the length of them is 200. That should be good. A, B, A, B, A, B. Also, you'll notice the sound is different in both games. That is, 2002. Sunshine released in 2002. Thanks for, mentioning. I didn't know when it was earlier, so that's good to know. Thank you, Screaming Madden. Okay, that's nice. That's good. We're, fixed good as far as this goes. How fast was that? Was that like a minute or two? I can do OBS stuff relatively quickly if I do say so myself. I'm good at it, I think. Oh crap, hang on, there's a thing on screen. I could fix that. I was hoping that wasn't actually visible, but weirdly enough, it seems like this game is a little bit letterboxed. I guess that's just, I need to do a little crop real fast. Hang on 1 second. That is... What is that doing in that group? That's from one when I played... That's from when I played, crop that the fuck out. There we go. That's when I played, Pikmin 3 days at a time. That was ages ago. Why is that in that group? Whatever, doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm good at this. So, like, if it's off screen, it doesn't matter. But if it is on screen, it needs to be right. You know, that's just your basics. Oh, god damn it. On this screen, the, I'll move it a little lower to adjust further. Yeah, we'll just put it like here. Happy, happy. This is all the clearance in the world. This is all the clearance I can give it. Maybe I can move it to the other side of the screen. I can move it to the upper right, maybe. We'll consider that as we go. Let's go. Let's do this. That was a little bit of a OBS setup intermission. Hope y'all don't mind. And you know, someday I should do like a stream where, or maybe not even a stream, maybe like a video where I like walk through how I do certain things in OBS, because you know I figured out how to do a lot of shit in OBS over the years, a lot of goofy shit that, far as I know, no one else is doing. So like, you know, I bet people would be I bet some of this stuff would be interesting, like, you know, to know how like my bespoke viewer level bar works, where it has the counter of the levels and the, you know, the levels themselves both framed in a bespoke way, you know, with different colors for the different components of it. That took some doing. That took some setting up, you know, to be clear, to be sure, right? Like, there's a bunch of stuff I've set up, like the bonus heads, you know, how those all work. A lot of hotkeys that do a lot of things, you know? Like, hotkeys that make several different heads appear, hotkeys that make certain heads disappear while also triggering a sound effect. The most complicated one has got to be the instant refresh, which has a really complicated animation. The instant refresh, by the way, is doing Mario Maker viewer levels, which happens to have the same gimmick, at least during the lightning round, which happens towards the end of every stream. During the lightning round, if I run out of lives, a Twitch subscriber can refresh them all at any time once per stream, or get an express pass that skips the line, one or the other. They'll all say what I said earlier. If anyone were to get like a higher tier of sub, I would let them have both in a stream. You know, a tier 2, but, you know, sub gifts are more fun than tier 2s anyway, so maybe that's what I would point people to, you know, like, sub gifts are fun. It's fun to see, like, who gets them and stuff. How's the audio right now? Audio is good, audio is great. Same as the previous game. What I'm looking for is not really good or great. I mean, I'm looking for fantastic, phenomenal audio, for sure. But it's supposed to be at least the same, consistent with the previous game, ideally. Hearing it's good. Okay, great. Looks like, based on the mixer, looks about the same as what the previous game was doing. Which I'll say, like, I have it set at a much lower volume because apparently the Wii U is a lot noisier than the Switch. You know, game levels tend to vary, but also probably just like these being two different consoles means that you can't really, you know, they're not always going to be the same. Not always going to be lined up like that. I like this like shaft a bunch. I feel like this is just as iconic as the pill from Mario Odyssey 1. You know, like the big pill. In fact, like if you look at the this is wrong. Let me find it 1 second. You look at the promo thing I made for this stream, you know, the pill is in there. The pill is in the promo image because, like, yeah, no, that's just the most iconic thing to pick out from Mario Galaxy 1. Is that the most iconic planetoid, the pill? I think it is. I'd be interested if anyone else has any other planetoids that they say, like, are even more iconic. You know, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, back of your head. You see a planetoid you think is, like, iconic, you let me know. You say, like, hey, this planetoid, I fuck with this. You know? I fuck with this planetoid right here. You say it in your own words, you know? I'm not insisting y'all say fuck with this. It's okay if you don't, like, you know, to put it that way in such strong terms. A thing someone said yesterday in chat is that I probably shouldn't use curse words. They said I probably shouldn't use bad words. I'll say, I don't really believe that curse words are in nature bad. Slurs are bad. Curse words, they're fun. And, you know, I believe that, like, you know, talking like I would talk among friends is, like, part and parcel with, like, how to conduct a stream, so, you know. The first planet with rabbits? Ooh, yeah. There you go. That is iconic. You're not wrong there. But also, I don't like it as much as Pill Planets. Fucking! First level, we took a death. Well, we took this death a lot faster than we took the death. To remind everyone, the gimmick of this stream is that when we have 5 lives to get through as much of each game as we... Every 5 lives, we switch back and forth between Mario Galaxy 1 and Mario Galaxy 2. This is the first level of Mario Galaxy 2. So... And we spent 2.5 hours on the first one. Good Egg Planetoid is pretty iconic. The one where you help Queen Bee. I can see that, yeah. But you gotta be careful not to die this exact same way. You know, I do feel like something that Giant Bomb was saying when they were talking about, like, this safe for brand bullshit recently that, you know, before they went independent. It's not like they you know, use slurs, or it's not like they use curse words because they want to be edgy, right? It's not like I use curse words because I want to be edgy. Or talk, you know, occasionally play with innuendo because I want to be edgy. It's because that's how I would talk to a peer, to a, you know, fellow. You know, I treat y'all like I would treat anyone I was seeing in person, you know? Bye, Snowflake. Hi, Snowflake. How's the sub counter in relation to the thing when it appears here? It's a little low, but it's good on this screen. What if we moved it to, like, over here or something? Or, like, over here? What do you think? Should we move the sub counter to be a little more, like, little more... I don't know. Well, let's continue, like, just sleeping on it. This position is fine. It's fine, honestly. Let's just let it stand for a bit. That's right, it's time for Yoshi. It's time for the Yoshi level. Hell yeah. See you later, Screaming Madden. I'm looking forward to seeing you back. I'll say again, the way that this works right now is that we're, you know, we got this 5 lives gimmick. We also have a mercy rule. If we get to 100, we get to 35 stars, we will switch back on our first attempt. This is just to make sure we see a good amount of both games, considering that, like, you know, if we were to be able to go just non-stop on one game, like, that wouldn't be as fun. We gotta see a good amount of both games. I think we will. I mean, I don't think the mercy rule will be needed. The mercy rule is based on the age that I am, so, you know, if you're wondering. It also happens to be half of, like, 70 stars, which is... Does this game go to 70 stars, or does it go to 100 stars? How many stars do you need in either game to, like, get to the ending? What's the game, the finale in either case? Yeah, that's right, it's Yoshi. I don't know, when I jumped into him, I totally thought he would, like, dissolve if I touched water. Which, you know, on some level is like, oh, that's just sunshine. But on another level, like, oh, that was sunshine. It was also, also happened in, Odyssey, so, you know, it's not just purely sunshine. Ugh. I like a lot of ways how this game, like, speeds things up, right? Like, I like the map screen. I like how it gets to business, like, right away. There's a lot of stuff that's great about this game. You know, I don't think it'd be out of line to describe it as the perfect sequel. I think, though, playing this again and playing it back-to-back with Mario Galaxy 1, I do want to consider, which is the better game? Right? I do think we should be thinking, as I'm playing this game, which game is better? Mario Galaxy 1, Mario Galaxy 2? Are the levels of Galaxy 1, you know, I do believe they're more iconic on the whole, but are they also just better? Does the new stuff that Galaxy 2 introduced so good that, like, it takes it up a notch, which, you know, if you asked me, like, a day ago, I would say, like, yes, that would be my understanding. You know, like, Yoshi is fantastic. The gameplay of Yoshi is, like, the best cursor gameplay in the game, honestly. Like, being able to just, like, do... Like, you like, grapple with him. I don't think it's a... Hey, is this the best Yoshi that there's ever been? Is this the best game about Yoshi? I say about Yoshi as if this is like, oh, this is a Yoshi's Island type thing. Is this the best version of Yoshi there has been in a game? We really don't need these one-ups. We're not playing that way. Maybe we should ignore those unless we really need them. Is this the best Yoshi that there's ever been? What do you think? Can I get 06i? What do you think? Is this like Woolly World? Yeah, like the Yoshi specific games. I don't know if Woolly World would be my pull, but I could see like Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Story. You know, I'll say Yoshi's Story is one of those games that is, like, controversial. You know, like, a lot of people don't like it in the same way they don't like, Galaxy, or not Galaxy, Sunshine. But I'm very fond of it. I also recommended it to someone once, and they played it, and they're like, oh, I think I hate this. And then I felt bad. So, I will hesitate to recommend it to y'all, because I will admit it's probably an acquired taste that, you know, has long since, like, you know, you probably had to be there in, like, the N64 era and, been hungry for platformers. You know, there's so many kick-ass platformers now. I mean, I still think there are things that Mario, that like, Yoshi's Story does that are really neat. Like, I think the fact that it's, like, a non-linear platformer where you're exploring a open world and sort of collecting things as you go is just really conceptually neat. I just think, like, you know, look at how that works and turn it into more of a Metroidvania, I think, should be the formula, should be like the thing to learn from that, right? Like I've for years and years and years I've thought like, oh, you know, one of the games I would love to make if I were to ever like, you know, have the free time to have like a side hustle where I make something for, you know, 4 years before I see any sort of like positive feedback, right? Which I say all that to say like, yeah, no, I probably will continue just streaming and doing Mario Maker, and you know, there's a fat chance of that, basically, is what I'm driving at. But like, if I ever did get the time, like, that would be one of the games I would want to make, right? Like a non-linear Metroidvania type game where you're like every level was its own Metroidvania. Damn it. I think that would be pretty dope. And I think there's real potential there, honestly. For like, you know, a Metroidvania in miniature. And I'll say like the obvious, you know, I play Mario Maker, a lot of people do Metroidvania style levels that are basically like exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, that is a genre of level in Mario Maker. It doesn't quite work very good because you can lose the power-ups after you get them. But like, if you can imagine a game, a full version of that where you can't lose the power-ups after you get them, it's like, you're cooking, you know, you got something good. I think that has real potential, and, you know, far as I know, no one's done that combination, you know? Is that... Y'all ever feel that way? Like, you know, like, oh, I figured out how to make a blueberry pie. You know, in a metaphoric sense, right? Like, well, I figured out how to make a recipe, but I can't cook. And also, I don't have 5 years to cook it up, you know, or to learn how to cook, let's say. But I sure hope someone else is out there figuring out blueberry pie. And maybe I'm full of shit and, like, I would try to do the thing. It would be easier with more entities. I feel like the issue is more just losing things. You know, losing the power-ups, but... I guess, you know, hey, if you're doing some sort of gimmick where it's like, okay, like, once you get a thing, it, like, respawns the power-up from pipes or something. You can detect power-ups with contraptions. Gotcha, yeah. That's sort of what I was driving at. Yeah. If you could do something like that, it could work. You know, I'll say, as far as the entity limit goes, I don't mind it, honestly. Something I've said sometimes is that, like, you know, art, dealing with what's the word, art from adversity, you know? Dealing with limits and, like, limitations and, like, space constraints can't help to, like, the creative process, right? Like, you can get, you know, you could either be like, okay, I could do, like, 100 million things now. Or you could be like, okay, well, since I can't do that, what else can I do? And you could figure out, like, something amazing as a result of the creative process that you were forced to go down. You know, I think there have been many levels that I run into the entity limit with that I have ended up, like, really satisfied with because I figured out how to get around it and how to, like, use my resources appropriately, you know, and how to be, like, a little bit, how to figure out, like, clever solutions that were less, that like, fit within the space, etc., etc. It would be nice to have a little more because for full quality, you only have 60% of the level done. I can feel ya. I mean, they went up between Mario Maker 2 and 1 and 2, so I'll say, like, I would be surprised if Mario Maker 3 did not have an increased entity limit, right? Like, I don't know, like, how much of that is performance versus just, like, them thinking, like, okay, well, we can't let this get too crazy. I mean, people already have lag machines that they know how to do, right? Where they can spawn a million things and it causes it to slow down to molasses, you know? Maybe with, like, a a higher entity limit, like that sort of thing would be just like casually achievable, which is something they don't want to do. You know, I am too close to the spiny, I need to go get a coin. Pipes and vines and semi-solid are the same category for no reason. That's true. There is some nonsense as far as like how that goes, right? Like, some things count towards some limits, some things are their own limits. I wouldn't call for like just removing the limits outright, but I do think oh, interesting, you have to tongue them in the face. You have to tongue them in the face. That's a weird thing to say. Okay, no, actually you can tongue them in the butt. That works as well. Or you can hit them with each other. That is all true, I'll admit, you know, hey. There's some weirdness there, for sure. I do think, like, you know, hell, just in, like, video games in general, right? Like, not even outside of Mario Maker, right? Like, if you were making a full video game, working within the constraints of the hardware and the constraints of, like, your engine is a major part of the creative process, right? Like, you can't do this thing, what do you do instead? You know, you find something is infeasible, you need to find a solution that is elegant and clean. You know, this is the sort of thing that is just, you know, part and parcel. I agree the limits should make more sense, the categories should be more clear, and like maybe even you should be able to pull up a thing that's like, here's your limits. You know, that'd be something I would say for Mario Maker 3 as a thing. Oftentimes when I'm just like, I gotta be coming up on that, right? Oftentimes I'm just like, okay, let me put down 100 things and see when I run out of space. And, you know, that's a weird way to measure anything, you know? I feel like that's a weird way to, go about it, you know? For decoration, you actually... I was reading chat. Whoops. This is going, more shaky than Mario Galaxy 1 First World did. But, you know, I still think we can get through the first world of this, you know, in one go. If not, hey, that's fun too. But, let's use skill, and let's focus. Just a little bit of focus. We don't need all the focus, but some focus. Hey, there's the thing that we need. Open that shit up. For decoration, you use Nintendo's techniques, making the background less detailed. Yeah, I don't always detail super bigly. You know, I try to keep it reserved. Sometimes if a level has like a high concept, yes, I will like go I will go big and go home. You know, but like that's not an all the time thing. You know, that's like okay, I got a silly idea for this. Let's I got a silly idea for this. I got a silly idea for this level, so I need to lean into it for it to be recognizable as the gimmick that it is, you know, as the what it's supposed to be. One of the better Yoshis. One of the better Yoshis. Weird how, like, these stars, you know, they're here for a certain thing, so we only need to go to certain planetoids, right? But a lot of the planetoids from the previous level are still here. We can still go to them. I don't know if we're pretty sure, like, which ones are relevant, where we need to go. I need to moderate. Let me do a quick second of moderation here. Goodbye, bot. There we go. I remember this boss. I remember this boss being really cool. I think this is one of my favorite bosses in the game. How many other bosses do you do as Yoshi? I guess that's a question we can answer tonight as we play. Okay, as we play this game. They should have this guy up here again. Look at him. He's like the king of Lakitus. He's like King Lakitu. Where the fuck is King Lakitu now? Put King Lakitu in Tor. It's time for King Lakitu to appear again. Look at him. He's a cool dude. I say Tor. World. Sorry. I keep on confusing, you know, a world tour, a tour of a world. You know, they're kind of related. Bring back King Lakitu in World, in Mario Kart World, please. I mean, I wouldn't argue if he came to Tor as well, but I meant World. Is Tor still going? I forget if this was a new thing to this game, but I like how there's like coins on the ground that you can activate by doing a thing. How do I jump off? There we go. Okay, we have to jump off to like activate the thing, so it's kind of difficult to manage, but there we go. Hard shot. Woo! Some of these have been tricky. Man, I love this gimmick. I love it. I really do. The tension really adds so much to the proceedings. The last time I did Mario Galaxy, around that time, streamer that I mentioned a lot, Giant Bomb co-owner Dan Reichert, who at the time was not at Giant Bomb, he was just independent. He was working for WWE and doing Twitch streams in his free time, and at the time he did a playthrough of all 3 games in this collection, where every three stars he switched games. I'll just tell you right straight up. I say this collection, the other collection on the Switch. I'll say straight up, that was a big inspiration for, like, switching games in general. Like, that feature that Dan Reichert did 6 years ago basically inspired, like, the lightning round by proxy. You know, from that stream that Dan Reichert once did, we get the lightning round. From that stream that Dan Reichert once did, we get all these streams with their switching lives gimmick, you know. And also at the time, the last time I played it, I did it on my own, you know, like when I wasn't a streamer back then, so I just sort of, you know, played through all 3 games, 3 stars at a time, and it was pretty fun. That was a fun way to do it. I like my gimmick. I like my life-based gimmick, though, more than just switching every 3. Like, you know, it's a fun conceit. But this one, ooh. The way that this gimmick sort of started, I'll say, the first thing that was sort of close to this was like in the first 2 months of streaming. And it is in fact the oldest archived stream that I got because most other old streams got like deleted over time and not archived properly, unfortunately. But like, I did a stream where I played through Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, and I switched games every death. And I know those games better, so it's more reasonable there. I switched games every death, and that was a lot of fun. And I almost got through DKC 3 without dying once, so, you know, that was just such a fun challenge thing, you know. About a month later, I think, within the next month or so, I guess I could check the file like age of the lightning round identifier, file size of stuff. About a month later, I was also doing viewer levels at the time, right? And the way that I did viewer levels was a lot more impromptu at the time. You know, I would just play levels as long as I cared to. And after a fashion, I would be like, okay, 5 last tries and then we move on. You know, it was arbitrary, basically. It was an arbitrary, like, pressure valve option rather than being, like, the standard codified thing it is now. One day I was like, okay, I'm gonna codify this. I spent, like, maybe 30, 40 minutes playing a really hard level, and that probably wasn't right. I need to get this down to a more reasonable, setup for people waiting. You know? So let me just go ahead and, like, codify some rules. And I made the timer that I have for viewer levels. I made the heads, and I set up a couple timers that I could activate by buttons. And I sort of went into that stream going like, okay, so, you know, the timer will crap. I was I was doing the thing that you do while you're talking, you know, sort of like shaking my hands to like illustrate points, and that killed me. Let me continue my anecdote, but without shaking, because, like, you know, we are in a limited life situation. Every life is precious. At the end of that stream, you know, where it was set up where, when I went into that stream, right, I said, like, okay, so I have, like, a 15-minute timer, a 10-minute timer, and a 5-minute timer set up. And if there's more levels in queue, we can go to a shorter timer. And how about that? And I was just having such a fucking good time every time 5 last tries came out. By the end of that stream, I, with a maddened grin on my face, realized the secret. Realized the thing that would become my standard for the next, like, ever. I was like, what if we started in last tries? What if we just stay in last tries? And thus the lightning round was born. Literally the first time the Mario heads came up, it was invented impromptu. Just based on how much fun I was having with every time the heads came up. You know. And thus the channel was changed forever in that one stream that unfortunately is not archived and is just gone. If anyone has a way to get old VODs back that you know, are super unarchived, I would love to hear it. I sorely regret that stream is gonzo, you know? Like, that is just such a historic moment, and it's nowhere. I say it's historic, you know, it's historic for me, for my channel, but, like, it was such a foundational moment to, like, what the channel is today. I can't believe it's just lost. You know, I don't get me wrong, like, every stream is precious, every stream is special, and I kind of wish that every stream was preserved, but, like, that one in particular really gets me, you know, the one where I came up with the system that would be the thing. When sudden death was invented, that was also in the first, that was like a few months later, also before streams were archived. Sad, it's just so sad to me. I know, like, who even would have time to go and watch, like, old VODs from years and years ago. But I still feel a ways about that, you know? I would love for all of that to be archived for posterity. Pro tip for anyone, okay, well, actually, you know what, okay, pro tip. You can always export your YouTube VODs or your Twitch VODs to YouTube, and it doesn't cost you nothing. You can keep them all as private if you don't want them to be public. You can use YouTube to store VODs so that Twitch doesn't have to. So they don't stop existing as soon as Twitch does a thing. I wish like hell I would have realized that beforehand. You know, even if I was, like, at that point going like, what's the point of archiving this crap? It's just, you know, it doesn't need to be permanent. And now I look at all that and go like, I want it all to be permanent. In 50 years, I want to be able to like just pull up where I was on this birthday and go like, oh, look at me, I'm so young, I'm 35, I'm talking about missionary for some reason. Go figure. That's funny. Playing Mario, talking about missionary, what are you gonna do? You know? Spread Eagle came up. Such is twitch.tv/TheMasterDS. Whenever I'll say another thing I've been thinking about recently. If I ever, like, change the username that I do, I wouldn't have to change much because I barely say my username in the first place, you know? That said, like, if I ever were to become, like, bigger, right? It wouldn't be bad to try to, like, you know, if I were to stake a claim on like, a short version of a name, right? Like, I don't know if the Master DS, like, if that has the potential to be a household name. It does. I know. It's playing the lottery, essentially, is how streaming works. But, hey, you know, who cares, right? It's fun. It's a fun hobby. That's all I need it to be, really. But if I ever were to become big, like, you know, is there anyone else who's really big who's just known as DS? You could just call me DS, and that would be a good shorthand. And, like, is anyone else competing for DS? Is there a famous DS out there? You can add M if that's a concern, you know? That's probably just like pie in the sky thinking, you know? I probably wouldn't abandon like the DS part, I guess I would say. You know, like Judo, you know, is still Judo even after he changed his name rather recently. Shout out to Judo. Judo's a great streamer. Shout out, shout out. Again, we don't need to do these things. Oh, we probably talked to that fellow, right? One thing I get thrown off in this game is just remembering that, like, sometimes Aluma just wants them to talk to you, wants you to talk to them. You know, I'm just thinking, like, oh, that's just an NPC I don't have to talk to. Like, no, they're sometimes very important. Okay. Forgot that there was an interior. That's very funny. Are there famous DSs? I don't know. It's not a bad, moniker. If, you know, long-term wise. Isn't this guy a boss in the first game as well? In Mario Galaxy 1? I think this is maybe a preview of World 2's, boss here. Actually, no, the drill isn't in Mario Galaxy 1, so this guy can't be one of those. I'm excited for all the vacations coming up. You know, between Jersey Shore, which is where I'm going in July, by the way. Sort of a family thing. My family, a lot of my family is from New York area, and they often rent a house and go out to the near Jersey Shore for. They rent several houses. It's worth noting that I have like 10 cousins and like 12 aunts and uncles, and like there's second cousins and second aunts, and you know, it's a busy occasion. We lost a life. We're down to our last one. It's a busy time and quite fun and cool. And let's get a I'll get a power up. We're on our last life. We should stock up on health just to be 100% safe. Still got a ways to go in this world. I would like to finish it and get a refresh. Very excited for the shore. Very excited for Universal Studios. A month after that is the plan. To be determined on dates. Very excited for both of those summer-y trips. I am thinking, you know, one thing that I mentioned is that, like, I've been thinking about, like, long-term style. I want to try living... I would love to try living in Orlando one day and just try to be, like, theme park person, you know? Like, casually. Very, like, oftentimes. But before I do that, I would want to do, like... I would want to go to, like, several other, like, theme park meccas that I've never been to before. Before, like, you know, just, like, settling down at one particular theme park mecca, you know? Like, I've never been to LA. I know there's some good parks there. Disney, Universal, and, like... There's, like, some of the better, like, Six Flags there, right? Like, Magic Mountain. Magic Mountain is there? That's where Magic Mountain is? I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Knott's Berry Farm? I don't know if Knott's Berry Farm is great, but I've heard of it. And, you know, that kind of makes me think it might be worth a dig in the same way that, like, SeaWorld was when I went to Orlando 2 years ago and stayed with Cousin. You know, I think I would want to do that. I think I would want to do, I think I want to do Cedar Point. Maybe Kings Island as well. Maybe do those as a twofer. No, I think that, you know, those are things I should find time for in the next year or two. And I don't know if that would be later this year. In fact, actually, if I'm planning on buying a house in, like, the start of the year and looking in November, then yeah, I probably can't be gallivanting to California, like, you know, end of the year. No, probably stick close to home during those times. No. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, those guys are my friends. I like the Starship Mario enough. You know what, we were talking about, like, about iconic planetoids? The Mario head has got to be, like, probably the most iconic planetoid. Spaceship Mario. That's got to be the most iconic planetoid from this game. Without a doubt. Like, that's on the box art. Yeah? No? Yeah. Ooh, I remember this one being really fun. Right side down galaxy. This one's great. Yeah, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be great. And, you know, for both of those, I will have no glasses, so, you know, it'll be post-LASIK. So, such that, like how this one's all indoors. That's very cool, I think. You rock it right into the pipe. Good way to start a level. Makes sense, you know, you gotta rock it in somewhere, but it doesn't have to be outside. I'm looking forward to all that. Obviously, it'll be post-LASIK, which... Should I talk about the LASIK? I can talk about LASIK. Shit. LASIK, that's coming up, you know. LASIK is now in less than a week. Less than a week. Thursday. This Thursday, I'm going to be going under the laser. It's no-cut LASIK, so it will be a bit until I'm recovered, but guy's giving me a bunch of supplements that I need to start taking. He's giving me some routines to do, and a whole fuck ton of medicine that he says, you know, has proven... He has figured out, like, you know, it works well with his patients, is what he says. It's what he recommends and what he's found to, like, be most effective in, like, minimizing recovery time. Which sounds great. minimizing recovery time is excellent. Where is there? There were temporary power-ups in the first game, yes. Ooh, this is a bonus. If we fail this, we die, don't we? Well, let's see what happens. But we have 20 seconds. This is our last life. Oh, it goes through. It penetrates. We need a Hail Mary here. Hail Mary! Hail Mary! No! 1 box! Well, that's not a life. What do you think? Folks, what do you think? Does that count as a life? Does an attempt failed count as a life? I feel like... Here's my decision. Okay. I'm gonna be nice to me. If I don't die in an attempt, it counts if it's not the last life. If it is the last life, I get 1 more try. And if I fail the second try, that's it. How's that? Does that sound good? Let's do it that way. Come on, yes! Okay, good. Beautiful, okay. Are we happy with that? You know, I said life, so, you know, this is a gray area. And, you know, I'm happy. I'm fine with that. I think that is fair. I think that is good. Ah, that was fun. Should it be just 2 tries whenever per life? I feel like that's too generous. I feel like only for the last one. Maybe that's arbitrary. I'll allow myself 1 retry per thing. On the 3rd try, that would be a second life. So, free try, second try life, 3rd try life. Okay, okay. We'll treat them like minecart. Certain exceptions have been carved out in previous streams, like minecart levels that kill you in 1 hit. I got bonus heads for that, just because it's bullshit. We're gonna do this more like, you know, off-the-cuff style, you know? We're not gonna, like... I'm not gonna go like, oh... bonus heads. Oh, crap. This isn't set up where I can just pull up the 2 bonus heads on their own. You know. It's not set up where I can undo them easily. So, you know. If I had thought ahead, which maybe I should have done, I could have accounted for that, but I didn't, so, whatever. The cloud power-up is you know, what the kids call goated. This is a greatest of all time power-up. It is incredible. It is really good. I love the 3 platforms that you get with it. Really reminds me of, like, Squidder, right? Making platforms in a platformer. You know, making your own platform, being able to just do whatever. It's a little more loosey-goosey, this one, than Squidder. Squidder, you know, you have to place them down ahead of you. This one, you just jump and, you know, wherever you end up, that's where your platform goes. How do you get that? Doesn't matter. I don't need to get everything. We can just have fun and not worry. Again, we're on our last life. The stakes are high. The stakes are high. One death will put us down. And, no. Emphasis on death. You know, if it's not a death, well, we'll talk. But so long as it's a death, we got nothing to, you know, in which case, we can make all the rules we want. I hope no one feels cheated by this playthrough thing that I'm doing for fun, with arbitrary rules that are arbitrary. It's all a bit of fun. You know, it's the Mystery Science Theater thing. We should all just relax and, have a good time. I mean, that said, we should also play by the rules, where there are rules to play by, but where there's gray areas, you know, we can make calls on a call-by-call basis. Everything good? Everything, proceeding normal style? Yep, looks like no... There are a number of drop frames, actually, apparently, according to OBS. It account 0%, basically, on the whole. Only like 200 drop frames. But, didn't know that happened. Wonder what happened there with, that. Maybe the internet flickered or something. Last week, like a week or two ago, right after I finished the Star Fox Adventures stream, I think. Was it a different stream? Right after I finished the Star Fox Adventures finale, I think the power went out, like, literally minutes after I, ended and, you know, started wrapping up, which was, made me feel good insofar as, I didn't end up getting, fucked over by that, you know? I don't know why I mentioned that. Is it raining? It is sunny. Good, okay. Severe thunderstorm watch, remained until 10 p.m. Oh, okay. There is a thunderstorm watch. Regardless. Okay, we're gonna do... Okay, looks like... So wait, Fluffy Buff, is Fluffy Buff just one? Fluffy Buff is just one. We still have to get the second from Right Side Down Galaxy. And then, let's double back to the drilling one and get the last one there. And then we'll do the first boss, and that will refresh our things, if we can get there. We'll be playing it, we'll be cutting it really close, which is exactly what I want. I mean, I don't want to die, but you know what I mean. I want it to be tight. I want it to be close, you know. I'm more excited, more engaged the closer I am, you know, to, the ultimate punishment, playing another game that rules. You know, it's fun to have that tension, and the fact that, you know, the punishment is not a punishment, that just makes it better, you know. It's all in good fun, and, it's all just a fun challenge, you know? I don't know why I'm collecting coins. There's not coin stars in this game, are there? What is the point of coins besides just... Oh, well, it's... Fuck. Okay, good. We have 1 health. But fortunately, these coins replenish them. Great, okay. Whew. What was I saying about, like, tension and stuff? I like it. It feels good and makes me, like, real, like, you know... Makes me clench in a good way, you know? Makes me... It's a good clench. I feel like I've said several things that, like, if this was a Mario Maker playthrough stream, you know, that would be the title of the VOD. You know, that would be the title of the VOD, like, good clench. A good clench, you know, things like that. I said some stuff about missionary. I don't know, that probably wouldn't be good enough. That's too blue. But, like, there's been some good, there's been some good stuff being said. Which is ideal, you know? Like, hey, I hope that every stream has funny bits that I'm saying, like, mixed in. That's kind of, a big hope, you know? That's kind of like, the idea. How's the volume, by the way? The volume is still perfectly good during all that? Let me just check yourself. Yourself. That could be louder. Or could be... I could be louder. I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but, you know, I do like to be a little generous and make sure I have plenty of headroom as far as the difference between me and the background music goes. I can hear myself 90% well. Let me adjust. Little down. Yeah, that sounds good. One more. Okay. Yeah. Negative 24 decibels. And I'll adjust the hotkeys that I have later. I can't hear myself for this much longer. There we go. Happy with that? Let me know if you want it to be a little higher. No. Let me know. I'm gonna turn off my headset as well so I hear myself more acutely. Or that I hear the game a little more loudly. That way. Okay, can I adjust the details whilst all this crap plays out? Okay. Oh, it was set to negative 20. I thought it was supposed to be at negative 21. Hey, 06i. What do you think of this audio? Does this sound good? Let's go negative 22. Go a little bit, just a little bit lower. Yeah, it's hard to judge right now. See you later, Bowser. You have a good one. Enjoy that sub that got gifted to you yesterday. Hope that's nice. Pop it up by 1. There we go. Alright. It's nice in this game that it automatically saves without having to cursor around. Right, okay, so we have 1 life left. We did this over here, right? This is all the first world. Worlds in this are so massive, it's great. I mean, I guess how many stars have we gotten versus in this game versus the other one? I feel like we might have had more now over here than in the other game. Silver stars down deep. I'll say I would like to go into some anime tangents and maybe just like do a seasonal update. Not super detailed style, just like, hey, you know, here's, I'm still feeling super strong about these shows. This show I feel like maybe has fallen off a bit. I don't know about this one, you know, that sort of thing. But let's do that if we're able to get to World 2 here. Or if we die, we'll do it on the other end. You know, back in Galaxy 1. I think holding off on that a little bit makes sense. That just says careful. I knew that already. Oh, here we go. Looking for that the whole time. Very good. How's the volume? How's the sound right now? Like, test, test, test. Before, after, before, after. This all good? Yes, 100%. That's perfect. I think that's perfect. Y'all can correct me if you feel like. You know, maybe it could be... You know what? I'll give it one more decibel. We'll go 22. Negative 22. I really should consider doing some sort of, like, automatic volume adjustment situation. I just feel like, you know, if the volume goes down every time the music swells up, then you're not getting, like, the real experience. You know, the thing that I worry about is, like, oh, characters start talking, and then, like, the game song goes down. Like, that ain't right. It should be adjusted once for, like, the entire game, based on the average of that entire game. And, that's, as far as I'm aware, something that can only be done manually. You know what, let's just leave it as what I've set it to in, my, let's just leave it as is. Oh, did I edit the right one? I didn't check properly. I did edit the right one, right? The one that I'm going to be using? Shit, I edited the wrong one. Well. So, negative 23. Get that set up, and... Perfect. And then when we switch back and forth, it'll be automatically set properly. I am not, like, you know, second-guessing myself just because, like, oh, you know, should it be a little louder? Part of it is just, like, 23, huh? That's, not a round number. 22, that's even, I like that. 21, that's a multiple of 7. That's pretty cool. 23, that's prime. I don't know about that. That's nothing. That's not a thing, you know? Part of me is definitely thinking that, and I know that that part is, very silly. I know this, but, that is why that is part of why I'm second-guessing it. You always do +5? Well, it depends on the game. A 7 or a 3. So like odd numbers, you think? The one thing I won't do is 13. I won't do 13. 14 or 12 has to be one of those. 23, I don't have a rule against, but like, I don't know. It is an odd number. That's all. You know, with as drumstickable as these Joy-Cons are, you would think that Jungle Beat would have worked great on the Wii, or like bongo control games. They work terribly. Mario Party item prices are, say, 7 is even. What? They what? Say 7 is even. No. What? No, it isn't. This is like Arrested Development. There's a joke I was thinking about from Arrested Development the other day. Apropos of fucking nothing. Well, it wasn't. On the dump truck feature that Giant Bomb did, Dan Riker asked the question, I don't know why they're not priced 6 or 8. I don't have an answer for that. On Giant Bomb's dump truck, voicemail dump truck feature, Dan Riker had asked the question, are the Philippines and Filipinos connected? And, that made me think about, and then also he expressed surprise upon learning where the Philippines are. You know, not down South America way. And that made me think about, Job, getting confused about where, what is that country called next to Spain? Portugal. He got confused about where Portugal is. You know, there was a whole running joke in that episode where, like, maybe bought some plane tickets to Portugal. And she's like, you know, hey, if they don't find these plane tickets and realize I'm running away, maybe I really will go to South America. These say Portugal. That's right. Okay. And then another bit was, Job finds the tickets and he says, like, Michael, running down old South America way, huh? And then later he's chasing after Michael and he yells, I'm on to you, Michael! If you're heading to Portugal, it's due south! And then Michael looks back and goes, no it isn't! Not having the context of the running joke. Man, Arrested Development crafts some good jokes. People should watch all of Arrested Development, let me say. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. What is that? Is that Hand of God? No, I don't think so. That's the one where they go to the courthouse and they have the courthouse fight. Is that the one where they have the courthouse fight? I should watch Arrested Development again. I watched it a few years ago. That's just like an evergreen. You can watch that 100 times. You'll get new jokes every time. $7 or $10, you're going one cheaper or one more expensive? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. How's the volume right now, by the way? This is the volume to compare against. This is the music at its most swollen. It's most vertical. It's most, gorged. It is swelling up to great heights. Don't gesture. This is just going to cause you to shake. Gotta remember, no hand movements. I can check for myself. Oh, this is fine. I'm way louder. Okay. Give it one more. 22. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. This is more than good. Okay. Gobble gut dinner on. Don't forget to protect your belly bulges. Ah. This guy was... You know, I forgot this was in this game. A similar dragon appeared in Wonder, and I saw it and I was like, oh, Yoshi Story. I forgot that there was also a very similar dragon in this game. That's cool. This game has some good bosses. That train whistle is right out of Jungle Beat. Speaking of Jungle Beat, Jungle Beat has a lot of cases where just like enemies will go hoot hoot. It's like a gimmick of Jungle Beat right there. Lots of little connections between this game and that one. Most of which, you know, dissolved by the point of like Odyssey somehow, but they're very visible here. Yeah. Obviously it was the same team and all, so it makes sense. Or, you know, the same studio. I don't, you know, I say it's the same team. I don't want to imply, like, everyone, you know, there's continuity there between, like, all the same creative heads. You know, like, Odyssey was the same team, and presumably Bonanza is as well, but, you know, over the course of decades, people retire, they move on, they switch teams, they get hired, you know? A team can change a lot in 20 years. But, you know, shared DNA for sure. Clearly, by this point, there was still a lot of overlap in staff. I bet there should be, like, on video game websites with, like, staff and crew, can you, like, compare, like, one game's crew to another game's crew? You know, like, who worked on both of them, who didn't? Who joined for the first time here, who left between this and that. Hey, we beat the first boss. That means that we recharge our lives. Excellent. That was close. Exactly. That's perfect. I loved how close that was. Admittedly, we did make a napkin math rule to justify it. Which games are you comparing? Oh, like, you know, I'm sort of curious, like, how many people who worked on Jungle Beat were still around by the time of, like, Odyssey? How many people from Odyssey are still working on like, you know, Bonanza? It'd be cool to compare, like, game staff like that and get a, you know, an idea like how much turnover happened over that time period, or turnover like teams being split up, that sort of thing. I bet all the sites that manage this stuff are too shitty to manage to put together this sort of comparison, you know? Like, if you're talking like game wikis out there, you know, Giant Bomb still has a wiki, but, you know, the ones that people like actually keep updated are like weird piece of shits, you know? I probably shouldn't disparage I Am Internet Games database. I don't know if it's probably fine. A lot of those, like, fandom ones, though, are kind of crap. And I think I've been thinking about these days is, like, how sad it is that, like, a lot of the worst websites seem to have taken over as far as, like, internet minutia goes, right? Like, you know, they're your fandoms of the world, right? Your clickbaity news sites, you know? The site that bought bought Polygon. If you Google something, a lot of the time you get a result from one of their, like, one of their bullshit garbage sites, and that's just so sad. You know, once you realize, like, which ones are them. You know, like The Gamer and Slack News, and it's like, these are bullshit sites that put out slop. These are slop sites. When did search algorithms start surfacing slop above all else? I think that websites, that search algorithms should put non-slop first. It's a good idea, I think, isn't it? Isn't it? Hasn't been tried yet. They should try it. Make a search engine that ranks slop low. Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make sense? This is the money one. 70 coins. Okay, so that's how they do coin stars in this one. Instead of having, and maybe even the other one as well, I don't know, we haven't gotten there yet. Instead of having like bespoke coin stars. Well, actually, you know what? I'm remembering now. There is the purple coin challenges. So there's purple coin challenges, and there's also these guys, you know, there's both. So on one hand, you get like your bespoke coin hunts. On the other hand, like a timed coin challenge where there's 100 coins and sort of a race against the clock, you know. Oh, this is iconic. I feel like this sawmill bullshit is so iconic. To me, this is one of the coolest bits. Yes. Iconic Plantoid confirmed. I wasn't sure if this was 1 or 2, but, yeah, this is just moi. Chef's kiss. We'll do, I don't need a power-up. Why would you need a power-up? This is just a puzzle-solving thing. Unless this unlocks a boss fight, which it probably does. I'll say, I'll show off my, like, current work in progress, like, I have a list on my phone as far as anime goes that just lists out, like, okay, this is A tier, this is S tier, you know, etc. And throughout the season, I sort of, like, as I'm watching episodes, go, like, okay, this has to move up after this last episode ruled. This, I'm feeling more like a B. You know, maybe if there's a bad episode, I'm like, okay, I moved that down now. This goes down, etc., etc. And I sort of go like that until the season ends, and I finally have ultimate tier list. But this will be nice to do like a check-in, like a whole like, hey, here's where we're at. Just as a quick thing, not as a long thing, and certainly not an hour. You know, not a whole hour of just, here's what's up with anime, just like a minute. This game is really good. Ooh, you know what? That one down there, the waterfall. I remember the waterfall galaxy, whatever that's called, a whole bunch. That one with like the Yoshi, where you get the fruit and then you run around with Yoshi. That one's really good. First though, let me put this down for a second. Let me Ooh, good stream so far, folks. Pull up the iPhone, which has my anime power rankings on it. So, basically, a lot of the things that I thought were the best of the season pretty much continue being the best of the season. Witch Watch, Apocalypse Hotel, Rock is a Lady's Majesty, Zatsu Tabi, Go-Go Loser Ranger, Ani Shirley, Food for Soul. A lot of these are ones I called early. I will say that Ninja and Assassin, Food for Soul, and Mono have all proven themselves, and I think they are quite lovely, you know. Mono and Food for Soul are just like such good slice of lives that I couldn't help but move them up to S. And Ninja and Assassin is like the darkest gag anime I've ever seen. I love how willing it is to just kill off characters left and right with no remorse whatsoever. It's hilarious. It's so good. And the episode before last was like genuinely one of the best episodes all season with the robots. I can't believe how emotional that episode was. Holy shit. In A+, I have Shuinji Family Children, Cinderella Grey, Apothecary Diaries, Fire Force, MHA Vigilantes, Unaware Altier, and Gundam. I'll say that these are really fucking good too. What the fuck? These are A+. These are better than the rest of the things in A, but they're not quite S. You know, I feel like they're just short in most cases, just based on my feelings on them. And I do feel like in some cases, right, like they could get up to S by the end of the season. Like Apothecary Diaries, you know, was one of my favorite shows of 2 years ago. I feel like I feel like sometimes shows, you know, they're competing against new shows that are exciting and fresh. And also sometimes, you know, if you're unlucky, it's like you used to be the big dog on your day, like the best show on Friday, and then you enter the new season and you're on the same day as Rock is a Lady's Majesty and Ninja is an Assassin. That's Windbreaker. That's the story of Windbreaker, which I have put in A. That's why Windbreaker isn't even in A+ now. It's just it's suffering by comparison by the things it's compared against. Sword of the Demon Hunter, I feel like, has been a little mellow and a little mild since the first episode, which was explosive. So it's sort of fallen down from S to A, which, you know, it's still really good, to be clear, but, like, it's not quite as S-ranked as I thought it was. Summer Pockets is good. Boy-Girl Friendship is good. Catch Me at the Ballpark is good. Witch's Death is very good. Witch's Death is... maybe of these, like, the closest to jumping up is maybe Witch's Death. Like, that main character in Witch's Death is so funny and so charming. I love her. She has good faces and a good personality. And sometimes she acts really smug, and it's very funny. Country Bumpkin's okay. Kowloon has sort of gotten lost in the weeds. That's probably, like, the farthest one has fallen. Like, Kowloon really impressed me out the gate, but as it's gone on, it's sort of gotten lost in the weeds and sort of fallen down and down the rankings until it got to B. Moo Moo is just pretty mildly okay and good and fun. And Teoganya, I don't know, something about it doesn't quite click with me. I don't like how it's an isekai when it doesn't have to be. It could just not be an isekai. You don't have to have him be like, oh, I remember a past life vaguely. Rice balls. And it's just like, okay, dude. You know, what if it was something like, oh, I remember a past life. I wasn't Japanese, though. I was some other thing. You know, that at least would be a twist. I don't know. And Haren is kind of just north of mid. Just north of mid this season. Machina is pretty much slop. Gorilla God, that's C tier. And Two Perfect Saint, kind of a little bit mild. Kind of a little bit mild for its own good. And that's all the shows that I'm watching this season. Was that fast? I think that was fast. That's an anime check-in. That is an anime check-in. Let's continue the game. Of course, if you want to ask me any questions about any of these shows, go ahead. You know, hey, now's a good time for that. We can talk about that crap. We can talk about whatever. Oh, while I was talking, I meant to change the audio to be like, go to 22 rather than 23, but I forgot to do that, so now I have to just do it right now, and there I go. Perfect, okay. That's anime. I like a quick recap, I think, a lot more than I like just a 20-minute, like, digression, you know, or hell, a hour-long digression where, like, talking about the game goes on secondary, and we just focus on the thing. It's hard to schedule that too. And I feel like even if like I was talking about everything, every anime, because I was obliged to get through it in a timely manner, you know, an hour total, I was rushing through descriptions, not really giving my full thoughts, and it wasn't really the most detailed anyway. Oh, the music here is also great. This is good music. Is this one of the best Yoshi levels? One of the best Yoshi galaxies? I'll say I think this is iconic. Let's do it. That's a great waterfall. Oh, and I still haven't given those two shows that I heard about and I probably should give a shot a go. Lazarus and the one that was done in one. It's just hard to find time for trying out shows that, like, don't seem like the most important thing in the world on a day, right? Like, you know, Lazarus is dub only for, like, a month, so that was, like, a thing that made me, like, not start it up. And then the other one dropped all at once, so I was like, okay, well, I can't... If I start this, when I'm gonna finish it, doesn't quite compute. I still have to finish, I started Kill la Kill like a month ago, and watched through most of it in a weekend, and then got to the final arc, and then the anime started back up, and I was like, okay, well, I'm mostly watching the new anime. I need to finish that off. Uh-oh. 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 No saving it! This is iconic. It is also very hard. This is a good remix of that song. This is an S-tier galaxy. Let me stop so I can read the comment and reply to it. I just watched Reborn as a vending machine for summer. That was pretty good. I really love that show. I feel like it starts out stronger than it ended. But I think I did end up giving it S-tier. Giving it, like, all-time favorite status as a result, because it is kind of an amazing thing that they made that work as well as it did. Oh my god, I almost fell there. I almost didn't land. Careful now. I feel like the more it's about, like, adventuring and stuff, the less good it is, and the, you know, it should really be just like a like shopkeeper game, like a cookie clicker type game, but in the form of, like, you know, a game where you're like managing a shop or something. It should be that, but in anime form, where like the guy is managing his vending machine, he's buying upgrades as you do. He's buying upgrades for his equipment, and then being like, yeah, no, I can heat up soup now. I just got soup upgrades, so now I get a debuff to soup. I get a buff to flavor, you know. Well, this is such a short level, but it's so iconic. I forgot how short it was. Bye, Yoshi! He's fine. He landed on the ground. He landed on the ground down there. He's cool. He's not dead. This is fun. This is so much fun. I'm having a great time. I hope y'all are too. Man, Mario Galaxy, huh? Mario Galaxy 2, huh? Just a fucking hell of a game. I'm really liking it too. It really does feel like they put a lot more into each level, you know? Like in Mario Galaxy 1, there was a lot more reuse going on per level, you know? Every level had 3 in it by default, whereas now 2 is the usual amount. Oh, this will be the coin one. Should we try for the coin one? Let's try for the coin one. If we can't do it... Does it count as a life if we can't do it? Yes? Yes. Man, some of these... That's so debatable, but... I think I gotta say yes, because I said earlier, if I couldn't get enough things to activate the bonus thing, that would count as a life. So yes, it counts. Because I would have to die or exit the level to restart it. I think that's as good a logic, a good a rationale as any. I still need to finish off Korra as well. Nearly done with Korra. I talked about that last time and how much I was enjoying it. Yeah, it's a vibrant game. Those 3 coins could be very important. But that is not the way to get them. Oh good, they're not timer based. Safe landing, let's go. So yeah, I need to finish Korra. We'll probably do that in the next week. Probably... I could probably finish that tomorrow, honestly. Like, after birthday dinner with the family, you know. Family birthday dinner time. And, getting home from that. I could probably, like, crank through that whole rest of the season. I'll say, I don't know that if I said it in the last stream. And come to think of it, I think I totally, like, glazed over the thing about Book 4 that I find a little bit rough. I'm not a big fan of the recovery arc. The arc where Korra has to, like, you know... She's got... minor spoilers. Maybe it's not really minor spoilers, but she's got some brain poisoning. And, she's just, like, weak for a while until she gets the poison out of her. Which, you know, yeah, that makes sense, man. If you're poisoned, you're gonna act weak. It's not a character thing, it's a poison thing. I don't know, man. A lot of shows... When shows have, like, post-traumatic stress arcs where the characters are like, oh my god, I'm dealing with post-traumatic stress. In shows where, you know... Yeah, what's he saying? Here it's clear how important every coin is. How do you mean? Is there anything else down here? I mean, I can land on this dude. Get one more coin. I'm nowhere near 70. Okay, there's a coin. Oh, that's gonna expire by the time we're back up there. Okay, good, it came down to us. We got 27. We need 70, was it? Cash Yoshi. I don't like that arc as well. I feel like that's a hard type of arc to do well. Especially in a show where it's like, okay, you know, the characters running around, they're fighting like 12 different characters. You know, this is not their first rodeo, it's not their second rodeo. But they're just like so beaten up about it. It's like, man, I can't believe rodeos these days. It's like, isn't this your third rodeo? Wasn't that your third rodeo? You beat like the other guy and stuff. I mean, I guess they did. She did have trauma for that as well, but I don't know. Maybe if we do this, we'll get. Okay, yeah, these are coins. No! fuck? That Goomba straight up killed me. And also, I'm out of... Well... Fuck! Also, I started out without the coins that I need, so I would have to restart anyway. Let's return the map. I don't know if we... I don't know if we... Let's... That's optional. That's optional. That's a hidden one. I don't know about that. Hidden coins. If it's hidden, that's one thing. The mandatory ones for us is going to be anything that's not with a question mark on it. Am I splitting hairs now? Maybe. 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 But let's come back to that. I'm tired of that one now. I'm ready for a different level. I think bit-based ones and coin-based ones... Okay, the previous judgment was that if it's a bit in the overworld and we don't have enough bits or whatever, that's fine, you know? What can we do about that? A challenge in levels themselves? Not sure. Like, on one hand, it's kind of a coin star, and coin star is like... I wouldn't call that critical path, right? I would say that's pretty much a flex, if there was any, as these things go. But we'll see. We'll think about it. Supposed to kill these guys or the rocks or what's up? Jump on this guy and get up. Come on. Okay, there. It's so stressful when you're at 1 health and you have this gimmick hanging over you. It's good. I love it. I love the tension. I love the... It's thrilling, man. Oh my god. I cannot hide, like, how much I'm just thoroughly, like, activated by the danger of it, you know? It's delicious. What are we doing here? Are we killing off guys? We did the rocks. Do these ones. I guess we need to kill all of them. Ugh. What else is going on? Don't stretch! Don't stretch! It's dangerous to stretch! Was that me stretching? Or was that, like, an after-stretch shake? I don't know. But, it's hazardous to health. I could have saved it. I definitely could have saved it there. We have 1 life left. This gimmick is so good. We got, like, most of the world. And, you know, I think we have to do that coin. I think we have to do that coin, I think we do have to do that coin level. I think that, is mandatory. I'm gonna say we have to do it. So we got our work cut out for us. This 1 life has to last us. I'm happy. This is good. You know, not that it's not fun to play a game normal style if, like, lives are not that much of a big deal, you know? When I did Sonic Adventure 1, switching switching campaigns every 5 lives. It turned out that I was able to get through like half the campaigns on 5 lives, so it wasn't that scary, it turned out. But you know, regardless of like whether I'm able to do it, I do feel like when it's a closer thing, it's more thrilling and it's more exciting, and like, you know, it's like, I got it, that is good, this is a good fit. I guess one thing that we should discuss, like, is there other streams that we should do this with? Other games that we can do this? And my answer is yes. Absolutely. I think we should do Rayman Legend and Origins like this at some point. Eventually. That's one set of games. What else would really fit this format? Honestly, I for like this 4th of July streams, I did Mario World and Mario 3, but I did them any % style using whistles and shortcuts. I could do a all castles, all world run of both of those games with you know, with the gimmick, with this gimmick. Probably more games that could be done this way. And also, you know, there's been streams that aren't quite the same gimmick but are similar. Like that one time I did Simpsons Hit and Run, but if I died 5 times, it was over. That was a fun bit, a fun part of a larger stream. Was that also a birthday stream? That might have been a birthday stream from like 2012, 2022 or something. Or maybe 2021 even. Wait. I started streaming at the end of 2021, so 2022 was first birthday stream. Okay. I was thinking for a second, wait, it hasn't been 4 years since I've been streaming. Obviously not. No, it's been 3 years, 3.5. That guy makes funny noises. I wonder if, like, the vibrations of the vibrations of my controller are picking up. They're kind of loud. The Wiimote vibrations. We can talk about more games. You know, one thing I kind of wanted to touch on as far as topics tonight, I'll say I am raw dogging this insofar as I don't have cards, so it's all just, you know, whatever I want to talk about next. But I did try to think, like, okay, what are things we can talk about? And these subscription incentives, which I can show again real fast. Let me just, bam. These subscription incentives, of which we are at 4 away from the next one of. We already got Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color locked in. Conquer Live and Reloaded is next. We can talk about more of them. For example, we can talk about the next one that we haven't talked about, which is Donkey Kong Land. I like the Donkey Kong Land games, you know. I'll say, like, I didn't play them as a kid, you know, like, it wasn't until real late in life that I picked up those games, right? Like, I mean, I think I probably played them, like, after the era was over, right? Like, I, you know, maybe found a way. And then eventually I got them on 3DS Virtual Console, and that was fun. They're fun games to have on 3DS Virtual Console. And I think that's when I was really able to play through them. And they're just fun. You know, I give the first land a lot of credit for doing weird things, taking things in weird directions. But the second one is just solid, just a solid good game that follows the arc of the original DKC2, which is like, you know, literally my favorite game of all time, tied for with Odyssey, so, you know, can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that, but it's just a little bit more ho-hum than DKC2 as a result of being a little bit more of a retread. You know, a little bit more of a, you know, a little bit more of a retread, you know. 3 does a little bit more, and I like it a little bit more. They're solid games, and, you know, I have never played them on stream, and, you know, I think that, like, it's time to correct that, you know, that's why the incentive is there. I think that's a pretty good thing to correct. The one after that would be, Donkey Kong 64, and oh, buddy. I will say, oh, damn it. I need to stop. I will say, I did do part of a DK64 playthrough back in the day, back early in the stream's history before I was archiving streams, where I played through. You know that thing I said that Dan Reichert once did, where he switched back and forth between games, between the games in the 3D All-Stars collection, 3 stars at a time. I did that, but for Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and I did that for Tropical Freeze and DK64 once, which, you know, I guess, you know. I also did that in a way where I switched back and forth between every world, doing Returns and Super Paper Mario, again, in early day streams that weren't archived. We lost a coin. We lost 2 coins. Not sure if it matters. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, we got all but 2. Hopefully that's enough. Yoshi's scared animation is good. We didn't get all the coins there, This might be trouble. And also we have... How many do we have? We're 20 short. Okay, good. We can backtrack and get the ones we missed. Beautiful. Okay, good, we survived. Okay. I think there's more coins. More towards the star. And then we can backtrack accordingly. No coins yet. remember, we missed 4. So we're nowhere near that. And what? Okay. Is there a secret source of coins that I'm not realizing? The guy on top of the hill told me that I could see... Oh, 30! Okay. I thought we were going for 70. My god, I was, way over budgeting. You know what? I think there was a guy in a previous level who was like, I need 70. I was totally, I was confused there. Nice. Who the fuck are these guys? These are weird guys. Put these guys into Mario Kart World! Weird frog fuckers. Who are these frogs? Put them in Mario Kart! You get to be in Mario Kart! Do these frogs have a name? Someone, 06i, can you Google? Hang on. I can. Mario Galaxy 2 Frog. Kleptoad. They're called Kleptoads. They appeared in Mario Galaxy and what? Minecraft? Minecraft? Frogs are replaced by kleptoads. Okay, that makes sense. Kind of, yeah, they're kind of like coin coffers. Kind of a little bit like coin coffers. They're found in just this one world. And yeah, sure enough, there they are. They're in Minecraft as well. Huh. Go figure. Yeah, okay. I do think, you know, I don't think this is a hot take, but this game really does stop you to, like, show you some text a lot. You know, to be like, hey, you got a letter. Hey, there's a guy who wants to see you. Hey, what's up with this? What's up with that? You know, I can't help but think, like, man, Sunshine didn't stop me up this much. I mean, Sunshine would occasionally be like, hey, there's a guy over here. You should probably chase him. But then you could just be like, no, I'm not going to do that right now. And they'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to show you every time until you do, so, you know, you probably should. Like, that is one thing, objective style, that Galaxy, that Sunshine has on Galaxy. Objectively better in that respect. But yeah, no, seriously, nah, yeah, I can't, it's hard to argue objectively the Sunshine is better than Galaxy 1 or 2. Won't stop, you know, by all means, don't let that stop you, you know, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel, I get it. No, I feel similar. We did this last time, it's just for like a mushroom or something. Song ends. This is what we need coins. I believe this is where we need 70, so We need to get a lot. This last switch is just star bits. So we can move on. We can mosey. Stumps are nothing. I assume we can return here. Because there's clearly not... Unless this is inside. Oh, maybe you can get enough coins from here. Okay. Oh! We need 70 coins, folks. Okay, we got them all. That is not enough to do it. I don't think. That guy's asking for 70, right? No. Yeah, okay. Good performance, but we need a little more. Maybe that's There we go. What else is going on right now? I feel like I'm out of, off the dome topics. As, you know, as you get, like, how long have we been streaming? How long have we been going? As you might, low-key expect, like, what? We started at 4, it's about 9. 5 hours in? Okay, perfect, that was enough. Turns out one of the stumps did have what we needed. You can do TITS based on bits, right? Earlier, by the way, I'll say again, when I was feeding a previous hungry Luma, I suddenly had the idea of like, oh, that thing where people throw Pikmin at me. I say I suddenly have it. While I was feeding one of them, someone threw some Pikmin at me. I was like, oh, hey, that's well, that's just a, you know, what's the word for like a, that's like an alley-oop. That's just like a, that's just like a, like the gimme. That's, that idea is just right there. We eventually do more of this. We'll have that as an option, and that'll be fun. We can have some bit goals as well. Boom. This is a fun boss. Kind of nothing else to say, is there? Fun boss, get some bits. Got this. We do have to remember, and we do have to be careful not to lose, you know, our lives. Okay, come on, stop being sideways. It is interesting that it's based on the power-up, not like based on landing. I feel like some other games would have it be based on landing, but maybe those other games would only have like one platform. You know, maybe like if you could do it, you could keep on doing these without every time you landed. It'd be a little bit ridiculous. Okay, come on, dude. Stop being sideways. Yes! Whew. Last time I played Mario Galaxy 2 was shortly after I played Mario Galaxy 1 for the last time. I started into it, ended up sort of falling off. Not because it was bad, just because, you know... Well, I don't know. You know, I was playing other games at the time. I got the collection was out at the same time. I was probably still... Well, I guess I was done with Sunshine in 64. I finished all those games at the same time in the next game. Probably something came out, you know? That's kind of how it goes sometimes. I don't think it was a bad thing about it, but, you know, one can't help but notice that, like, oh, you go through the whole collection and play all of the new game, but not all of the, second... Play all the first game, but not all the second game. Which, you know, maybe more also could be a sign of just like, yeah, you know, after playing through one Galaxy game, a second one is just like, too much. I need a break, you know? We've got a lot of levels to do on one life. This is, delightful. This is great. I'll say again, we gotta do as many stars as we can do. We can't leave them behind. I mean, maybe it'd be more fun if we did. Maybe, hey, you know, like, okay, well, let's pick and choose. Oh, fuck me. I remember this star. This is motion controls. You know, Mario Galaxy is in a lot of ways like the reverse of Mario Sunshine, you know? A lot of people struggle with, like, most things in Mario Sunshine, and then they're like, okay, you know, here's the level that I like. The level where there's no bullshit, no jetpack, it's just platforming challenges. You know, actually, you know, there's some bullshit to it, you know, you gotta do the cubes and you walk on the cubes and all the... You know, it can be a little hard, but, like, it's good hard. It's what you're looking for. Whereas Mario Galaxy is like the opposite. It's like, it's 90% what you're looking for. And then it's just like, you know, you get some motion control stuff and it's just like, oh boy. This feels like shit. I don't like holding the controller like this. Well, let me do preset 3. Let me zoom out a little bit. That's good. Okay, now I'll hold it like this. You can see it. It won't be easy is what they say, so let's see if it's not easy. What did the balloons do? Oh, it's bits. Wonderful. Wonderful. Are those thorns bad? Well, I wouldn't know. I didn't hit them. Oh, I can fly upwards as well if I need height. Go down into the water. Okay. Easy. Easy. We got through 5 rings. Do you have to go through all the rings? Yes! Oh, you're welcome, Fluzzard. I'll see you in Mario Kart World, okay? Fluzzard's gotta be in Mario Kart World, right? Look, it's fucking Fluzzard. How can you argue with Fluzzard? And the gates are open as far as, like, Mario NPCs go. Like, Fluzzard? Fuck yeah. This guy, Lubba? Yeah. Put Lubba in there. Why wouldn't Lubba be in Mario Kart Worlds? Hey, Bucky Shot. We just did a motion control thing. You just missed a motion control thing. Ooh, but you know what? That's Cosmic Cave. You know what's even better than that? How far did you get in Galaxy 1? We got to the first level where, we got to the... You know, outside the second world, where there's the guy that you feed, like, a bit and you do a really hard level with the spider things and the blue stars? That whole business? I think that's a pretty iconic level, by the way. Let me just say. We got there, and turns out it's hard, so we didn't get through it. I think this one is, for me, S tier. This is I don't know if it's quite iconic, but like this is one of my favorites. I think I like this B level more than the other B level, actually. More than the first B level in, well, actually, that was in the other game, so, you know. That was the B level in Mario Galaxy 1. But, yeah. You hated that Spider Blue level? It's really hard. You know? I kinda was having a great time, though. Look, the closer this thing is to disaster, the more fun it is, you know? The higher the stakes get, the more fun I'm having, right? I'll admit, you know, fully admit, like, yeah, no, it's only an enhancer for me, the more danger there is. I think this level fucking rules, and for me, it's one of the levels I remember the most. Like, I like how it's one gigantic thing. It's honestly one of the more Jungle Beaty levels. This kind of reminds me of Jungle Beat in a lot of ways. I mean, it being mostly 2D is part of that, I think. Really cool. I don't quite know what else I can really point to as far as like where I get Jungle Beat vibes from, but I get Jungle Beat vibes from this. For sure. And I don't mean that as a bad thing, by the way. You know, I feel like Jungle Beat, you know, is kind of divisive at its time, and still, you know, even today, like I think it made a big mistake in like stripping out things like, you know, Diddy Kong and Cranky Kong and. No, there wasn't any of that in there, and that was a real bummer. But when Returns came out, and Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong and, you know, Cranky Kong and everyone was back, it's like, okay, all is forgiven. You weren't the way forward, you were just some weird side game, and, you know, I feel like there was no, like, no grudges, you know, no, like, Good. Nice of it to let me, survive there. No grudges were held. You know, I'll say even at the time, I think even then I played it and was like, you know, this is kind of fun. I could fuck with this. You know, I don't think I used those exact words. It was 2024. You know, I was 14. Not that I wasn't saying fuck, but the construction... That was when Jungle Beat came out, right? Like 2004? 2004. Is that when Jungle Beat came out? Someone can fact check me on that if they want. You don't have to, though. It was GameCube era, around there. Maybe 2005. Could have been 2005. You know, I was a teenager. I said fuck. For sure. You know. Like, to be clear, I don't believe that, like, one of the reasons I don't believe, like, my videos need to be, like, you know, age-gated or anything is because, like, yeah, no, I was absolutely saying worse things at age 15, right? Like, any high schooler says and hears worse things than what I say every day, or at least they should do. You know, you'd have to be a very uptight high schooler to avoid that, and run in a very uptight circle. You know? I basically think that, like, you know, if I were to rate my streams, I'd say, like, yeah, anyone middle school, older than middle school, can handle it. Anyone who's in high school is basically good to go. Like, for sure, without any question. And you know, I was definitely watching Sopranos at, like, age 13, so, like, you know, that's just general I'm talking about. As far as, like, individuals, like, do whatever the fuck you want to do, you know? That's down to the person. Down to the... I mean, I'd say down to the parent, but I really think it's down to the person. I don't think it's down to the parents. I think, like, at a certain point, you gotta go, like, okay, well, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna watch the stuff I want to watch. I want to watch Sopranos, I'm gonna watch Sopranos. You know, what the fuck? That's how it was for me. I imagine that's how it is. I mean, I'll see, you know, I'm an uncle now. I got a nephew. See how I feel about that as he, like, you know, grows up and shit. You know, in this one, I don't remember seeing a secret, which makes me think, like, should we, if we don't know where something is and we don't know what the goal is, should we have to go and find it? There's some gray area here to this mystery star shit, right? Like, I think if I know where it is, then we should do it. But if I don't know where it is, then that's just very debatable. If I don't know how to do it, also debatable. You know, I think maybe this is a thing where it's like, okay, for this early game, we gotta keep things, we gotta do more things. We gotta, like, not avoid the challenging bullshit, you know, because otherwise, you know, we'll just, like, breeze through. We could probably just go to the boss right now if we want to. We might breeze through altogether too easily if we don't do things. You know what I'll say? I'll say... I feel like this is a dangerous precedent to set, but maybe I play through it one more time looking for secrets, and if I can't find it, that's a life. Is that fair? Is that a good idea? I really don't know. I mean, I don't think this needs to be a 100% playthrough. Let me be clear. Like, I feel like we just... I feel like, you know, we're obviously not going to get through both of these games, like, 100% tonight. We're not even going to finish both of them tonight, but, like, you know, if I did a second stream, the goal would be second, third stream of this, which I think I want to do. I think I want to continue it sometime in the future. The goal would be just to get to the end of the game. The goal would not be to, like, 100%. You know. So at some point, we gotta start, like, just looking at mainline ones and, you know, comments and optional ones just strictly when we can get away with doing them. You know, and based on whims. Like, if I can figure out how to do it is such a thing, because, like, what if a coin challenge is really hard and, like, I just can't find the coins no matter how hard I look. That's awkward. Speaking of, how many coins does this guy want? $15, that's not very many at all. We'll do this guy, yeah. I think... Here's what I'll say. I do want to continue doing optional... I'll say this. Optional things based on star shards. If we have the shards to do them, they are mandatory. We have to do them. Hidden stars... Stars that involve challenges like this. I think we should do them for this world, and then World 3 and on, we can start picking and choosing our battles. How about that? How's that sound for a situation? How's that sound for a plan? More levels is good. More levels means we have more chance to die. We have more chance to, And I'll say we should look through that level once just to see if we can get it. And, see if we can find the bonus. But, you know... I'll say... Should that count as a life? It'd be more interesting if it did. Definitely would be more interesting if it did. With this, it's weird because even if we ended up like, you know... We ended up like not being able to do that coin star, we could just do the other stars right now and it'd be fine. The other star. Singular. Or maybe, like, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to, like, backtrack. This is a new area, isn't it? I'm not backtracking. This is forward tracking. Let's go do the thing. Boy, I love the shake. I'm so glad that motion controls are only a thing in one of these two because I'm playing the other one on Switch. It would be a whole exercise to have to shake for an entire stream on both sides. I'll say again, you know, I'm thinking about Extra Life and thinking about doing Connect. Would y'all be into that? I feel like the Kinect and Kinect games are very funny to watch insofar as being like terrible, funny pieces of shit. Oh, I need one fucking more coin. God damn it. Ah! 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 Oh no! Thank you for throwing things at me. I love it when that happens. Well, that's cool. And there's some coins for us. Perfect. What else is there to discuss? Really excited about Bonanza. I feel like, you know... Switch 2 discussion. I'll say this. Let me say this. I feel like Switch 2 discussion has become like the anime discussion insofar as like every stream for the last month ends up pivoting to it at some point because like, yeah, no, that's the hot, exciting thing that's happening right now. The Nintendo Switch 2. Let's get this motherfucker. Smug git. Thinks he can run away. He might be right. Do I need to, like, take shortcuts or something? What's the P switch do? We should find out what this does. Maybe this will restrain. Oh! No! Remember, we have one life left. It's a whole gimmick this stream. If I lose that one life, we have to move to the next game. We did back to Mario Maker, or back to Mario Galaxy 1. We didn't die. From 2 to 1, you know. We didn't die. It's not a problem. Let's go. I love this gimmick. I love this gimmick. This is my favorite gimmick. One of my favorite gimmicks. I'm in the mood to go back and do that other level now. I wanna look and see if we can find that thing. I'll say for this world we have to get everything that's like obvious to us. Oh, okay, we have to do 2 more on that one. We have to do everything that's obvious to us, right? But we can skip these going forward. If Mystery Stars World 3 and on, we'll skip them. But for now, let's try to be observant and try to find it. And I think I have to count it as a loss if I can't find it. You know, if I get to the end here and it's like, oh, here's the end of the level, crap, no coin guy, no bit guy, no star bit guy, no whatever else the bonus would be, a pipe. And we have to, like, double back. Interesting that there's rain here. This would prevent you from taking this back. Guess that's their way of making it so that you can't be B here. That would be my first suspicion. It would be like, okay, you gotta fly up over here. Guess that's just not it. Maybe if I... Oh, hang on. There's, like, some stuff there. This is very suspicious. Yes! There it is! Perfect! We found it. Let's fucking go. I love finding hidden stars, to be clear. Like, that's great, you know? I love in DKC 2 and 3 when you have to find the bonus things. Not that, you know, I know where they are. I know where they are. It's not a mystery to me anymore. I like searching through levels to find things. To be sure. But, you know, in this case it's stressful because there's stakes, you know. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I don't want to do those. I hate those. I hate looking for things. Like, no, man. Absolutely not. I love looking for things. But we gotta pick our battles. And we can't pick the battle of scouring one level. It's not a battle we can win. Well, it is a battle we can win. It's not a sustainable battle. It's 9:22, 24. I should read what I'm looking at more closely for announcing what it says incorrectly. About 9:30. Nearly 9:30. That's right, I found it. This game rules. I feel like just like, you know, just by virtue of being first, Galaxy 1 is a lot more iconic. But this game is just like, you know, a solid iteration, you know? Like, if you're talking about the best sequels of all time, where it's just like, okay... I would put this similar to, like, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, where it's like, okay, it's not like a completely new idea, it's pretty much a lot of more of the same, but it has a few really nice new ideas, and also, it has a few nice new ideas, and also... What's the end of this thoughts? It has a few nice new ideas, some really good execution, and also sometimes more of the same is exactly what you want. You know? Like, yeah, more of the same of a phenomenon? Why not? Let's ice skate. We need to go over there and get the thing. I feel like Beach Bowl Galaxy is an iconic one. That's in the first game. That's like the iconic like water level I feel like in these games, in these two. I like the part where you go up top, you blast somewhere, and then you avoid swamps for a bit. This game's full of these games are full of fun bits and fun sequences and tasty morsels of gameplay. Oh, oopsie daisy. Okay. Good. Yeah, I'll say again right now. Let me take off my headphones for a second. I'm getting get some air real fast. Ooh. Got a haircut last weekend. I don't know if you noticed. It's a lot less shaggy than it was last week. A week ago. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah. I'm still thinking about that the retro the retro handhelds that they got out there. Thinking about the I believe the one that I want is the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. That's good. I looked up when the Flip 1 was, and apparently that was like 2 years ago, so I guess if I waited for the Flip 3, it would be like a year from now. Or I could wait until someone else does the same thing, but better, which, is possible. It seems like every week there's a new retro handheld around, and people are saying it's great. Not to say that I've been looking at this thing pretty seriously and thinking like, oh, I want it. But I also know that people have been saying there's some downsides, like apparently the fan is pretty noisy on this thing. It can get a little hot. Some people don't love the ergonomics. Like, it seems a little mixed. It seems like they like it better than the other devices by Retroid, like the ones that are, Switch style. Like Game Boy Advance original style, long style. They like it better than those ones, but not as good as, like, they would want. Not optimum. Which does make me go like, maybe I should wait. With the Switch 2, is now the time to be jumping in on retro consoles. But also, I can't help but think like, I don't know what the world's gonna be like in 5 years. Maybe this crap goes away and, like, becomes non-viable because suddenly there's a 200% tariff on all of these things. And, like, it's a functionally an infinite tariff. And, like, should that go back into place, like, these things might go off the market. At which point, like, I missed the boat. Like everyone else, I am low-key, like, panicking a little bit as I think about what's going on in the world and thinking, like, now's the time to buy, now's the time to buy, now's the time to buy. If there's a time to buy, it's right now. Not later, now. And $200, that's a pretty good fucking deal for something that can run Switch games, some Switch games. And, if it can run some Switch games, then every GameCube game's gotta be like a no question, right? Like, Wii games as well, like, no question. Wii U even is on the table and is like doable by this thing. And it has a beautiful OLED screen. And the more I think about it, the more I go like, God damn. This is very... by the way, this is very... Another part that is very... Let me put my headphones back on. Don't pay attention. We gotta pay attention here, folks. This is, by the way... I don't know if you know this. Maybe this won't be a surprise. Maybe this is a surprise. I don't know. Hey, this is another section that's very much right out of Mario, right out of Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. This section here, with, like, floating blocks of water. They're jelly in Jungle Beat, I'll say. Floating jelly, but this is like... exact. You know, people always talk about how the Mario team, right? They did Jungle Beats, then they did Galaxy, and they think about like a through line between those two games. But now that I think about it, that means that the team that made Sunshine made you know, Jungle Beat. I've never thought about those two having a connection, but I guess they do as well. I did almost fall into that black hole, yes. That would have been a foolish way to lose my last life. It's been a while since I showed those that handheld that I've been looking at. Let me put that on screen again. And by put it on screen, I mean just like show my phone. Is this still going? Let me see. Oh, hang on, my phone disconnected. From the gimmick, you know, from the computer, where I can capture it. There we go. Looking at this thing, the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 handheld. I don't know the difference between those two, but I guess I'll take the one that's better. And also, GameCube or 16-bit. I'm going back and forth in my head between these two, and also not buying it at all, and just going like, man, these are both really, really slick pieces of kit. You know, I would like to have one of these a lot, I think. And if I could use it as a, like, cloud streaming thing for the Xbox games that are currently, like, TV only, that would be even better. That would be so good. What color do y'all think? Comments, chat, if you have a preference between GameCube and the other one. Or if you like black or transparent green, that's also an option. Those are, I don't know, too basic. I want either one or the other. I'm leaning towards SNES, I think. I think I'm leaning towards SNES. But also, purple is just very, very handsome on a handheld, I think. You know, I think of the GBA, SP, and I think, I guess there's purple on both of them, you know? There's purple on the, there's purple on the buttons of the SNES one as well. I think, like, the only... One thing that I'm, like, not sure about as far as the GameCube one goes is that since it's since the green and the red buttons are based on the button labels, and the button labels are based on Nintendo, the green button is on the right and the red button is on the left, or is on the bottom. I feel like red button should be on the left and green button should be on the right. Or on the bottom, you know. Similar to, like, how it would be on a GameCube controller. Right? Like, the button layout is not very GameCube. Which, you know, and it is, conversely, very, 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 very SNES. So... yeah. I'll think about that, you know. I'll say, like, the more subs I get, the more subs we get here tonight, the more likely I'll be like, yeah, let's do it, let's go. You know, though I might just say, let's do it, let's go in any case. I'll say, by the way, you know, I'll say, as far as subs and stuff go, you know, I appreciate all the support, and I've spent a good amount of money on, like, various amounts of various equipment for this channel, for this stream, you know. From capture cards to, like, you know, multiple stream decks to all sorts of crap. Where, like, honestly, I would be surprised if this channel ever broke even as far as like, you know, that stuff goes. I'll say also, I'm always interested in buying new things. You know, it's not really an investment so much as it is just like, I like to have new things. I like to have really good things. If there's a piece of stream tech that I see and I think it would, I would like it, I will absolutely pick it up. You know, like I will absolutely like set up a big elaborate setup, no matter the cost and no matter like the hopes of recouping. But like, you know, the more support I have from y'all, the happier I will be. And the more likely I will be to do the thing. And get stuff. What was the last big stuff I got for the channel? I bought that software to get the phone on the screen. I bought a license for that was permanent style. So that was probably one of the more recent things. I bought a license to a piece of software that can split VODs into two. That was the other day, actually. That was just a few days ago. Shout out to, what's it called? Shout out to, named after, like, the Bandicoots or something. Bandicut. That piece of editing software seems really good. And I happily bought it after I realized it could split a 10-hour VOD in like 4 minutes. Like, basically as long as it takes to copy the files from one place to another, essentially, is how long it takes to split up 2 VODs into one, which is two archived VODs into one, which is just downright incredible. If I ever need to append a video into another video, like, these tools will make it literally a matter of minutes before I can get that up, which is just lovely, you know. Y'all support makes me feel good, helps with the bottom line there. I'll say, like, I'm doing all right, you know. But I appreciate it, and you know, and I'm, you know, more than happy to give you all the perks that's are due to you. You know, the perks that are due in the viewer levels. Love that. Any other perks, etc., etc. Anywho, let's do this. This is it. I'm pretty sure that would only take a heart. So not like an instant death or anything. But still scary. If we get through this, we can recharge our lives. At which point, like, man, maybe the mercy rule will come into play. This game has been really fraught, really tight. Hey, there's a subscription. Thank you, Trainer Derek. Thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Hell yeah. That is a tip for all of y'all, by the way. If you have Amazon Prime and, you know, say you're watching on YouTube and you have Amazon Prime, did you know that you have a free Twitch subscription that you could give someone once a month? It's good to give that to someone once a month. Doesn't have to be me, but hey, you know, that would help us reach Conker's Bad Fur Day, which again is the next goal that might Conker's Live and Reloaded. Bad Fur Day is already locked in. That one will be done. But we might also have to do Live and Reloaded, and we will if we get 3 more subs tonight. Let's go. I'll say, you know, part of why I like these incremental sub goals is it makes every sub important, you know? It's not that we're looking at this and going like, man, we'll never get to 20. It's like, we're not going to 20, we're going to 10. And then we hit that, we're going to 15. And then we hit that, we're going to, you know, 20, the number that's after 15. And in that way, like, you know, whichever one we don't hit, it's fine, you know, we hit a bunch of other ones. We hit 1 or 2 or 3 other ones. And if anyone wants to get crazy, you know, wants to make me play Sonic 06, if anyone wants to make me play Sonic 06, that's at 50. That's the strap. I died! I didn't know that was an instant death. I didn't know that was an instant death. That was the last. That's the last life. A fitting end indeed. Yes, I was plugging the sub goal. I was distracted. Honestly, I probably would have died to that either way. I didn't know that it was dangerous. Let me, I gotta turn on the switch. The switch turned off by itself. 1 second. Wait, is there, I think I heard at some point there's a way to turn on the switch without standing up using, can you turn on a switch using a Pro controller? Is that a thing? Tell me how to do that next time it's important, okay? That would save me having to stand up. There is a way? Well, you're gonna have to tell me next time, but, let me just remote, here's the remote. Just click a button. Is it that simple? Or home button? Oh, that does sound simple. Oh, hide the HDMI. Change the game to Galaxy 2. Hit A button so we launch back into the game. Press and hold home. Okay. All right, good. Okay. All right, we're back in Mario Galaxy 1. The volume is back to where it was in Mario Galaxy 1, so it might be slightly different from how it was in the last game. I mean, it's adjusted. It's adjusted to a certain decibel level that's different from Galaxy 2. Let me make sure that we're on the right game and all that. And, yeah, I think we're good to go, right? We're good to go? Oh, and the sub thing moved as well, so you see now it's a slightly different size and a slightly different position. Let's go, and we're continuing from where we left off. It is Mario Galaxy 1 time, continuing on this really hard level. We have, 5 tries again. We're back up to 5 tries. That's right, we refreshed the lives. There we go. And, this is a difficult level, but a doable one. Let's do it in one, and then we can get through the rest of the world. We were almost done with the second world of this game, for what it's worth. There we go. That's what we wanted to happen last time. To think, if we hadn't had this happen last time, we maybe could have just plowed right on. Maybe even finished the game. I don't know. I mean, I'll say, last time we were here, we had a mercy rule. We had a mercy rule in Mario Galaxy 1, wherein if we got to 35 stars, we would switch to the other game. Right? And that's on account of, that's the age that I am. That mercy rule is off. We're allowed to just keep on going and going as far as we can. Though, then again, if it happened to be 35 in both games around the same, you know, if that happened to be a good length for the stream, that wouldn't be a bad place to end, you know? That would be serendipitous, as they say. We still got, like, 2 levels of Battle Rock. Let's go. That might be serendipitous, honestly, for what it's worth. But all that to say that, I don't know where I was going with that thought. Yeah. Let's go. I'm excited for pre-orders on the Switch too. I'm excited for pre-order day. We're gonna start into another random topic now. Though if anyone else has a random topic they want me to talk about, you know, whenever it's good. You know, what the fuck. I'm really looking forward to the pre-order night, you know. I'm thinking, you know, I went in person, right? The night that the day that they did pre-orders in person. I had a lovely time talking to everyone who showed up for the thing. How early are you going? I was thinking just like right after work. I was thinking just like, you know, have dinner, 5 or 6 o'clock, go to the GameStop, you know, spend a good 5 hours there, like hanging out with the other folks. That's about as long as I spent, like, that's probably a smarter thing 10 minutes before. I would like to be first in line, is what I'm thinking. And if I'm first in line, I can get back home faster. And, like, I can get back home faster and start the stream sooner. And we'll do an unboxing and all that, and then we'll try to download stuff, and maybe that'll be hard. That might be hard. We'll see about that, you know? Oh, I know this one. This is a challenge thing. I said earlier, for challenge things like this, we get 1 try for free, and then the second try costs us lives, okay? So you know, we get a free try, but we do have to take the second try if we take the first try. We can't walk away and be like, okay, we were safe. We didn't lose a life there. And also, after we do the first, we get the first freebie, we don't get another one. So, you know, once it's over, it's over. Once we've had our day in court, we're just on our own. Good shit. Alright, I think I did it. I think that's it. Yeah! That one's maybe not the hardest one, you know. I'm sure there's harder ones later. I'll use the same rule that we did in the other place in here. After this world, the optional ones will not be required. Other than the ones that are unlocked using star bits, and only if we have enough. If we have enough star bits to unlock a level, it is necessary. But if we don't, you know, what can we do? Right? And eventually, like, optional ones, not strictly necessary, but for now, if we can do them, we should do them. Oh, and comets. If a comet appears, I think we should do it. If a comet appears on the world that we're working on, we should do it. Okay, that all sound reasonable, that all sound good. These are rules to make sure that I don't, like, cheese dick this and just say, like, oh, I'm not gonna play the hard levels, I'm gonna play the easy levels, and then I'm never gonna die. Like, nope, nope, nope. Gotta go play that level. You gotta do the thing. There's no getting out of it, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna go real fucking early. I'm gonna go as early as, humanly possible, and I'm gonna hang out there. I'm gonna chat with the folks. Really, I had a really great time talking to, like, the first guy that was there. You know, it was just, like, 2 of us from, like... I went to the GameStop real fucking early. I couldn't sleep. I was like, okay. I went, like, at... The GameStop opened at noon. I got there at 6. And, you know, they didn't sell out when the store opened. Fuck. Can I just get out of here? That pipe will take me out of there. That's good. I got there real damn early, you know? Too early, really. There was no need to be that early, considering that there were not that many people there, but I thought it was fun to be the first one in line, and, like, you know... Talking to the guy there that was, like, the second in line who appeared literally as I was getting out of my car. We were pulling in at the same time. And we just chatted for a couple hours, and then like you know, like, for like an hour maybe, then a second guy showed up, and then a third, and it was very chill and fun. Like, man, you know, I've heard other people say like, oh yeah, it's so nostalgic, and I 100% agree. except that I can't remember, like, the last time... I don't remember the last time I did a GameStop pre-order being this revelatory. All I remember about the last time I did a pre-stop pre-order is that one guy was vaping, and I was like, well, it's not nicotine, is it? And he's like, yes, it's nicotine. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that about vaping. I guess there's a secondhand situation here, then. Weird. What's the point of vaping if it's still nicotine? I don't understand that. That's my big memory from Switch 1, like, midnight release. Not to say it's bad, you know, not to say I you know, sure it was a perfectly fine night where I got like one of the best consoles in years, but you know what I'm saying, right? I reckon I'll show up real early. I'll chat with the guys. And, like, you know, maybe this time I'll actually tell them, like, oh, hey, by the way, I do Twitch streams if you want to, like, tune in. You know, if you enjoyed this conversation so much that you would like to hear me every week, that can be arranged, you know. Like, I am out there, actually. I mean, I think I do have to say something like that because, like, you know, if the idea gets out, like, okay, you know, after this, let's play some Mario Kart, you know, let's all go home and play some Mario Kart, like, ring me up with the voice chat. It's like, man, I'm going to be live on air. I can't do that. Let me tell you, let me give you warning. Like, if you call me, if I call you, right, please do understand you will be on air, you know? How many people will be watching versus, like, busy with their own Switch 2s, like, who fucking knows? But, like, the VOD will be there forever. Assuming YouTube doesn't die. That'll be great. That's gonna be so good. I'm looking forward to that night and really just hoping that the download situation works. I saw Game Mess Mornings did a poll, that being the show of Giant Bombs. Uh-oh. Game Mess Mornings is Giant Bomb's news show, and they did a poll about, like, oh, do you have a midnight release? Are you going to a midnight release? And apparently, like, the answer was 90% no, 10% yes. Which makes me think, like, you know, as worried as we should be about, like, day one of a hardware, you know, release, about the networks getting slammed, keep in mind, we're probably talking about, like, 10% of the Switch 2s that will be sold on day one, right? So we should be good night one to download as much as we want. What do you think? You think that'll be a problem? I'm cautiously optimistic. I feel like, given that, you know, most people won't have it night one, I feel like it's not going to be a problem. I think we're gonna get our Switch 2s, we're gonna download our crap, and maybe when we try again the next day, it'll be a problem. But night one, I think it's gonna be good. You have a screen protector for the Switch 2, wondering if it's good to get it on as soon as it's unboxed? I don't do screen protectors myself, like, in general. Like, I don't know if you've ever noticed my phone is just a naked phone, you know? It's, I don't put a protector on it or nothing. So, I am not the one to ask about that, I'll say. Like, I am rolling raw dog on all my technology. Right, I am raw dogging it all the way. Like, for sure, like, not even a conversation for me, just like, no, yeah, I'm raw dogging. I would need a really good feature to not raw dog it. You know, I would need the case to, like, I don't know. I mean, cases now, they have, like, batteries and wallets built in sometimes, right? That's pretty cool. And also, it kind of flattens out the phone bump a little bit. There's arguments to be made for a phone case now. You know, it's possible I might be convinced of a phone case, but not for the reasons of protection, I'll say. Not a fan of screen protectors on phones. Yeah, or cases. I don't do either, so, you know, I'm not the one to ask. I think... Did I just miss? I missed! Oh. Oh, good. Oh, good. We get another try. Good, good, good. And a third try. Lovely. Okay. I was so scared. Like the guy on Nathan For You who drank his grandson's pee. I was scared. That's a reference to something I mentioned yesterday. That I will not Google Nathan For You gas rebate. Put that into YouTube. That's a very funny clip of that show. I need to watch all of that show. I watched a few like 10-minute clips of that show like before bed last night, you know, interspersed with other random YouTube channels like reviews of the Retroid Pocket Flip and like reviews of the Retroid Rocket Flip, biology. I could look at my YouTube history. Feel like that's not a thing you want to show on screen. Your on stream, your YouTube watch list. But you know, watch some more of that. I should just watch the whole series, shouldn't I? Like start to finish. Like I watched. What clips did I watch? I watched the one where it was about a guy zone for a clothing shop that's geared towards women, a guy room, which was marvelously awkward. That, you know, Nathan Fielder, he sure has a style, and sure enough, his style is his style. He has a bit, you know. And I think I watched part of another one. I forget which. I forget what the gimmick was. What the business was. Oh, it was the toys where you're not babies. I wasn't really feeling that one as much, and I was tired. And it was like, I'll say like I stayed up really late. It was probably like 6 a.m. and I was just like, okay, it's time to sleep. And I'll wake up at noon, and I'll have some breakfast, and then I'll go to bed for a couple more hours before the stream. And, you know, I'll go from there. You know, through doing that, I was able to have like a breakfast, sort of a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'll say I had a breakfast. I went back to sleep. Then I got up and I had some macaroni and cheese. And then I, after watching some anime, had some more food. I tried watching this. I was so behind a little bit, you know? It turns out that when you try to watch 2 episodes of Slice of Life anime and, you know, set up the stream and get the food eaten, you know, I realized that, like, okay, well, and mac and cheese as well. I realized that I had to just, you know, eat my food whilst watching the second show, which I don't usually do. I mean, I eat ice cream sometimes when watching, but I usually do that on the couch, not on the, at the, table. Wasn't bad, though. I know, this is riveting conversation. I ate at a table for the first time, and or first time while watching subtitled anime, and I think I liked it. I think I liked it. Potential time saver. Watch while eating. What else is interesting? What else is going on? Let's just relax a little bit and just enjoy the game. This game rules, and we should appreciate it and enjoy it. We should probably remember that probably if we get crushed, we're probably dead. So probably don't land on it. They got this stuff in, did I eat spaghetti? No, I didn't make spaghetti this week. If I did, I would have. And it would have been smart because, you know, spaghetti is so filling. I've said before, spaghetti is so filling. It makes sense to do before a 10-hour stream. I just had leftovers from my family, you know. I go over to my folks every week and hang out and stuff and, you know, have dinner. And usually my ma gives me leftovers. And I didn't eat all of them this week, so I figured like, oh shit, I should eat one more today. I think I still have some chicken in the fridge. I could take a break and have a second dinner if I got really, really hungry, but I'm pretty good at going the distance with these long streams. I can go without a break, you know. It's been, what, it's 10 o'clock. We started at 4. It's been 6 hours. I haven't been to the bathroom, you know. We'll see if we can get all the way to 2 a.m. without going to the bathroom. Or taking like a concerted food break. I was hoping that the mac and cheese would help tide me over, you know? I got kind of a lunch, and I got kind of a dinner. You know, it's kind of an early dinner, but, you know, it's food. It's food. Spaghetti is so good. Spaghetti is so good. I'll tell you one thing my ma sometimes has made in the past that I hope that she makes sometime soon. I'm gonna ask her to make it. Maybe she will during the whole shore vacation. But one thing she's done before is like, there's these pasta shells that are like this big, like maybe this big, maybe this big. You know, these like shells where you get these pasta shells and you fill them full of like spinach and tomato stuff and cheese, and they're just delicious. I haven't had those in years, and that's kind of what I... Apparently, you know, I'll say, like, I sent a text message, like, a month ago saying, like, you know, this is what I want for birthday dinner, and I probably should have mentioned that, like, more recently than a month ago, apparently, because I was too late this time to get that request in. I was not thinking about that, but, you know, there's plenty of times in the future to have shells. Shells are so good. I like shells. I like, as far as foods I don't have that often, corned beef. Corned beef is really good. I love the fatty little chunks on the end of the beef, you know, and it's tasty as well, you know, even outside of the fatty parts. Talking about food, and I'm sort of salivating a little bit. Maybe we should find a different topic. I wonder how canceling pre-orders works for Walmart. I'm still not sure, like, what the plan will be, like, when I get the Switch 2, right? That's the first life. We died on this, on, you know... Dying again on this is, Come on. Oh, no! That's not right. That was a weird yelp. Why did I say it? Why did I yell that like that? Yeah, what the fuck? If you could get these gravity wall situation in Mario Maker, my god, I don't know what that would be like. That would be incredible. Like, you know, this game and Mario Odyssey as well, like, their 2D sections are fun, but they're sort of just fun in the way of a diversion, you know? They're not, like, fun in the way of a full game. Like, if you got this into an actual 2D platformer that felt like, you know, like Butter, or is Butter good? I think Butter is good. That felt like really sublimely good to play, had perfect handling, then, like, I just jumped right off the cliff. I am really trying to just see if I can get, if I can fail this level. Really, just, this could, you know, I've said before, it is known that, like, when we finish this level, our lives refresh, so, like, you know, we'll be able to do, we'll be good soon, but, like, playing with fire here, really tempting fate. Super Mario 1 would be quick and snappy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all the themes are quick and snappy. All 5 of the themes are quick and snappy. If they had a 6th theme, it would be quick and snappy. Like, no matter what theme, it would feel better than this game. You know, because 2D isn't its strong suit, isn't like what it's trying to do. It was more of a novelty when this game had 2D sections. Like, holy shit, 2D? Wow. You know, it didn't have to be like... You know, it didn't have to feel as good as like Mario Wonder, let's say, for sake of example. It just had to be cool and good, and it's cool and good. You know? There's a lot of things I would add to Mario Maker 3. You know, I feel like it's come up enough times that I have like a laundry list, but maybe, you know, I don't really do like this bespoke kind of content where it's like, you know, not like a Twitch stream, you know. But maybe we could do... There's a lot of cool ways to do content, right? Or do like top 5 lists, you know, or just like, here's like a wish list. You know, people sometimes do streams of like... It'd be cool at some point to make like an official list or like a proper enumerated list of everything I would be looking for from Mario Maker. Mario Maker 3. And then like have that on hand as like a bingo. So if anytime they announce Mario Maker 3, we could watch the trailer and be like, okay, do we have bingo? Would that be fun? That sounds really fun. We should do that sometime. We should set up Mario Maker 3 bingo. Remind me, in a month, Mario Maker 3 wish list bingo. Set that up. Okay, we should do that. We should get like a wish list together. You know, we should make a whole Google document, and I'm gonna petition chat for ideas as well during that. I don't know. Would y'all be down for that? Even if it delays viewer levels by a bit? Would y'all be down for that? Should we do that? When should we do that? Should we do that during the viewer levels? Before the viewer levels? What do you think? Any feedback on that whatsoever would be useful. What do you reckon? Power Star gets our motherfuckers refreshed. Our gimmicks are back to full. Let's go. What do you reckon? I reckon before. Maybe like between the lightning round and regular time and lightning round. Maybe we do it in the middle. That way there's time for people to show up. I don't know. Would y'all be impatient if we did that? Or would, you know... I do feel like it's fun to do these things and do like fun side activities. I do wonder during viewer levels if it's like, okay, you know, everyone's waiting for their level to come up. It's you know, the longer we wait, the more time passes, the less likely people are to be patient. You know, wanna do justice by them. I want to do right by them, but it's push and pull because it's fun to do things. But also, you know, is it a good idea? I think it's a great idea. I mean, we could just come up with ideas whilst playing the game, I guess. That's easy, right? But the question is, like, how would I write it down whilst playing? Could we have a designated stenographer who would write down the ideas as they came up? And, like, you know, maybe we get a Google Doc and I capture the Google Doc and have it, like, off to the side. And then as I'm playing, someone else, you know, O6I, Rock Party, someone like that. You know, it's Trebucket maybe. You know, one of y'all can like note down what we say, what comes to mind. That would be a good solution. Always better way to do things. Always good ways to do things, you know? Just gotta think for a second and, you know. That's kind of what I love about streaming. Just, like, come up with a dumb idea, figure out how you're doing to do it, and then you do it. You know? I mean, this stream is like, example number 1. It's probably my favorite dumb idea that I ever had that turned out to be just so fun. I've repeated it, like, several times with several different sets of games. You know? How about make a quotes command and make the ideas collect up? Ooh, that's not bad. I do think, like, I do think it needs to be vetoable, you know? We need to, like, approve, right? Everyone can add one. I do think it's like, it needs to be a discussion, right? Like, someone says something, and then I say, ooh, yeah, add that to the list, you know? Like, chat should be petitioned, but, you know, I have to approve them, right? I have to go like, yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe I'll just do, you know, maybe I'll say let's go on everything, but I'm sure there would be ideas that would be you know, inherently contradictory, right? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it is more fair if, like, just everyone gets to just enter them in as they see fit. Like, maybe even not a stenographer. Maybe just, like, post the doc. Let people write in it. The question then would be, like, well, the reason why I would want a stenographer, just as a rule, is, like, okay, well, you know, assuming that I know for sure, like, okay, you know, O6I, I know you're cool. I know that Rock Party, you're cool. I know you can be trusted. If that thing is on screen, I know you're not gonna, like, write some crap in there that's like, you know... I know you're not gonna, like, go to Google, go find a picture of some, body parts and just paste that in there, you know? Like, I would worry, I would be concerned about the possibility of troll maneuvers, you know? If I just, like... had it be open to everyone, sight unseen. Maybe that's silly, but I like to be safe in when I do this stuff, you know. We mentioned earlier this level. This level is absolutely an iconic level. I feel like this is probably the most iconic water level in these two games. Agree, disagree? What do you think? I know there are, like, streamers that just put chat on screen and, like, you know, clearly they do fine by that, you know? It's not like, hey, people aren't out there putting slurs in chat, being assholes. Very rarely is that a problem, right? But I just am squeamish about the whole thing. I wouldn't mind a feature like that someday. You know, being able to, like, say, surface a single message from chat. Let's say, for example, you know? Like, if I could hit a button and be like, the last message in chat appears on screen, I think that would be pretty cool. You can block words manually? That's true. That's very true. You can do stuff like that. And, you know, there is some amount of filtering already. But, you know, yeah. That's a feature I've been thinking about up top of my head. Like, I would love some, you know, occasionally I talk to chat. And sometimes it would be nice to literally see the message appear on screen, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be handy? Especially if you were watching the VOD where the both chats are not featured. But then again, there would be the question of, like, okay, how do you handle YouTube versus Twitch? Can you get something that can handle both? Remind me in a week. Am I gonna be good in a week? remind me next Sunday to Google if you can, how to put a chat message on screen easily. I put in remind me next Sunday to Google if you can it says remind me next Sunday. Here's what the thing says. Tomorrow. Oh, well, it's Saturday, so that makes sense. Right. Tomorrow's Sunday. Forgot about that. Well, whatever. I can Google it tomorrow. And I can move these reminders around. It's fine. A lot of reminders today. You know, I'll say it's been over a year now of having an Apple Watch. I gotta say, I really enjoy the convenience of just having something on my wrist that can do like text messages and like other stuff, such things. It's nice. It's very convenient. It's chill. It's not that useful, and like I haven't yet had the need to do like data on it, and I haven't had data on it actually. But I'm thinking like when I go to vacation, right? I think I'll do that because there's gonna be a lot of rides at Universal. Or the second vacation, a lot of rides at Universal where you can't take your phone, take the watch instead, and I'm gonna need like internet on the watch for that to be like a good distraction. You know, I need that to be the thing. Let's do this one. So I need to fix that up nice and good and do data for that. I think I'll also do it while on the Jersey Shore vacation so that I can do beach stuff, you know. I can just, I don't know. Do you bring your phone to the beach? Probably. What if you want to get lunch? The watch will be fine. The watch will be fine. I'll just take the watch and leave the phone at home at the rental house. What is this? This one looks annoying, I gotta say. This one, I don't think it's quite the hit that the Beach Bay boogie board motherfucker is. I assume we find an eel and shell him. Nice, yeah. Eel them up. Shell them up the eels. Eel up the shells. Let's shell up the eels. There we go. This one kind of reminds me of like Animal Crossing Wild World, where the perspective was all weird, where like it sort of was like on a globe. Y'all remember that game? It was kind of weird. Is all the Animal Crossings like that now with like the camera? I remember the first one, it made it look like it was a globe, and it was like, oh, what the fuck is this shit? But maybe now it's just like so standard, we don't even realize it's still happening. You know, just take it for granted and all that. Is that still how New Horizons works? I don't remember the last time I played New Horizons, and I don't remember if I noticed, like, the perspective being weird. Is that still the thing? How that works? I bet it is, and also I bet, like, going back to Animal Crossing 1 is so weird because it was the only one that didn't have that as a thing, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure everyone after that was just like, yeah, we're doing it to it. There we go, rule of 3, hell yeah. This game rules. These two games, they both rule. That's, you know, water level, and it was fun. It was a fun water level. It was kind of novel to be like just swimming around the globe, seeing the horizon disappear beneath my, below my view. That's great. It's like 10. It's like 10:20. You know what? Let me set an alarm for. Let me set a timer. 10:20. I'll set a timer for 4 hours because at 4 hours we'll be like around. We'll be nearing up. Wait. At 4 hours we'll be. Well, in 4 hours we'll be over. Now, let me set one for 3 hours. Now let's go 3 hours. It's also nice to be able to set a timer on the watch. Though I'll say a weird thing about that is that when you set a timer on the watch, it doesn't get set on the phone. I kind of like those two things to be synced. Also, it sometimes doesn't have a timer in the exact amount that you're looking for. You have to add one. Put it in for 3:22. That'll be 15 minutes before 2 a.m., which will be like the 10-hour mark of the stream roundabout. That's about when we should be looking to wrap up. And like at that point, we should be looking for like, you know, what are we gonna end on, you know? What's the last thing, you know? If we can finish a world, that's great. If we can get to a certain milestone, that's good as well. You know, if we can get to a certain amount of stars, I would like that. Big potential. Let's do it. Let's do it to it. Here we go. What's this one? This is the one with the thwomps, maybe? I'm guessing this is the one with the thwomps. Oh no, this is a swim test. Okay. We're looking for the gold shell. Let me see if I can remember where the gold shell is. It's like hidden. It's like hidden somewhere. Ugh. I will say I've been kind of sleepy recently, you know. When I don't take... I'll say, like, you know, you might wonder, right? Like, I don't sleep as much as I should. I'm having to depend on naps a lot. And I'm dead tired a lot of the time. I'll say, though, like, somehow I'm able to get up in the morning. Oh, there's the green. There's the shell. Somehow I'm able to get up in the morning and, go about my day. It's just that around, like, 4 o'clock or so, you know, I sort of crash. I sort of start to just... get really fucking fatigued and like you know, as soon as I get home I'm like, okay, well, let me take a nap, you know. And I'm taking a nap like after work and until like 7 o'clock in some cases, 8 o'clock in some cases, and just getting up and going like, oh well, okay, that's fun. And now, like, I have to figure out, like, okay, so should I go to sleep at, like, 3 a.m. or is it okay to go to sleep at, like, 6 a.m. now that I got, like, 2-3 hours of sleep in there? Like, is it okay to go to bed a little later? And the answer is probably a little later, yeah, but not that much. Come on, man. Gotta get things back in check. It was the previous night's escapades that messed you up, so... you know, you can't fix that with more escapades. I don't know. On some level, every time I have, like, a stream break, I'm hoping just, like, okay, you know, more opportunities to just, like, sleep at different hours, you know. I sometimes feel like if I can push my schedule forward, right? Instead of going to sleep at 6, go to sleep at 8 and stay asleep. Instead of going to sleep at 8, go to sleep at 10 and then stay asleep. Problem is with these naps, I'm getting up, and you know, even if it was like a, you know, oh, this is my bedtime now, 6 p.m. Okay, even if it was that situation, you know, it's not. Secret undersea cave. What? Really? I thought you blasted off to like I thought you blasted off in this one to like do swamp stuff. Is that like a secret one? Might be a secret one. Well, this is World 3, so we don't have to, we're not obligated to find any secret ones, even if it tells us there's a secret level. So sadly, maybe we'll not see that one. Kind of sad. That one's, feel like that one's like, you know, I said this was an iconic level. I feel like that, bit is the most iconic part of it for me. I mean, if it's optional, maybe it's not really, but, objectively speaking, but I'm really fond of that bit. Also, I'll say it might be that that Galaxy 1 is easier than Galaxy 2. Might be the case. I noticed that we haven't died yet. Well, we've been playing a water level where, look down. There's no pits. All that can happen is we can drown, and that's not going to happen. Oh, we need to take a shell and throw it into the wall. That's what that hint's about. Anyway. I got nothing right now as far as, like, things I want to talk about. Which, hey, you know, that just sort of goes with the territory. Just like, you know, 6 hours into a 10-hour stream. Like, yeah, no, it'd be surprising if I was just, like, champing at the bit to say, and another thing, and another thing. You know, part of this is why I originally started doing the cards, you know. The cards were originally just my way of making sure I remembered to talk about things, you know, because without them, it's very easy to go through a stream and then go like, oh fuck, right, I, forgot to talk about how I watched like 10 hours of, I don't know, something or other. I watched the entirety of this and it just didn't come up. Oh crap. You know, I watched a bunch of, you know, we could talk about Giant Bomb more. Hey, we could talk about Giant Bomb more. Hey, this is the iconic part that I was looking for. Great, good, okay. We do not miss it. This was brave! That was, perhaps a little bit more adventurous than we should have been. We should be a little bit more adventurous. Hey, straight up. This is one of the more iconic planetoids. Do y'all agree? Do y'all agree? Is this iconic? Can I jump this gap? Wait. Hold up. 1, is this iconic as fuck? 2, can I cross this gap? No, gravity is weird! Okay, we should, okay. Living and learning here. Iconic as fuck. It's pretty far into the game. It's true. Do you think that something can only be iconic if it's at the start? Like, I think that, you know, some of the mid-game Mario 64 levels are pretty iconic. Rainbow Road is at the fucking end of, Rainbow Road, Rainbow Ride? Rainbow Ride is at the end of Mario 64, and it's iconic as shit. Clockwork, Tick-Tock Clock, also iconic. That's not even just Mario. Like Banjo, Click Clock Wood is iconic as shit. Furnace Fun is iconic. You don't have to be early game to be You crushed me like that? He wasn't even trying to crush me. He was just turning around. What the... We suddenly lost half our lives in this one challenge bit. Admittedly, I threw one of them away, but life comes at you fast. We need to pay these mines more heed. Is that how you... Is that what heed means? I don't know. We need to caution. This fucking rules. I love this. This is one of my favorite bits so far. I mean, I guess this is right out of Mario 64, right? Like, these guys are literally from Mario 64. They literally do this exact same gimmick, except this is a much more fun space to go through. Being all like, you know, gravified and all. Gravified? That's not a word. Gravified is absolutely not a word. If we had not tried to stay in this guy, we could have, Are you kidding me? I got crushed by his teeth. This is iconic, and I like it a lot. We have one life to get through this whole goddamn world now. I love it. I'm so happy. Oops, 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 and oops. Mistakes were made. But also, you know, like I said earlier, like, the fewer lives I have during this, the more things are on, you know, the more exciting they are. The more I'm just, like, activated. I should not take any chances with these guys. I know, I know. Like a bird and a crocodile, I just can't help but want to jump into this dude's mouth and, you know, hope that comes with some sort of time savings malarkey, which it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It's a waste of, it's a bad thing to do, actually. Go down. Imagine if we had to go all the way back to collect the star. No, that'd be evil. That'd be a bad level if they did it that way. This is a good level. They did it the good way. I'll say, like, you know, if we ever came back for more of this, you know, I think it'd be fun if we ever came back to do a second stream, which I think we will. I think we will at some point do stream number 2 and continue the game. Once we do a second stream of this, we should have it be 7 lives, because we'll be in late game zones where 7 lives start being more practical. And I think that'll make sense for a second stream for, other reasons. Oh god. It's time for fast flow version of that level. Oh god. Again, reminder, we have a gimmick, limited lives. We switch games. We switch to Mario Galaxy 2. If we lose this last life, we have 1 life left. This is the level that we lost 4 lives on, but sped up. Can we beat it? That is the question I must ask you. That is the question I must ask y'all. Where's he gonna bite? Where's he gonna bite? Right here. Okay, good. Hey, no waiting this time. That's a plus. Though this guy is gonna be these 2 guys are gonna be weird because you know what I think we do here? I think we don't just plow forward because it's gonna be dangerous. I think we wait here and we go when he passes. And here we find the place where he bites and we wait here. Beautiful. Up! Oh, I was so scared. Okay. Let's fucking go. This game rules. Yeah, that spot gave me a fright as well. You could tell, you could see. I was scared. Nathan, for you reference. Old man. Old man drinks pee. Google it. After the stream, not now, later. We don't have to go after bonus stars anymore, so let's go on to the next one. Like I said earlier, bonus stars are out. Bonus stars are optional now. Ugh. Bonus stars are optional now, so we can just truck and do the 3 main ones per world and no more. Unless we need to, unless it's a... You know, we have to do the ones outside with the bits, provided we have the bits. This is a bunch of arbitrary rules that we're just making up and having a good time doing. I'll say again, sub goals are still in play. We are at 7 subs, 7 sub points. We need 10 for the next goal, so that's just 3 more, and Live and Reload will be locked in. Live and Reloaded is the next goal at 10 subs. And I'll note that is in addition to, I understand, Phil Board. You are a character that never came back, Phil Board. No one remembers Phil Board. You know what? Why not? Let's keep the sub goal going a bit. You know what? We should keep the sub goal going when the VOD goes up. I'll say let's end the sub goal specifically when the next stream is next week. Like before I go to we'll let the sub goal like stay on for a bit, but should we? I am saying that, and I'm thinking like, no, it's more fun if there's a deadline. But, like, when is the deadline? It's a little unclear, you know. When the stream ends, the stream could keep going. Fuck! That was the last life. Cool, good. Next time we will test out turning on the Switch via button, but for now we're going back over to the other game. Let me get my remote and go through the whole process. First I hide the gameplay, then I switch to the right input, then I hit this button to change the Twitch game and change where the UI is, the sub counter. Excellent. Go ahead and do it to it. Turn on the HDMI. That's the next step. Oh, grab the Wiimote and nunchuck. Hit A. Show. Well, folks, we died, so we're back in Mario Galaxy 2. That was actually a pretty quick visit to Mario Galaxy 1, I'll say, all things considered, right? Like, we finished a boss, we did some stuff in the second world, and then we did 1 level of World 3. Hey, Screaming Man, what's up? We did 1 level of World 3. We did the water level, the Beach Bowl Galaxy, and now we're back in Galaxy 2 after failing to do bubble stuff, right? I'll say at some point, maybe if these transitions get so rapid fire that, like, it no longer makes sense to do individual timestamps, we'll stop doing individual timestamps, but, like, for now, I think these will, these are still long enough where they deserve timestamps, so this one will probably be a timestamp. We'll see after the next one, you know. Maybe, like, one back and forth between them is enough to get to the point where it's just coming so rapid fire that, like, it's not even worth tracking individual sessions, you know? And hey, that just means when you see that on the VOD, like, that's where it gets interesting. That's where it gets, like, really, you know, you seat of your pants, you know? You never know when you might go over to the other game. Well, you do know, you know. I forgot this guy was an instant death. I should have remembered that. That was where we died last time, wasn't it? Not on that guy, on a different one of those, but yeah. I'll say again, we are at 7 sub points, which you can see on the not intrusive at all overlay that's been on screen the whole time. We are 7 subs short, or 3 subs short of locking in live and reloaded. Finishing this level does refresh our doodad, so, you know, we probably will be fine even after even after all this, let me assure y'all. We can die another time and still be feeling okay. Oh, we gotta kill that guy. Yeah, those womps aren't fucking around. That is correct. I am happy. I'm having a good time. I love playing games like this with silly, dumbass stakes. That is just one of my favorite things to do now and again. Yeah, this is a great remix. That's correct. Right? Yeah, this is a remix of 64's. Man, there's some songs that, you know, should get remixed more often. I guess that's a great thing about Mario Kart World, is that it has a lot of songs that, you know, they've identified a lot of cool remixes in that so far, and that seems fucking great. That's great. Oh, I love this gimmick. This gimmick is so cool. With the meteors that you ground pound while standing on them to propel them. This is also a great gimmick, with the guys eating the floor out beneath you. That's fantastic. A lot of good gimmicks in this game. Snake blocks, Snake blocks have always been a C-tier gimmick, you know, just because of their, like, auto-scroller ways, you know? They can't help it, it is what they are, but they are just, kind of slow. Not that that one was very slow. That one was pretty fast, honestly. I would say that a fast snake block, apparently like this one, is a solid B. A solid... Oh no. Come on. Okay, good. A solid B. Snake blocks make me nostalgic for World, but they aren't the most exciting level mechanic. Yeah, they can be a bit tedious. They can be a bit tedious, I think. Especially if they're slow. If they're fast, it can be better. You know, and at some point, it's just a platform level, right? And platform levels can be good. It really depends on, like, how fast it is, how well it flows, and, like, how well it keeps you engaged as you're just, like, waiting for the next bit. Bowser's Castle is wild, yeah. It's a tough place, and I hope it only gets tougher and harder to really lock in that last bit. Let's do this. Let's go. Hey, Screaming Madden, let me ask you. Have you been... What have you made of all the whole, And this is honestly open to anyone who wants to answer. If anyone wants to answer other than Screaming Madden, I just feel like Screaming Madden probably will answer, so I'm asking him. All y'all. What do you make of the whole, like, retro console thing that's been happening? Retro console handhelds and all that. Does that pique your interest? Does that make you go, ooh? I've been really tempted last week or so with that whole, the Pocket Flip, the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. I kind of want to get one. I hear that it's powerful enough to do Switch games, which basically means it's powerful enough for whatever you want. You know, at a price point of $200. It's pretty goddamn tempting. They seem cool. You're trying to look into getting one? Hell yeah. There is the thing of like, oh, you know, if I wait, maybe a better one will present itself, which clearly, you know, I was looking at Game Boy SP ones earlier this year and going like, ooh, but like, you know, I'm much more into this whole like DS-shaped one that is more just powerful enough for anything. Like, that's a lot closer to what I'm looking for. Like, part of me is a little hesitant. Like, what if my 3DS came back from the dead? Would I want to make that like a thing I played regularly? Like, no, but this could handle like cloud streaming with Game Pass. This could handle like Android games of like regular make. I mean, like, I'll say like I'll play like most things on Switch too if I can, but like there's a lot of things you can't do on Switch too. You know what I mean? A lot of games that aren't available. A lot of things that aren't options. I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts on that. And there's parts of me that want to go in, and there's parts of me that are like, you're gonna get a Switch 2, and the Switch 2 is gonna rule. Don't need anything else. It's fun to wait for Nintendo to release things on their, you know, online services for you to be able to play them portable mode. Like, that just is good. Like, if you get one of these, are you ever gonna care again when Killer Instinct Gold is coming to, you know, N64 Classics Edition, as it's gonna be called soon? Will you give a fuck? And I think the answer is yes. Switch 2 has Rewind on its N64 online feature, so jot that down. Switch 2 Rewind is a thing. Is N64 online? Is N64 Rewind a thing in other emulators? I don't know. Refresh. Let's go. I think the thing that's like pushing me the most is the thought that maybe I could get cloud streaming working, and maybe that would be good, and then I could play Claire Obscure Game Pass style on the couch. And that would be maybe the way for me to get through Claire Obscure, because I've been struggling to find the time for it. But if I could do it without changing my TV to the Xbox, then like, fucking hell yeah. You're thinking about doing the possibility of a midnight launch, a solo thing, you don't have immediate friends? Oh, I'm doing it as a solo thing as well, yeah. Do you have a pre-order locked in, Screaming Madden, or are you just gonna try, you know, winging it, seeing if they have extra stock? I've heard that GameStop has extra stock, so, like, you can go and try your luck at participating GameStops and see if you can get a Switch 2. I think you can at, no, might wing it. Good luck to you. I guess, you know, I bet, you know, I was just thinking like, oh, you know, I'm gonna show up at like, right after work for no reason. I got the pre-order. I really won't need to, other than to be first in line. But like, there's gonna be people trying to wing it. And like, if people are trying to wing it, they're definitely gonna want to show up, early. They're gonna want to show up, they're gonna want to show up like, you know, as soon as their shift is over, right? It's probably gonna be pretty busy at the GameStop. Though, you know, whatever, man. It doesn't really matter how long it takes to get a Switch 2 on the night, you know. And just being there earlier is, to me, more than anything, just a fun social opportunity to hang out with people I don't know who are cool, you know. Most people buying a Switch 2 at launch, launch night, midnight, they're out there for a communal experience, you know. They're heart being like, oh yeah, I did this with the, you know, they're older folk, like, from what I could tell, you know, I'm 35 now. A lot of people around my age there, or older, you know. I talked about it the stream after I got that pre-order locked in, but there was one guy who was like, yeah, I'm getting 3 Switch 2s he was getting 4 Switch 2s, actually. Let me correct myself. He managed to get 2 online, and his wife was at another GameStop to secure one for child number 3, and he was out getting one for himself. At this GameStop, which, you know, I just hear that and go like, man, that's really interesting to hear from your like, that's really interesting to hear his perspective and to like hear the other people who are like, yeah, I'm hyped as well. And it kind of feels like a big communal thing. Just like everyone hanging out and being chill and, you know, well, obviously, we don't have to get optional ones now, and that means coins are, optional. So coins are, no more coins. Is that how you do the Japanese thing where it's like, no? Good for that dad. Yeah, that was I thought it was very cool that dad was doing that. And like, goddamn, that is a flex. Good on you, like, you know, doing right by all 3 of your kids that way. That's very expensive. 3 at once, like, god damn. Like, it makes me feel silly, like, you know, I currently have 2 pre-orders, right? And I don't know what I'm gonna do with the Walmart ones, whether I should cancel it as soon as I get the other one in hand, or if I can find someone who can take it, or if I should, you know, give it to someone. My sister doesn't want it. I checked with her. She's like, I don't know if we ever would have the... We don't really play the Switch that often. And I said, like, okay, well, there's that. I checked with some folk I know. Honestly, I'll say, like, I was curious if, like, Judo would want it because, like, Judo, you know, Judo's a really cool streamer who I like a lot and I think could really use a Switch 2. And I asked him if he wanted it, and I'll be honest, I was like, I'll give you a deal. I'll knock some. I hear you can't afford it. I'll knock some off. I'll cover some of it for you. I want, you know, he's a Mario Kart streamer. I want him to have Mario Kart World, and I'd love to play it with him. You know, and we've done collabs before. Maybe we'd do a collab if that was possible. But he's like, nah, I really can't afford it. Like even a discounted rate, like you know. Should I say that? I don't know if I should say that, but I offered. He said, nah, no thanks. I don't know what I'm doing now with that. If anyone else, like, that I know super well really duper wants it, you know, at this point I feel like I should ask around the office, but I don't know how to. I just see like, okay, hey, you want it? I'll give it to you. You know. But also, I feel like at this point, maybe like, yeah, people can just spin the wheel on their own. You know, it's maybe not as contested a launch as maybe we thought it was, and maybe the bots made it seem. Like, I don't know if scalpers will even have that much of a heyday. You know, I feel like scalpers might be out of luck. If some dad is just able to get 3 of them all on his own, and a 4th one with the help of wife, then like. They're not in that short supply, so long as you have a little bit of, like, you know, I say this now, 2 weeks before, maybe we'll get there and we'll find out, oh god, it's entirely out of stock. You can't get one. No siree. You're boned. Maybe we'll get to there and I'll wish that I had one that I could give to someone who needed it. Or maybe I'll have one for someone who needs it and I'll find out like, man, I can't offload this fucking thing. I can't give it away. You know? Maybe I'll get there and that'll be the thing. I'm not sure. It could go either way. I have a thought as for, like, you know, the word giveaway comes to mind when I think about that. I have a thought on that, but that seems like, you know, a hell of a thing to do. If I said you know, there's certain ideas where, you know, money is involved, and like, if you say a thing and put it on the record, it's like, if I say something like, I will give away this Switch too, if we hit X goal, that, like literally to a viewer or something, to a subscriber, that'd be weird. That'd be weird. No, I don't. That seems skeezy. That's skeezy. And also, obviously, it's not, probably not profitable, obviously, you know, but I'll say, like, if I did that, I would be taking a loss, and would that be, like, wasting the goodwill of all these subs that have gone to, like, you know, for me to have things, to just give something away? That's a whole moral question that, like, you know, also, would it even work? That's an idea that I have, I'll say, just like, man, I could do something like that, I don't know. I'm willing to lose something on it, like, you know, for the right person who I want to have it. I say as if there's a wrong person, you know, obviously there's no wrong people. Just that, you know, I've subbed to Judo before. That's sort of where I'm at with it. Like, I'd give Judo money. I give Judo money occasionally. And like, you know, he's a fucking, you know, he's a Mario Kart streamer. Money's weird. I don't know. Let's just take it easy. And I'll say, like, you know, this whole thing is set up where no matter how many subs we get, we're happy, you know? We're happy. You know, we're already getting one extra run in. You know, at one extra playthrough in that rare replay gimmick, right? There's now 3 games left rather than 2. And that is thanks to the generosity of y'all, including 06i, including, you know, various other subscriptions that have come in, including, you know, people who have dropped sub gifts, as well as those who have subbed regularly and stay subbed all year. I appreciate the hell out of all y'all who support me in this and help recoup a little bit of the cost of, like, all the bullshit that I want to buy for the stream or otherwise, you know? You know, things are... I want to say things are expensive, and it's true, but, you know... I'm happy y'all give me the love. I'm happy for that. You know... And you know, it's probably true that, like... I'll say it is true that, like, if I wanted to make more money off this, we could do, like, direct donation rather than... And you can do direct donation, I'll say I'll count direct donation. But subs are fun, I think. So I like subs. They give people the privilege of, like, you know, viewing ad-free. I think that is lovely. All the emotes, the other perks. Subscriptions are just a lot of fun as a thing to do. And I'm okay, like, you know, having Twitch take some of that money, you know, that's fine. I'm fine with that. And, you know, whenever I do get a payout, which, you know, happens occasionally, you know, now and again, it's really fun and good, and makes me feel nice. I wonder if these treetop fellows are in Mario Kart World. I have said that of so many characters so far, Screaming Madden. We have passed by a lot of cool characters and just gone like, oh, put them in Mario Kart World. Keep saying tour instead of world, confusing the two. I don't know if I said, but Tall Trunk is iconic. I think Tall Trunk is really cool. This is like a whole level's worth of that gimmick from the first level with the tilty thingy, the tube with the level on the outside. Oh, wait a minute. The second level isn't that at all. The second level is a slide level. Okay, well, whatever. It's still cool.
Yes.
What was that guy's name? Flutzer or something? Floatzer? Flotzel? I don't know. There was some bird guy who had a name, and now we have forgotten it. Forever. Another remix, hell yeah. This is a cool sliding pose. Also, it's worth noting that this is like Sonic style. You know, we go on the roof, we go on the whole cylinder. There's a whole cylinder for us to go around. It's cool and good, and we like it. Also, I'll say I played through Mario 64 the other day, recently. You know, I've been bored and looking for something to play. And also in prep for the Mario Builder 64 stream, I played through all that. I'll say this is way nicer feeling than sliding in Mario 64. Like, this is not janky at all. And you know, considering that this game has a lot of, damn it, it feels good, trust me. It has a lot of considering it has a lot of, like, motion control bullshit that is, like, jank and weird, it is a miracle that this is literally just stick controls and jumping. Like, it is a goddamn bona fide miracle, and I thank the Mario Galaxy team for it. Yeah, I gotta say, playing this again, like, the bullshit, motion control gimmick levels, I think those have aged like piss and vinegar. Or are those both bad things that age poorly? It has aged like piss, but those levels have. But everything else is just exceptional, you know? And I guess whether you think Galaxy or Sunshine is better, well, just weigh up everything in Sunshine versus everything wrong with Sunshine versus, like, motion control gimmickry. And, oh god, again? You can only go better from 64. Like I said, they could have gone worse. This could be motion controls. It's not. Also, this is the Wii version. This is the, you know, this is 2. This was not remade. So this is not like, oh, well, when they ported it to Switch, they thought better. Like, nope, they didn't do that yet. Hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened yet. Probably in the future. Aged like a banana? That's an interesting thing because banana ages good up to a certain point, right? Like an unripe banana, not ready for prime time. And there are some things that are like that where it's like, oh, you're too soon. You're before your time. You're ahead of your time. People don't understand what to do with you, you know. And then later it's like, okay, well, people understand you all too well. And they also understand better ways of doing what you're doing. So, like, sorry, bucko, you know. I don't think I say bucko very often. Y'all say bucko? A banana can age to a good spot, but let it long and it gets nasty. I'm not really a banana person. Not a big banana person, so I wouldn't know. Literally, like, bananas, carrots, those are two foods that I don't eat. Don't eat bananas, don't eat carrots. Nope, nope, and nope. Two of my least favorite foods, which is ironic that, it's ironic that Donkey Kong Country is my favorite thing ever, considering, you know, it's the main collectible. But, like, I can separate that in my mind. It's not hard. I think we got, comments have appeared now. How about carrots boiled in carrot juice? I don't know. The thing I don't like about carrots is how hard they are. Their texture also. I'm not really a big root person. I don't like turnips or, parsnips. Is that another root? I like potatoes. Potatoes are great. Sweet potatoes, those are great as well. Not all roots, no, for sure, for sure. Just like the ones that taste like turnips and carrots and, you know, a couple others of that, sorts. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are S tier. Yeah, I mean, I'm Irish. That's my ethnicity. Well, I'm half Irish and half mutt. My dad says that he's done like genetic profiles, and it's like, oh yeah, we got some Hungarian, we got some Magyar DNA, we got some of this, we got some of that, we got one Irish, which happens to be the one that the name comes from. We got a little bit of everything from that side, like literally one from every country, just going right up. You know, ancestors all the way up. To the point where, like, yeah, no, I'm half, like, European and half Irish. My ma, she's pure Irish, pure blood, you know, pure, that's a weird thing to say. She's pure Irish. That's, ugh. Ooh, this level's great. This level's cool. I love this level. Do you think that this one might be iconic? With its, it's good, like, gesturing wildly to this bit. With the platform that keeps going beyond the pale and appearing out the other side that you must contend with. This is so cool. This is... Fuck! Ah, this is good. I love this. I'm having such a great time, folks. Just thought of this, kind of wild that Luigi didn't make his 3D debut until Galaxy. Is that true? He wasn't in 64. He wasn't in Sunshine, was he, either? Yeah! Unless you count 64 DS. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, Luigi appeared for the first time in a 3D Mario at the same time as fucking Wario, who, you know, is not really his thing. It's not really like a place where he usually hangs out. Like, that was Wario's first and last. Wario showed up and was like, okay, let's do a 3D platformer. Actually, fuck that. I'm gonna go exploit my labor. I'm gonna go get some labor to exploit. That's more my speed. Yeah, I don't know about this whole 3D platformer thing. That said, if they made another Wario World, I think it'd probably be cool. I mean, I think that Donkey Kong Bonanza could have been Wario World Bonanza just as easily if it had, you know, it's kind of something that's in character for him as well. You wish he was still in it? Do you think at this point they would add Waluigi? Do you think, like, oh god. Oh god. I mean, right now, there's no telling, like, if, you know, I think there's some good speculation insofar as, like, maybe the Mario Odyssey team split up and half of them are on Bonanza and the other half of them are doing, like, a new 3D Mario. So I don't know if we're, like, it'll remain down to, like, people looking at credits to figure out, like, okay, so, like, are we getting a new 3D Mario anytime soon? What's the deal? But, like, Is Waluigi gonna be in the next 3D Mario? Oh my god. I think he could be. Why not? I mean, I guess the question is like, no, we established Wario isn't gonna show up, and Waluigi is Wario's +1. And if Wario's not making the scene, like, it'd be weird if Waluigi showed up and was like, hey, I'm here now. What's up? Oh, that's true. They could do like a 3D World one, like Bowser's. 06i mentioned Bowser's Fury in chat. They could do a 3D World style one, which had characters like Rosalina in it before. I could see a 3D World that had Wario and Waluigi in there. You feel like Nintendo is determined to make Waluigi a spin-off character that won't be in a platformer? I don't know, man. Ooh, we gotta go do the prankster comment. We said that we have to do a prankster comment if it appears, right? I think it's best practice is if we do a prankster comment every time one appears. Eventually, if we find this to be tiresome, we can, you know, adjust. Here's a thought. What if... Here's an idea. What if they did it like Mario Land 2 again? You know, Mario Land 2 style, and they just had it be like Wario's the bad guy. It's Wario's villainous appearance number 2. And then Waluigi can be there as a sidekick. Either for Mario? No, for Wario gets to have the sidekick. Waluigi can be your Bowser Jr. for that game. Sick. Waluigi would be a fun rival for like a Luigi's Mansion 4. Oh, that makes sense. I could see that. Banana has moons. It's a moon style collectathon. True. Yes. That's why everyone thinks it's the Odyssey team. But the question is is it the entire Odyssey team, or did they take like a lead and put the lead on it? Did they take like the lead of the Odyssey team and like have them start on New Mario with a new team? You know, there's ways to do multiple games at once, development-wise. You know, there's ways to make that work, and like, you know, I definitely wonder if like Nintendo is is on it. I mean, I gotta imagine, right? They know that they should do a new 3D Mario. I mean, I would like to think that they are constantly just thinking like, okay, we gotta greenlight a new Donkey Kong, we gotta greenlight a new Kirby, we gotta greenlight a new every one of these games. Like, all these franchises are valuable, but they're only so valuable as they are active. So, like, we gotta get a new Metroid game out every 4 or 5 years. We gotta get a new Donkey Kong game out, preferably sooner than the 10-year mark next time. We gotta get 3D Mario every, like, 5-6 years or so. You know, 2D Mario, same schedule, but on a reverse cadence, like, you know, like in the off years, basically. I would think it would be best practice to make sure that you're just... Oh boy. We're, Crash Bandicoot a little bit. Crash Bandicoot? That's what this is. A little bit of Crash Bandicoot there. See Daisy. Oop, 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 oop. Don't look, don't look. I wonder, you know, one thing that is, like, something that I'm mildly interested in. I say mildly interested. I'm very interested in, like, in Metroid Prime 4. What I'm somewhat curious about, and I feel like is a big X factor, is, like, big X factor with Mario, with Metroid Prime 4. Is it suitable for randomization, and can randomizers get it working? I'll note that it is going to come out on Switch 1, and, you know, they have that figured out as far as, like, there are Switch 1... Damn it. That was really close. There are Switch 1 randomizers out there, like Metroid Dread, and, Link's Awakening, and, a couple others. I tried to restart Link's Awakening, and then I realized, like, I have no fucking idea where to go, and I didn't really want to be lost. I'll say, though, if I think I still will do the randomizer of Link's Awakening at some point, because that's still on the books to be tried at some point, because, you know, I'll use a tracker, and then it'll tell me where to go, where I can find things. You call them Boo or Teresa? What? Boo or Teresa? I don't get that. I call them Boo. That's their name. Where were they called Teresa? Rock Party. Teresa is the Japanese name. Oh. Well, I call them Boo because I live in America and I speak English. Those are two very important factors in determining, like, what names you should use, I think. Two pretty good factors. I don't know, you know, you can use whatever names you feel like, but... Teresa? I don't know, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Ah, okay. I'll say the rule with the prankster comments will be, if it's in a level that we're near, in this world, we can do it. We will not backtrack to do one in a previous area, you know what I mean? No backtracking, I think, is the goal for this stream. You know. I like Teresa. I don't get it, but, like, you know, I understand that they're a different culture and they don't have the same, like, I just think Mother Teresa and, like, at what point does that invoke, like, ghosts, especially male ghosts that are mostly, guys, you know. What do they call Bao in Japanese? What's Bao's name in Japanese? Because Teresa is already a feminine name, like Bao. Is Bao a feminine name? Pass. I don't know if it really is, but it doesn't have to be because she's a silly ghost. Silly ghosts can be named whatever they want. I guess that is the thing. They are silly ghosts. Silly ghosts are chill with whatever. I mean, there's a lot of Japanese enemy names that, like, you know, we don't need to know, right? Like, you don't need to know that Goomba in Japanese is Kuribo. You know, other than that one time that Kuribo's shoe snuck in, and then suddenly, that's just what it's called. Actually, it feels like Mario Maker especially, I mean, maybe this is just me from my perspective, we don't call those Kuribo's shoe levels. We call those boot levels or shoe levels, you know? I feel like it's more likely to be called a boot than a shoe these days. But, you know, that's, clearly they're like, okay, that was a mistranslation. Let's not lean into that, okay? That was just, incorrect. We accidentally left something untranslated. Koopa is like the one thing that they left, and it kind of works. You know, Goomba is such a good name, though, let me say. let me say, Koopa Troopa kind of has a fun, like, alliteration, a fun, like, rhyming scheme to it. Risarisara? Lady Bao's name in Japan is, in Japanese is Risa Resa. Like Lisa, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? That doesn't, whatever. You know, these names are untranslatable, I'm sure, which is why they chose new ones. A lot of games wouldn't do that, you know, but like Nintendo is just so like family first, I guess. You know, you think they would just leave Japanese names intact if they ever did it again? You know, like in today's modern age, they don't do that much these days. You know, I guess on some level, right? If like Goku and Trunks and things like that just worked 100% for kids, on some level you got to be like, oh, fuck, we could have just left him. We could have just left them as Karibos. 06i was also on the Ririsara beat. Good work, you two. You both got it. One was first in the YouTube, one was first in the Twitch. By the way, how's everyone enjoying looking at that sub tracker the whole stream? Do you think it is successfully, properly unintrusive? I like it a bunch. I think it's great, but I'll admit I haven't been looking at it. You know, it's kind of like off my, kind of behind my chat, you know? I like it a lot better than like the less fancy sub-goal thing where it's just like a big bar. I, you know, just have been unsatisfied with those for a while, insofar as like, I think they're kind of like, not so subtle. And also, like, since, you know, my goal is incremental, it kind of doesn't make sense to be like, okay, we're 7 goals to 35. It's like, no, we're 7 goals to 10. And then 15 after that. We got things to reach. But sometimes is when nothing else is up. I mean, I could take it down and take it back up and down occasionally, but no. It is a lot better, I'll say. I think it is a whole lot better than the other solution for this, which I have done previously. And I'll say, like, I do plan on having this be like, you know, for future sub goals, we'll do stuff like this again. And I think that'd be, that's better than Twitch's heads-up display thing, which I just think is a little gauche. I just think it's a little gauche. There is just a question of like how much I actively manage it versus like just keeping it there. If it could have been higher up without being covering some stuff, right? Maybe that would be better. In fact, you know, like 8 hours into a stream is the perfect time to move it. There's been nothing over here, right? This area is free. Let's put it up here. Yeah, the tries left is sort of just in the middle of everything as well. We could move the tries left as well. That's good. Is this corner all right? Let me see. That's Last World. We don't have to do that. Show me the thing. Show me the stuff. Oh, that's where life goes. That's no good at all. Okay. How about right there? That's fine. That's good. I like that. Okay, let's go with that. And And there's kind of nothing we can do about the tries left. I mean, it has to be above the coins and the bits. And I think I am covering lives, but you know, the actual lives don't matter for this, so it's fine. I could put it next to me. I'll say, like, part of me is just like, honestly, when I'm doing when I eventually clip up the stream and do it like short style, vertical style, I don't want the tries left to be in the money zone. You know, I don't want it to be like in where the vertical slice is gonna be. Right? Like, I want to control when that appears and doesn't appear. Right? I don't want that just to be like embedded. Well, then again, that would make it so that I wouldn't have to. You would maybe be able to understand the context of the stream from the short, which would be handy. But you don't always need it in a clip. In a short. So, you know, who could say?
Yes.
I wish it was lower. In fact... Okay, you know what? Coins are there. Here we go. Where is that? Where is that? Let's... We can put it at the edge of the bottom edge of the screen. I think bottom edge looks more natural than the other edge. Put it like, here? I don't know. I really don't know. How far does it go? To there? Okay. How about right there? Okay. We can always adjust these things. You know, if you ever have feedback that way, let me know. Ever have feedback, preferences, let me know and I can adjust. Get us back to one life. Hey Luigi, we haven't talked to you this whole game. No, we're just gonna play the whole game as Mario. Oh yeah, the tries left is floating with that one thing. It lines up that way. Put it on the other side of the screen, outside of where the top left. Tries left have never been on the top left. They always go on the bottom right. That would feel weird. Whatever. Hey, you know, it is what it is. I maybe should have spent time thinking about this before the stream, but kind of a lot's been going on, you know? I did mention I wanted to see if I could get the retro tank to upscale it and see if that looked sharper, but when I tried, I got technical issues. I tried using the component cables I got for like Wii U component cables that I tried using on the Wii U, and they ended up adding a bunch of weird static, a bunch of weird like noise when a certain cable was plugged in that needed to be plugged in. So I don't know like what the deal is with that, whether it's just like, oh, you know, the Wii U like component port is shit maybe. I think I did see somewhere someone say like it's kind of shit there. I don't know if Luigi has a larger, longer jump. I'm gonna say probably. Hang on, we can check. Be weird if he didn't. Oh, we can't check. We've moved on. Okay. He's gone now. If we see him again, we'll check. We have one life left, so we should probably be careful. By the way, one life left. Careful we should be. I think maybe after this, we'll just say like final stretch. You know, no more timestamps for the final stretch of lives. Or, you know, maybe we'll play it by ear. If I end up dying, like, getting a bunch of really tough levels time and time again, like, maybe then it'll be like, okay, this is just no more individual timestamps for game switches. If there's, like, just 2 of them, then, like, yeah, I could timestamp those. If there isn't even one, well, that's just right out then. I know none of this affects the live stream, but, you know, you know, think about the VODs a bunch. I put effort and work into making sure that they are right, and, you know, now when I'm streaming, I tend to think about them and try to make sure that, like, you know, if you ever wondered, like, sometimes I'll just stop for a second and then say, folks, we are here in the game. There's a reason for that. That's timestamp time. You know, that's a fresh break. And ideally, you know, a conversation change as well. You know, if I'm talking about something else, it's like, okay, well, can we, like, remove all context that requires someone to know, like, you know, what was going on beforehand. There's right and here's what I'll say, just apropos of nothing, something that has come up before. There's no right and wrong way. There's no wrong way to stream. Well, maybe there is. Maybe there's wrong ways to stream. But there's many things you can do as a streamer for content, ways to set up the UI. I know a lot of people who don't do what I do. They just, like, you know, they make a whole overlay and have the game just, like, be in the overlay. I like the minimalism, just, like, and, like, just the simplicity of filling the whole screen. You know, making the gameplay as large as humanly possible. And then I just fill any gaps if it's, like, 4x3 or something, you know, accordingly. I'll say, you know, part of that is that, like, my favorite streamers are, like, things like Giant Bomb, where, like, okay, yeah, no, they just make the gameplay full screen, and then, you know, put themselves over it, maybe, in some cases. Well, actually, it depends. More recently, like, on more recent content, they sometimes, like, make the video a little small, and then, like, they've before made the video small, and then, like, have various portraits of themselves, you know, the various cams of all the different people on there. I'll say, you know, more than, like, probably more than anything, like, when I started up, the thing I was watching most was Dan Reichert's individual Twitch stream. God damn it. Dan Reichert's individual Twitch stream, wherein he just puts himself over the game, and it's cool and good, and, you know, I like it that way. I like it when he does it, and I like it when I do it. And that's why it is the way it is. That's why the heads-up display is like that, because it's how I like it, and it's how, you know, the Twitch stuff I watched before I started streaming did it. You know, I guess, like, Blight Club always has an overlay, and there's a lot of other shows they have where they have a big overlay. And, you know, if I think back to old days of like, Unprofessional Fridays, it was always they shrink the screen and then surround the screen with, you know, various camera shots of them, you know, just, like, literally no formatting, just literally, like, here's a camera left of the thing, and below is just, like, 2 more camera shots of, like, the couch long ways. Snowy fog levels are so good. Yeah, it's really cool. This is a great level. You know what, folks? The Switch is still on. The Switch is still on. That's how long we've been away from the Switch. We don't get to try out the thing. But, hey, let me switch over. Do the whole process. The capture card has been a little fiddly recently. You used to just be able to hide it and unhide it, and that would make it work across transitions. But today it's being a little fiddly. I'm gonna leave the thing where it is now for here, because it's a little bit higher, and I think a little bit higher is better than, I think that place is just about right, honestly, for it to be. Like, it looks a little weird, a little lower in the screen, but it looks great here. Well, folks, we're back to this game, and I'll say this might be the last timestamp insofar as, like, maybe from here on out we just have the one timestamp and just say, like, yeah, no, we've gone each game twice, and we went back and forth a bunch, and you know, we're getting to the point where deaths are coming more frequently and more often, and it's possible we might not make it past either of the next worlds, but we're gonna try our best, and we're gonna do the thing. And I'm gonna move these lives a little bit because they're touching the bits thing. See? Okay, there we go. Now they're not touching. So, what if, like, right there? That's nice. I like that. Okay. Well, we'll do that as the thing. Why not? Sure. We never did find out if Luigi's played differently. We're now in a different game entirely. And I'm pretty sure in this one you have to unlock Luigi, like, at the end of the game, so... Ask again at the end of the... If we ever go back and we see Luigi again. It's a big ask, I know, but, you know, we'll see what happens. I'll say it is coming up on midnight. My end time that I have in mind is I'd like to go at least at 2 o'clock. I would like to go to 2 a.m. And we'll see, like, if there's a good, nice ending point that we can find, you know, whether it's beating a particular boss or getting to a certain threshold, a certain milestone. You know, when we get a little closer to the end, we'll figure that out and figure out a good stopping point, okay? Case in point, we already lost a life. These switches are going to happen a little more fast and furiously. A little more rapidly than they have throughout the first 2 worlds, I think. If we ever... I'll say what I said last, during the last segment. Like, just apropos of nothing. If and when we come back and we do another stream of this, which I would like to do, I'd like to do it as, like, a big stream before a trip or after a trip, either or. Whenever we come back and do more of this, I would like to do it where, we have 7 lives next time, so we have 2 more, and they'll be Mario themed. Well, they'll be Mario's head, specifically. There'll be 2 extra Mario heads, and maybe we should introduce some new ones that are, like, Galaxy-specific. Maybe they should be 2 Galaxy-specific Mario heads to supplement the existing set, you know, that I use for Mario Maker all the time. I mean, I don't need to make new heads for this, but I'll say if this had been any other thing, you know, if this had been Donkey Kong or whatever, I do make new heads when it's a different franchise. It's just that this one is literally the same as, we can just reuse the normal ones, you know? There's no need. It's fine. Well, there's already 2 Mario heads that are in the extra head rotation that we could use for that. Don't need to go out of the way, and really can just have a stream where we do this again. We don't have to think about it. We don't have to worry. It doesn't have to be complicated, and it doesn't have to be a big occasion. It's just gonna be a bit of fun. The next big stream, by the way, will not be the follow-up to this. It'll be the... Fuck! Too bad. Too bad. The next big stream will not be the follow-up to this. The next big stream will be the follow-up to, the previous couple of July 4th streams. Well, I say that. Does the Switch 2 unboxing and, day 1, night 1, stream count as a big stream? I'm gonna say no for the purposes of alerts. I'm gonna say, on the Discord, I do not at everyone for that one. That one gets just the regular all streams and variety indicators, I'll say. But, like, July 4th is the next, like, event stream. the next like major one. Watching press conferences E3 style is also not a major stream. Next one is Mario, the Mario All-Star stream, which is a gimmick that I've done before, in which, during which I try to beat as many 2D Marios as I can. What the fuck 2D Marios are left? I should... Why we don't get it through this goddamn level? You bet your ass we're done with fucking timestamps. Like, I cannot have a timestamp like so close after the last one. I feel like it's just time for no timestamps based on how this level has gone so far, but hey, we'll see. If we go a really long distance after this level and, like, you know, make it look real convincing, maybe another one. Yeah. I think we're done with timestamps. I mean, I guess I'll say these bonus levels are the more difficult ones, but also... Okay, we're good. That's fine. The plan is for the last 2 years I have done July 4 streams where I have played as many 2D Marios as I can, any percent style. You know, playing them not to completion, you know, but like as far as humanly possible. What the fuck was I saying? Not as far as humanly possible. Playing them to completion. Yes, to completion is the thing. But specifically, completion as in any percent, as in, I don't need every level. I can take the shortcuts and just shortcut the whole game, really, which has been fun. I've beaten most of the 2D Marios that way during the previous 2 July 4 streams, and this one will be the third one, and probably the final one. I think, what's left? I think, is Mario Land 2 left? No, I think that was last time. We did Wonder last time. I'll say we are adding one to the lineup, which is to say we're gonna start with Yoshi's Island as the first game, because it's probably the longest one, which means that we have to make time for it. And then we can't, like, know what it is. You're gonna head to bed soon? Good night, Screaming Madden. You have a good one. Good night. I forget what the other ones are. I know New Super Mario Bros. Wii is one of them. I think we did like Mario 2. Mario 2 USA is one of them. That's one of them as well. I think that might be it for 2D Marios that are left. So yeah, so Yoshi's Island is being added to like fill the lineup up, I guess. I think there might be a third. I forget. I'm gonna have to check that, you know, before July 4th, so I know what I'm in for, and I know what to tell y'all. But like, that's the next big one. Yeah, it's only birthday for like 15 more minutes technically. But it's been a good one. This has been a lot of fun.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind, you know, is now a good time for a, like, I said I wanted to go to 2 a.m., but would it make sense to just, like, start looking for a way out right now? I mean, let me check something real fast. Give me 1 second here. Let me just look. I just want to look real fast. I'm going to take that down. How many stars do we have over there? And I'm just checking. It's not going to be on screen. We have 30 in the other game. What if we literally do go to 35? You know what? This is kind of the perfect time to start looking at an end goal. You know what? I'm tired. It's late. It's not that late, you know, we've been going around 8 hours now. Around 8 hours now. Nearly 8 hours. I'm thinking, let's go to 35 in both games. We're like basically on track for that in both places. We should have the 35th be a boss fight. So, you know, we should keep that in mind and try to have pick a good one for both of them. That in mind, like, yeah, we should absolutely end at 35, which is the age that I am. And also, that's like half of what stars you get in a game like this. So, you know, that ended up kind of working out perfectly. So, yeah, this is the final stretch. We're not going to do timestamps anymore. And when we run out of one game, when we get to 35 in either game, we go to the other one and we finish out that one. And if we lose 5 lives from that point, we will, it'll be a matter of honor, I guess. I don't know. Well, I remember this being cool. There's like an underside here. Let's get the bonus thing here. At this point, like, you know, we should try to see at least 1 star from the levels that we have available, but we're not like committed to any single one of them. You know, I'm feeling a new lease on life here. I mean, I'm saying that as if I'm flagging. I'm not flagging. I'm actually feeling real fucking good. Hey, did you know that Doom, the Dark Ages, is fucking rad as hell? I did, during the stream, I did the first, like, Titan level, the first Mecha level, which I had no idea that was in there. Since then, I did watch some, like, I watched Giant Bomb's quick look of that, just to see, like, you know, hey, now that I've been in there, I might as well just watch what their, you know, watch their quick look of it and see, like, hey, what's the deal? You know, see what they think. And, during that, I found out, like, oh, there's dragon levels as well. And then I played the first dragon level, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Dragon levels, also cool in that game. And I like how it's, like, you know, you fly around for a bit, you go into a ship, you fight some guys. You know, there's a good, like, cadence to it. There's a good, like, rhythm to it. That game, rules, and I am going to play it all. What else is out? What else is good? Player Obscure continues to be great. I'm still playing, Axiom Verge. I'm, like, at the last part. I think I got basically the last item that you get in that, so I just need to go finish that, and then, you know, I'll have nothing to play on my Switch for a bit. Which, you know, I have plenty to play on Xbox between Clair Obscur and Doom, but, you know, kind of a whole thing. Okay, looks like... Okay, there's 3 here. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do 1 here, we're gonna do 2 here, and we're gonna do Boya Base Galaxy, and then we're gonna end on the 35th. Okay, that's the plan for this game. Got it? Got it. It's fun to have an end goal, I'll say. Like, I definitely like, in streams where I can't do it all in one, just having a slightly, like, setting a goal for myself at some point. That just, you know, helps to keep me going, you know, keep me feeling it, I guess. And yes, that does mean we are entering the final time for subscriptions. The final time for the incentive. We are at 7. I'll say I'm gonna keep the. Tell you what, let's. I'll tell y'all what. I'll keep the sub goal open for, you know, next couple days. Let's say. We'll end it like it's weird if I'm off screen. I'll end it I don't know. I'm unsure, right? Like, it's fun if it keeps going, and it's pretty minimal, so it's not that much of a UI thing to have it just be on there. But let me think about it. I have 10 levels to consider. It, you know, will do. Once again, I want to thank everyone who supports. Anyone who's already supported, you know, it means the world to me. And, like, it is worth saying, and it's worth noting that, like, yeah, we've already unlocked one of the goals, you know? We're already walking away from here with one additional thing unlocked, you know? It would take an absolute madman to go all the way, for sure. Like, I wouldn't expect to see, you know, I'll show these goals one more time. You know, these are unlocking playthroughs such as Conquer Live and Reloaded, Donkey Kong Land 1 through 3, Donkey Kong 64, Conker's Pocket Tales, Diddy Kong Racing, Banjo Pilots, and the hard modes of DKC 2 and 3. Like, those are all on the table. And also Sonic 06 in full is like a major stretch goal, which I would be surprised. It would take someone who was like, just, you know, interested in seeing, you know, suffering to make that happen, which, you know, these people exist. I've seen them on other Twitch streams. I know it's possible. And I think, like, you know, straight up, I will continue offering Sonic 06. You know, I'll offer it on occasion as a sub goal, on a big stream, you know, on an extra life, on, like, when it makes sense. It'll always be the top end option, to be clear. Like, you know, if I ever play Sonic 06, y'all are gonna have to make me, you know? That's basically where it is. That's basically where it's at, you know? And I could see something where it's like subathon style one time, like, okay, well, if this doesn't work, like, maybe, like, okay, partial, you know, like, for one campaign, how much? You know, how many subs for one campaign? How many subs for the whole thing? How many subs for, like, a couple levels? You know, a single stream, perhaps. There's questions to be teased out in the future, but, you know, a good idea doesn't die easily. I'll say that much. What the fuck was up there? What did we do up there? Why did I jump down? What the hell? I thought I was supposed to go up there. I climbed up there, and then what happened? Oh, I missed the blue. Wait, no I didn't. Wait, where is the blue? Hang on. Where did the blue appear? I think I got the blue sometime in the last minute. Oh, I jumped and fell into the water. Damn, okay. I wasn't at the top yet. Okay. I did get the... Okay, no, the blue just disappeared when it was out of context. When it was no longer the thing. And I could see, by the way, I'll say, I could see adding some of these games again you know, we play this game again, we're gonna. The idea came up to have a bit thing going on. I could see having some bit goals for a stream. You know, if bits cause bits to be thrown at me, and you know, like physically. If I get that set up, I could see that being a gimmick for the stream. I bet that would be fun. Oh, there's the last one. I could see doing some bit goals. Then again, like, I kind of prefer sub goals just as a rule, just because, you know, more, I feel like there's just, more benefits to subs than bits. You know, bits are just, they're incremental, so you can just do a few, which is, you know, lovely and good. And I'll say, like, I would count, if we could get some bits that add up to a sub, I would, you know, I would do the math and be like, okay, well, that counts. That's a sub's worth of bits. You know, well, I guess, like, if multiple people wanted to collaborate, they could, but, you know, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't do to think too much about it. The reason why I like the incremental is just let, you know, we get some amount, you know, we got something locked in. We're walking away with some stuff. And, you know, every 5 subs, I think, is a pretty good way to do it. Okay, folks, we got 8 levels left. Final 8 levels. You know what? Let me go to the bathroom. Let me go to the bathroom. It's been hours and hours and hours. It's been it's midnight right now. So we are in the final stretch. We got 8 levels to go across both games. I'm gonna take a break. And, I'll be back to finish this off. I guess also it's worth noting that if we had just mainline, maybe we could have gotten to the harder content, considering that, like, the boss actually only requires 23 stars, but whatever. It's more fun to play every level. They're good levels. Alright, settle into the right spots. Perfect. Let's do this shit. Let's do it. By the way, we got 2 levels left here to do. I believe I'm gonna do 2 from Ghastly Galaxy. Does that take us to Poltergeist? The Poltergeist guy? It'd be a shame to stop before we fight Poltergeist. But, you know, we gotta end on a closer. I guess a question we should ask, is Poltergeist guy a better closer? I bet he's the second level. I bet he's the second level, 1. 2, if he's not, is he a better closer than Bowser? Or whoever is the boss of this world. It might not be Bowser, it might just be some guy. You know, some big monster thing. I don't know. Let's do it. I, you know, took a little break there. Don't mind. Hope y'all didn't mind the little bit of a wait. A little bit, you know, tense and all, I don't know. Need a little bit of a breather, as well as other things. Also, I did post to, like, some Discords just to be like, hey, we're still going, about to end, etc., etc. Also, I looked around and saw what everyone else was up to on the internet. And, Braid, who I mentioned earlier, asked if I had any plans, like, around 4 p.m., around, like, an hour after we started. If, you know, I replied to him, to his message, and said, like, oh, yeah, you know, check stream share, check the appropriate channel for these things, basically. Maybe he'll stop by. Maybe if I had thought to say that, maybe I should, like, you know, I'll say, like, a thing that I don't really do that often is, like, go to people I know and go, hey, you want to watch? You down to hang? Like, I kind of just wait and see if they want to come on their own, which I do feel like is a classy way of doing things. You know, that's just polite. That's just, respecting, like, you don't have time, you don't have, if you were seeking that, you would seek that, right? But also, like, I know a bunch of people who don't watch the stream, Do they know? Who knows? Probably. It's fine, hey, I understand. I don't have infinite time either. But, seems like, whatever. Oh, God! I shouldn't get all caught up in things. Getting caught up in things, let's play this goddamn level and do thing. We have one try left before we have to switch, and I'll say, at this point, there are no timestamps. It's all the final stretch. Maybe if we finish one game, there'll be a timestamp of, like, finishing one game. But, like, which game? Specifically, probably this one if it's like, in the near future. And if it's, like, a while from now, it probably would be the other one. Or maybe this one, but with some back and forth and back and forth. We're almost done with this one. I do wonder with those timestamps, like, how much of that is a spoiler. Like, you're kind of spoiling the, what happened, aren't you? It's like, yeah, but it is nice to be able to, like, skip to whatever point. I think that the usefulness outweighs the spoiler potential, And also, there is an argument for skipping ahead to, like, when the levels get hard enough to really give you trouble. There's an argument for that. It's a 10-hour video, So right now it's been 8 hours, 8.5 maybe. It's midnight. Yeah, it's been 8 hours now. Probably fixing to be around 8 and change. Going on 9, I would say, is what I'm estimating now, based on how long this has been so far. Maybe 9.5. What the hell is this silly? Okay, we use this to get big. Don't get it. The last thing is over here. Anyway, this has been great. This has ruled. I'm so happy this turned out, like, exactly as fun as I was hoping it would be. This is so much fun. Such a good time, and, there's Luigi. Like, every time I do this gimmick, it is as fun as previous, right? So, like, I shouldn't be surprised on one hand, but also, like, one worries, like, every time you start a game like this and doing this gimmick, it's like, okay, well, it's gonna start easy, so for the first world or two, it's like, are we going to switch? Yes, no? It's hard to say. This power-up rules. It's the Boo suit. Boo suit is great. Boo Mario. Fuck yeah. Teresa Mario in Japanese, I suppose. Still seems weird to me. I don't really... It's just a regular name in English. You understand. If you're listening, you probably speak English. There's good chances that you understand my feeling there. I need to unghost and come over here, and Luigi will feel good. I guess one thing I haven't really talked too much about Not directly anyway this stream. If there's one topic left, one big topic. I mean, I could talk more about Giant Bomb, but I feel like I've talked much about Giant Bomb just like in passing. If there's one big topic, shout out to Giant Bomb, happy for their independence, supporting them to the 9. You know, full year-long sub and all that. Love them. Love what they're doing, believe in them. If there's one topic that hasn't been discussed really, it's the actual LASIK part of the LASIK. You know, I'm doing it, and like what's next after that. I'm doing it next Thursday. That's exciting. This is one of the last 2 streams where I will have glasses. That's weird. This is one of the last 2 streams where I'll have to wipe my glasses before if they're dirty. That's weird. Kind of feels weird to think about that and go like, oh wow, you know, it's sort of the end of the era. It is an end of the era, right? Like, it's gonna be weird. I don't dislike the way glasses are, but I'll say why I'm doing it and why I want it is one, I kind of feel like it's a thing you do once you hit a certain age and a certain, like, you know, when you're ready for it, right? Seems like the logical thing if you can swing it. And 2, there's just been times where it's been inconvenient. You know, times where, like, you know, I go on a roller coaster and they say, like, glasses off! No glasses! And it's just like, oh, fuck. I have the thing that ties them behind my head. Still no. Take them off. No. You know, and it's like, okay, well, Flying Dinosaur at Universal Studios Japan, they're okay with the thing behind tying your glasses down. They will go like, okay, go ahead. You know, the guys at Fujiku Highlands, they say no. Not allowed, not even then. Also take off your shoes. You know, obviously I don't get out of shoe duty with this change, but like, with the LASIK, but, you know, I'll never have to deal with that again. I can go to the beach without worrying about, like, oh, if I go in the water, am I, like, leaving my glasses behind? That's weird. I'll be able to see things while swimming. In general, even. Like, even outside of beach time, like, I'll be able to go to water park without it being, like, awkward, you know? I'll be able to look upon, Volcano Bay and really appreciate how beautiful it is. Without also having to be like, okay, well, I'm going on this water ride now. I guess I need to hold my glasses in my hand and do like yeah, okay, hold it in my hand and be thinking like, glasses, don't crush the glasses. Don't crush glasses. You know, I will be more careful, and that'll be something. That'll be different. We got 2 stars that we need to do to get to 35 for this one. Looks like we got a race. I feel like... You know what I'm gonna say? I feel like Boulder Dash, that fight is a lot more iconic than whatever the Bowser here is. Should we do the Boo... What is this music? I might be boned. No pun intended. This is definitely... Yeah, not looking good. We have 1 life left, so we're gonna have to pull a Hail Mary. We're gonna have to pull a miracle here. Like, I don't know, man. Again, no timestamps until we finish a game. So, at least. Maybe not even then. Maybe this is the last segment, the final stretch of both games. Let's see what we can do. Let's get it done. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm done. That guy just got me. Okay. I lost. That's the 5th life. Counts as a death. It is a death. That's a death. There's no like debating that. That counts 1000%. Obviously. Okay. Another switch over. Let's go. Hide the video. Switch to Wii. Switch to Galaxy 2. Grab the Wiimote Nubchuck. Show it. And let's do it. Let's go. Continuing from where we left off on this side, again, we're in the last stretch. There's no more timestamps. If you're like, you know, you're scrolling through the VOD at this point, you're looking for timestamps, and you're thinking like, like there's, okay. That's, it's basically what I just said. There's none. We're going to the end. You watch to get here, or you know, hit forward, and you look for where the bit thing changed from, you know, being over on the left to being over on the right. That's as good an indicator as any. It's kind of hard to tell the difference between these games just on their face, you know? I don't want to, like, poo-poo, like, or, like, you know, make it sound less interesting than, this is. This is fun. But, like, it can be hard to tell the difference. I suppose maybe this is up-resed SD versus, fully remastered with, like, bright and crisp assets. There's several things that, like, separate them somewhat, but, they're not the biggest, most obvious things, I'll say. And again, we're going to 35, which means that we have to do 4 more here. And we have to think for the other side, like, whether we want to end with a Bowser or end with a Boulder Dash. I feel like Boulder Dash is just so iconic. Like, Boulder Dash, you can't go wrong with Boulder Dash. Okay, so I think we're going to do Bowser. We have enough to do Bowser, so that's excellent. There we go. So, let me refresh my lives also. I forgot to do that. So let's see now. We need 3 more. What can we do? We should... Okay, this one's done. Freezy Like is done. We have, one there in Rolling Masterpiece Galaxy. Oh, God. We can get this guy, and that'll be another one. Maybe another 2. We might need to go back, actually. We might need to backtrack and go get a, thing if we want to go to 35 specifically and end on the fight. And then on the Bowser. Ow, 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 ow. We need the bit thing where it's bits that you throw at me. We need the bit one where it's, where you can throw star bits. There are models of star bits available, right? On, like, Modeler's Resource. So long as those are available, I can totally do that. That's, I'll also need the sound effect for, throwing a thing, but, yeah, that will be done. Okay, yeah, we're going to need a secret star or a, meteor to get us up to, thing. Maybe we'll backtrack and go get a meteor. I'm thinking backtracking and getting a meteor. Maybe we do Boulder Dash on the other side if we die enough times and go back over there. And then if we can end on this one on Bowser, on like a Bowser fight or something, you know, a major boss fight. Maybe that's, you know, only one of them is the end of the stream. The other one is just, the penultimate ending. I don't know. This is cool. I like how the enemies swap in addition to the blocks. Oh, I'm just realizing that where I put the thing, the bits kind of overlap a little bit with it. But not once you hide, like, one of the heads. Once one death happens, it's fine and good. Okay. Whatever. Fuck! 2 heads, even better. This is a fixed problem now. I'm looking forward to going without glasses. I think that's gonna be really, god damn it. I think that's gonna be really big change for me, you know, big change as it always is for anyone. I am low-key thinking, like, you know what? Rock Party was saying earlier, get some glasses, get some sunglasses. I forgot to show, like, on a previous stream. I did root around in a drawer, and I pulled out these ones that I got for Walter White's costume once. I have these as, like, a Walter White cosplay item, and, like, for Halloween or something. And I figured, like, will these do? They're not great, let me say, but, they're alright. They work. I don't know. I'm not really a big sunglasses guy, I'll say. Not really a big sunglasses guy. I mean, maybe once freed of the obligation to wear regular glasses, like, popping on a pair of sunglasses will feel, like, nostalgic. Maybe that'll just feel nostalgic to pop on some shades, you know? But, I kinda like seeing things at full brightness, I guess. You know. This level's hard. I don't know if you know this. Not sure if you noticed. Maybe eventually popping on a pair of sunglasses will feel nostalgic, you know? And I'll just want to wear them occasionally and be like, yeah, no, it's like when I wore glasses all the time. You know? Maybe eventually, like, they'll have smart glasses that are worth fucking with, and, you know, I'll just do that. And suddenly it'll be like, hey, what's up? I'm back wearing glasses, except this time, they're camera glasses, and now we have first-person view of the stream. And if you want to see what this stream looks like from my point of view, here it is. Would that be too dumb? Maybe that'd be too dumb, but, like, the possibility. World's a strange place, you know? Stranger things have happened than, like, everyone deciding to wear cool glasses, right? That becoming a power item. People wear watches now, again, for the first time in, like, 2 decades, on account of smartwatches. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see what happens in the future. But, like, I'm looking forward to being able to go into a, you know, next time I go to Japan, like, whenever I go to an onsen, it's just gonna be like, yeah, you know, just take everything off and go on in. No worries about, like, oh, I want to see all the nice scenery that I'm paying for. I want to see the mountains and stuff. Like, I'm gonna keep my glasses, even though it's weird, even though, like, they're gonna get foggy and all steamy and stuff. Like, no, 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 I have to take them off to, like, wash off. I'm not accepting that challenge. That's not gonna be one of the ones that we do. Let me say. That said, this one might not be any better. This one is, one of those levels where we assume the position. Y'all know the one. Reference to 8 hours ago where I made a missionary joke. That's, timely. Oh, 6i, you've been here, like, the whole time, practically. I really appreciate you, you know, hanging out and, watching along. And, you know, as far as, you know, not to toot my own horn, but I think it's been a great stream, so... Oh, this is like the tutorial for it in this game. Right. Right. So we gotta learn it again. This is the starting position, as you know. Oh, let me, make myself big so you can see my Wiimotes. And you can see the tilt of it, you know? It's kind of, you know, hard to see against the background of my chair, honestly, but what are you gonna do? My couch is a certain color, my controller's a certain color. We have one life, and if we switch back, you know, I would like to think that we can finish the other game and come back here and finish this one off too, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what the score is, and we'll act accordingly. Next time, maybe we'll just try to do more of a critical path thing, you know? Maybe we won't commit ourselves to every, you know, star. Maybe next time, like, we have unlocked enough hard levels and done all the low-hanging fruit enough that, like, oh, we can totally just... touching the mic there. We can totally just, like, play the game normal style and try to finish it, and, you know, have that be the goal and not just, like, okay, we're just gonna make sure we're not skipping any levels, we're not going too fast and resetting our lives before it becomes interesting. You know, early on, there was some real concern of like, okay, if we go so fast that, like, we are beating every world, like, immediately, first chance, we are robbing some of this of its, like, of its potential, you know? We could have this be, more thrilling. Careful, says 06 High. Yes, I will be careful. Yes, I'm just tilting straight forward. This is going really well, by the way. Come on. Okay, come out from out of there. Come on. Come on. I'm not dealing with you there. Oh, you fucking bastard. What was that noise? Where did that noise come from? Was that like a you did a thing noise? Maybe the guy fell off after us. Maybe that's what happened. Yet again, we have lost our last life, and we should have been careful. Time to switch over, perhaps for the last time, the second last time, you know. We're gonna have to return and finish off that one. Let me get the Galaxy 1 switcheroo going, and here we are. Oh, geez, this was a hard one. But it is also the last one other than the boss, which... 06i, what do you think? I think if we're able to do this in one, I would like to do Boulder Dash and have that be the final one of Mario Galaxy 1, just because it's so iconic. I think that boss fight is more important than the alternative here, our other choice, our other option on the table. What do you think? Anyone else in chat is welcome to give an opinion as well. I'm thinking we gotta do the Boulder Dash. The Bouldergeist. Whatever the fuck. It's a good one. Yeah, it is! It's a really good boss fight. You know, and I definitely think a lot about that, I remember the Daredevil star of Boulder Dash. You know, that one was a son of a bitch. You know, that one was a real barn burner. We're in second. Not good, but I think we might be able to do this. So close. So close. Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it. We're gonna get it. Ooh, okay. We're going to get this, and it's gonna be glorious. And it's 12:30. Let's go. Anything else to discuss? I'll say, I was like rooting around for topics and things that I've been like thinking about recently. And one thing I have been thinking about is like inspirations, right? Like role models, things of that nature. And I made a whole list on my phone the other day of like basically everyone I can think of that was like big influential. You know, like the folks at Giant Bomb, like Dan Reichert, Austin Walker. I think of like Day 9 as being a big influence, like Spoonie really early on, I guess. Various, you know, maybe some fictional characters as well. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Thought it was interesting to like look back and think like, oh god damn it. Think like who has impacted me as a creator, as a person, as like you know, style of humor, things of that nature, and you know, I made a whole list and then I thought, whatever. It's not really that interesting. It's just mildly curious. God damn it, I thought I was close enough. Maybe we should have serious time during this race and actually like pay attention and try to do good. I don't know. I don't know. Definitely worth trying. It's been a great stream. It's been a great stream. It's been a great day. It's been a great week. You know, yesterday's stream was great. Thursday's stream was great. I'm gonna have some family stuff tomorrow. You know, birthday dinner and stuff like that. And then, it'll be LASIK time, and, yeah, that's coming. Things are coming to a head. Okay. Oh, I forgot the pot. Okay, that's another one. That counts. You know, we only have to get... We could find another star and forego this one and save Bouldergeist for next time. It's up to me. I'll say, if we can't do it this time, we should go find another star. Okay, I'm gonna say this will be the final time we try this. Let's keep things going. Let's keep things moving. You know, we've gone through a whole 4 lives already on this race. Can't do that many more. You know, it's time to shit or get off the pot, you know? It'll be sad if we can't get Bouldergeist. You know, if we can't get Bouldergeist, I would love to end with Bouldergeist, but if we can't, we'll end with like you know, just a Bowser fight, just a big world-ending boss fight. You know, we'll just end with one of those, and that'll be fine. And then we'll go back and do like a couple more levels of 2. You know, obviously we're not done yet. No one like if you're watching a VOD, you might notice, like, it's probably still got 30 minutes in it. How long you think we are from, the end right now? I don't know. Maybe the key is doing some maneuvers like this, where momentum is, like, your friend. And, like, Oh yeah, we got it. We got this. This is an awkward path around this, but you know what? We can go around the outside now and skip over these annoying orbs, or at least most of them. Go right to here. Pull ourselves there. And there. And there. And then there. And ooh, we're close to death. That's not good, but hey. There we go. No plan B required. I've just noticed I've been zoomed out for a bit. That's fine. It's fine to be zoomed out a little bit. It's fine to be zoomed in a little bit. Last level. Let's do Bouldergeist. Let's do it. Wait, shouldn't we have one? Thought we had one. Did I not? I think we should have one. I'm going to act accordingly. If I miscounted, let me know. But I don't think I did. I think I just didn't pop one when I backed out earlier. So I think we have one life to do Bouldergeist. You know what I'm gonna say? Let's make this interesting. Let's make this spicy. If we can't beat Bouldergeist this time, we will go do Bowser next time. We will do Bowser instead of Bouldergeist when we come back here. So, we gotta be good. We gotta kick his ass right now. If we want to see Bouldergeist, we gotta use skill. Okay? Okay. Yes. I don't know why I'm inserting more stakes in a stream that is full of stakes, but that's just fun to me. Playing with stakes. Just something I realized a long time ago. Like, you know, anyone who watches the Mario Maker knows, like, yeah, no, that's just a staple. That's just something I've loved doing forever. And, how many people have been around since before the lightning round? I wonder. That was like the first couple months of streaming. It was like, probably like January of the first, of like my third month of streaming. So yeah, it was probably like Bingo. I think Bingo is like the oldest long-time stream viewer I can think of that still pops around occasionally. You know, pops in occasionally. But if I'm misremembering, if like Bowser was like early on as well, really early on, I'm curious. I remember Bingo because he was definitely watching when I was like doing, I did like Super Paper Mario like in the 1st December, like my 2nd month of streaming. And I remember that Bingo was watching that. Bingo was in chat for that. Which, what the hell? Why are you running in circles, Mario? Which makes him as like the earliest that I can recall off the top of my head that is still. But I might be wrong. Correct me if I am. If anyone is here from day one, you know, say so. Took me a bit originally. Took me a bit to figure out like what the structure of the stream would be. You know, originally I just wanted to like. Okay, I just want to make some levels on stream, and eventually I realized, like, let's do viewer levels. You know, that's maybe the winning formula. And then I started really liking it, and then I was like, not to say it was a cynical thing, just like, you know, I was making the levels and just going like, okay, well this, I don't know, this is doing it for people, you know. This ain't quite working out, but, and I'll say like even now, I'll say like, yeah, no, making just isn't as fun for me as a stream thing versus like viewer levels. If I had not started doing viewer levels and, you know, set it up the way that I do, I can't imagine I would still be here today. You know what it was, actually? You know the starting soon screen, right? With the rockets and the sky. I spent like a couple hours making that, like back in 2022? 2022? Yeah. or 2021. It was 2021 at the time, I think. Yeah. 2021, November of 2021. And then I said, like, okay, well, I spent so much effort on this and it looks so cool. I can't not use this. I have to do enough streams where I get some mileage out of this crap. And I've been making new crap and getting more mileage out of it ever since. You know? Just like more dumb ideas, more dumb ideas, more excuses to stream, more just like fun concepts that I come up with and I go like, oh, I gotta do that. I gotta do that. Okay, I got plans for the next year, basically, you know. Here we go. Let's fill her up with exact change. Yeah! Alright, it's Bouldergeist time. Let's go. This should be the finale. This is either the finale of Mario of Mario Galaxy 1 for now, for the stream. Or it's you know, my last chance against him and I'll go do Bowser after this when we come back to this game. Those are the stakes, those are what I have put into play. Let's do it, let's go. I feel like I was about to say something. Oh, right, as a reminder, why 35? I am 35, it's my birthday, or it was 47 minutes ago. 35 because that's the age that I am now, and have been for a day. Good round number to reach, good round number to shoot for. Is a bit of fun. Yeah, Bouldergeist is like S tier. You know, if you're doing a tier list ranking of this game's bosses, like Bouldergeist, maybe not even S tier. Maybe Bouldergeist is just literally number 1. Higher even than Bowser, even than you know. He's the top dog. He's the Mac Daddy. He's the best. And I love the gimmick of like grabbing onto these boos. It's such a fun, bespoke mechanic for this boss fight. This part I could do without, but... Ow. At least that's not an instant death like the thwomps earlier. There we go. That's gotta be it. Just have to nail the final hit. And there we go. We've done it, folks. We've done it. This has been so fun. We gotta come back and finish it. I'm not sure how many stars you have to get in this game, but like if it's another 35, then probably we can do it in another like stream of this length sometime. We're not done yet. We still have to go to the other game. And 35, that's the age that I am. You know, I'll say, I've had a gimmick on this stream, on this channel before, of like, you know, when I had the year 34 stream, I did a quick part up front where I ate 34 enemies in Kirby 64, and I did something similar in like, the year before. I think the year before, I did, one year I did 1 level of DKC2 for every year that I was. That was like a lot more than I bargained for, actually. I thought that would be faster. I guess that's most of the game, so obviously it's not faster. Also, it was random. I spun a wheel, or I did something to randomize which level was next. go check that VOD. That VOD's one of the oldest VODs that's still preserved, that's still archived, because it was a big VOD, so it was saved even though its contemporaries weren't. And I guess in this case, we ended up, like, unwittingly not knowing, like, how it would all time out, whether it would be, like, the right length. You know, I didn't commit to it because what if 35 stars was like 6 hours in? What if it was like, you know, what if it took 15 hours to get to 35 in both games? I didn't know, but it took the perfect amount of time, and now we're done with one of them. So, say goodbye to Mario Galaxy. Say goodbye to the outside bits. Refresh the lives on account of we're moving back to the other one. Goodbye, Mario Galaxy. And switch the inputs. Let's see. I did hide already, right? Yes, good. Hide that. And switch over to Galaxy 2. And show. Okay. Hide and show. It's being a little bit funny. There we go. The Elgato is being a little bit funny about switching inputs. It's usually not this finicky. Whatever. Maybe it's just the age of the thing. Maybe I need to get one of those ones that does 4K, and maybe those are just a better piece of hardware. I bet those are really expensive, though. I don't know. Sub goal still going. Hey, last chance to plug the sub goal. Last chance to plug the sub goal. Let me say, hey, we still got a couple levels left of this game. We still got time to reach the second of the sub goals, which we're 3 subs away from, and that will unlock Conquer Live and Reloaded for the random rare playthroughs that have been going on. Conquer's Bad Fur Day is already redeemed, so we you know, have that one already on the table. So like we could get another one if we just get a couple more subs. Also, there's other games. Also, there's like Sonic 06 in full, which would be a nightmare if someone is so inclined to give me a nightmare. Okay. Let me talk about the other 3 games that, you know, earlier we talked about those other 2 games that are incentives, some of those games that are incentives, and I think we got to land and we talked about 64 bits. I don't think we talked about Banjo, Diddy Kong Racing, Banjo Pilots, or Conker's Pocket Tales. I've never played Conker's Pocket Tales, but I'm curious about it, and people have told me it's sort of a Zelda-like, so maybe should that be the pick, we'll have it as a full playthrough, and I will figure out like what it is for the first time. I have no idea how long it is. I assume it's like, you know, it's more of a kid's game. I assume it's pretty casual, and people told me it's a little bit Zelda-y in chat. That could be cool if that's the thing. If that gets met. That would be cool. Diddy Kong Racing is like the first kart racer that I really loved. I mean, I had Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, and I had Mario Kart 64, but I didn't love those games. I thought I was really bad at them. Couldn't figure out how to manage them, but Diddy Kong Racing clicked. And also Banjo was in it, and that ruled. Banjo Pilot is a bit of a mess. It's like it's like just a GBA kart racer, except you're in planes, but also if you go off-road, you still get slowed down, even though you're in a fucking plane. They couldn't afford to figure out. They tried, you know, there's like video online of like, oh, like they really tried to make it work so that oh great, hey, we got a comment. Perfect. That's absolutely perfect. We don't have to backtrack. The gimmick, the rules as established stand. you know, Banjo Pilots is a bit of a mess. I've played it like a couple times, just like out of curiosity. And, you know, if we do a full playthrough it, I don't know what that entails. If it's like that easy to beat, you know, good and proper. But we'll try to beat it good and proper. How about that? You know, that's the long and short of, that's my plan anyway. That's my plan. Did I mention that we're in the home stretch and there's just this game left and I don't know what'll happen if we run out of tries? I feel like I should have maybe mentioned that. You know, just in case that was a good place for a timestamp. We just got this one game left, folks. It's Galaxy 2. And we just gotta get 2 more. This will be one of them. This is what? Is this... This is Clone Chase. Okay, we're gonna get chased by clones. Okay, they're a little annoying, but I'll manage. I will deal. We got this, folks. We got this, folks. Okay, I'm gonna pull back and hope for the best. Good. Okay. Managed to do it. This carpet's moving really fast. I need to, like, struggle against it. This is difficult. I'm not telling y'all anything you can't already see plainly, but it's a hard level. And that about covers all the games I thought would be good as incentives. If anyone I would be curious about, you know, if there's anyone that I would like to see met, I probably should do Donkey Kong 64 in full at some point. You know, I'll say if it's not a stream game, maybe I'll, like, once it's on N64 online, or maybe on a portable handheld of my choice, maybe I would go through it off stream and, you know, see it through to the end, rather than just only just playing it randomizer style and getting, like, 40 bananas and then, you know, not doing any of the boss fights or the DK arcade or any of the other things that are actually essential in that game, like the rareware token. I did debate a lot about the order of the games, you know, the order of how they were unlocked. You know, let me show those incentives one last time, because we're about to end. We're about to get the last star here. You know, I thought a lot about them, and I did consider switching 64 and the Donkey Kong Land games, but my thought there was like, okay, well, Land, we haven't played Land at all on stream, any of those games, so, you know, it'd be good to have them, it'd be good to do them, and to include them in this proceedings, I think would be neat and clean in a way that is, you know, appropriate. Also, you know, that's sort of my thought process there. Oh, and Sonic 06, that's a nightmare game. I've heard bad things about it all my life, and then I watched Dan Reichert play it on Blight Club, like the premier game of Blight Club. The reason why Blight Club exists is Sonic 06 and how bad it is and how hilarious it was to watch. And then to play, and like, you know, that is why I will be offering it as an incentive, like, at opportunities that are appropriate. Also, hey, it's nice, we're ending it with a Yoshi level. This is perfect. Yoshi is lovely. All love Yoshi. I feel like someday someone will force me to play, and you know, if I continue offering Sonic 06, some maniac will take me up on that and be like, you know, what is it the thing the kids say, bet? You know, someone will be like, okay, you wanna just put that in play? You're gonna regret it, buddy. And pull that trigger. But you know, I always know it's a remote possibility, and emphasis on remote. I'll say, let's have the stream. You know what? I'm gonna say right now, let's have the goal just continue on into the Tuesday stream before the thing, before the 64 builder. We'll do that 64 builder stream, and then when that is over, and I am, you know, away on LASIK for a week, that'll be the end of the goal. You know, that is just a good time to, I think that's a good idea. And also, that allows people who, you know, maybe catch the VOD, if they want to go like, oh, hang on, you know, Sonic 06, did you say? If anyone is that much of a maniac, you know, you can dial that in, like, between streams, which, you know, does mean that there'd be no alert, and the alert is really good, but also, and the reaction, me reacting, you could also just tune in on Tuesday, 8 p.m. Central, for Mario Builder, and do it then, and, you know, lock that in. If anyone got all the way through the VOD, like, watched 10 hours of VOD, it's what, 1 a.m.? Watch 9 hours of VOD to get here, and hear me, like, you know, saying these things, then, like, fuck, more power to you. Like, hey. Like, subscribe in the Twitch way, do the whole 9. I don't do those self-promo things. You know what I'll say? I had an idea the other day that was maybe a little stupid. Was that, you know, sometimes when you're watching a video and a thing comes up that like illustrates how to subscribe to a YouTube channel? I was thinking maybe getting something like that, but that went like the extra mile and was like, you know, it had like an animation for like, okay, and Twitch as well, and also leave a comment, and then an animation for leaving a comment, and leave a like in Mario Maker as well, and then like an animation for Mario Maker liking, you know. This is the kind of idea that I'm willing to share like 9 hours into a stream. I don't know I'll ever do that. That seems like a lot of work. You know, if we're including bespoke bullshit like, you know, Mario Maker heads in particular. But, you know, I think that'd be pretty fun. I did record, like, some, like, screen captures of me on various websites doing the things that you would do in such an animation series of animations. I don't think this is it. I think that, we already broke his breasts. His, you know, his honkers, you know. We already broke his honkers off, so what now? What do we do now? Oh, there's a thing that lets you jump here. Really cool boss. Don't let it be said that this isn't a real cool boss. This is a fantastic one to end on. Let me just affirm. Let me say, that's definitely true. Oh, that's Bowser Jr. Hey. I didn't realize there was Bowser Jr. in there. We're going to have to... Okay, jump 2 of them and then do the thing. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Beautiful, beautiful. I think that's it. we've been going just about 9 hours on the dot since I actually hit go. Since I actually hit, start recording, start going. There was maybe a 5-minute break in there, like a couple hours ago. So it's not quite 9 hours yet. But by the time I'm done with my goodbyes and thank yous, I will do. It will be. It will be. I'm gonna keep the sub goal open for the next stream. The thing will not be on screen that whole stream, since it is just like, in extra time and bonus time. But yeah, man. I still need to hit A to save and to progress the dialogue and see, like, another new world, a third grand star. We're ready to fly through time and space. That monster is still out there somewhere. Here we go, into the great beyond. Let me just say here at the very end, I'll also take down the lives. The lives are done. I'll say right here at the end, if we continue, and I do believe we will, it'll be another big stream, probably before a big trip, or after a big trip. It'll be like I'm gonna be away for a week. Let's do a big stream type dealy-do. And I'll see if I can get like that bit idea where people can throw bits at me for actual Twitch bits. That's very fun. If I can get that working, if I can swing that. That's a fun idea. Maybe that should just be permanent style. Maybe just anytime someone does Twitch bits, it feeds me. That might be a good idea in general, let alone for this stream. Let's go, y'all. Thank you. So yeah, expect us to finish this some point in the future. Let me make myself big and pull up the schedule. And again, I'm gonna keep the sub goals open for now. Eventually we'll come back and, do a thing. In fact, I'll say, let me just cheat a little bit. I've been thinking of this for the whole stream. I've been thinking it might be fun to do a thing. Let me do a thing real fast before we end. Can I do a thing from the Twitch app stream manager? Oh, you know what? It probably won't let me do it on iPhone. Here, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Also, I'm realizing now the tracker is above the schedule thing. That's been an issue every time I've pulled like the informational cards, hasn't it been? Ah well. I'm gonna pull up this. Pull up me. Give me 1 second, folks. Pause the stream. And here, let me gift out 3 myself. I'm just gonna gift out 3. I'm going to lock in Conquer Live and Reloaded for y'all. And, I'll just do that myself. And, if y'all want to do anything more over in the future, you'll be shooting for, the next one of them. You'll be shooting for, there's the thing, there's the alert, very nice. There come the rockets. Hell yeah. If you do another one, the rockets go through. There they are.
Thank you.
Very nice. Those alerts, are they on the screwy side? Is that how they're supposed to go?
Thank you.
I'm confused about that. Looks like it did 3 alerts in a row. Pretty sure it's supposed to do 1 alert for a sub gift. Whatever. Look at that later, I guess. I'll look at that later. There we go. We're up to 10. That unlocks Live and Reloaded. Live and Reloaded is added to the dockets. And if y'all want to add DK64, want to add Donkey Kong Lands, any of the other games, there's still time. I'll keep it open until the end of the stream on Tuesday. So look forward to that. Which let me talk about real fast. Hey. So then. Get the sub counter down. That's done for tonight. That's done for tonight. Oh right, I didn't make it so that sub counter could counteract that one's not hidden by the thing that hides the sub counter. I'll probably fix that by the time of the next stream, you know. And I guess next stream, we will start on Mario Galaxy 2. Make a note, start on Mario Galaxy 2 next time. Actually, we didn't die in either game, so we could really start on either side. Really. Regardless, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be back on Tuesday with one last stream before LASIK. That'll be Tuesday, May 20th at 8 p.m. That'll be Mario Builder 64. That is the Mario Maker mod for Mario 64. I have downloaded 100 courses for that. I realized it'd be hard. It's not like it's connected to the internet. You can't you can't just go, okay, give me a level code. It's sort of a thing. That said, if anyone does have level codes for that stream, I will absolutely be accepting them, and then I will absolutely be accepting them, at which point I will, I will do them at the end. I'll do okay, we'll play a bunch of levels, then, when I am tired and bored, or, when we're nearing the end. Okay, I need to... There we go. When I'm near the end, we'll, download anyone who has submitted a level. We will get those, queued up, and we will play those specifically. But that'll be, a bit of a process, so I'm thinking that's how we'll do it. We'll see. Maybe we'll just play the 100 levels I downloaded, a smattering of them, and that'll be fine. I don't really know if anyone is looking for viewer levels in Mario Builder 64, but if y'all have them, let me know. In fact, if you can let me know now, I can download them in advance, and that would be cool. Let me know on the Discord, let me know wherever. Preferably on the Discord. After that, I'm gonna be out for a while due to LASIK. I'm getting LASIK next Thursday. I'm going to be blurry-eyed and bushy-tailed, or whatever the fuck, and probably in much pain on Friday, so no Friday stream next week, no viewer levels next week, and then, I'll recover over the weekend, and they say I should be good by, Monday or Tuesday, but I haven't, scheduled anything for Monday or Tuesday. If I do decide to do a stream, then it'll be a shorter stream, and it won't be story time about how much pain I was in. It'll be just oh, let's check out Bionic Bay, or something of the sort. To be determined, maybe I'll just try out Bionic Bay on my own time, and, not make content out of it. That would probably be healthy. Then, after that, viewer levels will resume on the Friday after LASIK, so 2 weeks, week and a half from now. That is to say, wait, that's, I put in the wrong, that's the past. That's when the viewer, what date is that? Let me see, I got this calendar here. The actual day that viewer levels is coming back is the 30th. Let me fix that. My bad. Viewer levels come back May 30th after a 2-week absence, and they will be viewer levels as usual. And then the week after that, the Switch 2 hits, and I will go out to the GameStop, rush back home, and do an unboxing and first night stream as fast as I can, and that'll be fun. And then maybe the next night I'll do another stream of that sort. And then after that, viewer levels, and then let me show you something. The day after that, I'm doing And then, like, the weekend after that, I'm going to watch the Xbox press conference and do Mario Kart at the same time. Let me show you something. Let me show you something I've been cooking up. I have set it up so that, let me get this down for a second. I have set it up so I can hit a button and get a smaller version of the game capture overlaid whatever's under it, and I can also push another button and make it bigger. So my idea there is that I'm going to do like Mario Kart in another window. If the trailers they're showing at Xbox are really boring, I'll make it big. If they're kind of interesting, I'll make it small, and if they're really interesting, I will make it go away entirely. So I got that all set up. It's ready to go. I'm really happy with that gimmick. That's gonna be a good that's probably going to be the most fun a reaction stream can be, because I have Mario Kart World to play if it's boring, That's going to be good. That's my kind of reaction stream, honestly. I like to play things when I'm watching things, honestly. And I've not been able to do that before, and now I will be able to, so that's going to be good. A lot of plans in the future. The random rare playthroughs, which now have 4 games that they could be, those resume on June 10th. Then after, scheduling conflicts force them off the schedule for a while. That's when that will resume. Look forward to that. I think that's about covers all this Coming Soon stuff. Let me send y'all out on a raid, the people watching on Twitch. Let me see who is live right now. I'll send y'all to Andy Havoc, who is celebrating 3-year feature celebration. I assume that means some sort of 3-year anniversary, but I'll say no shade on Andy, but Andy tends to have anniversary celebrations go on for days, if not weeks. So that could be it could be week 2 of 3-year celebration. As far as I know. I don't know, but he's a cool dude, and he's always welcome to hearing people talk about what they got going on, streaming or otherwise, open to self-promotion and things of that nature. So, give him the love, give him the stuff. Oh, I pulled the schedule down, didn't pull it back up. Look at that again. That's very important information. I'll see ya on Tuesday for the last stream before LASIK, and then I'll be back a week after that. We did 35 stars of Mario Galaxy 1 and Mario Galaxy 2. Very fitting considering I just turned 35 and it was a big birthday stream. I didn't know if that amount of stars would work out quite so cleanly, quite so perfectly lengthwise, so I didn't commit to it. But turns out I should have done, because it was the perfect amounts. And also fitting and suitable and fun. That was great. We'll definitely do more of this at some point. I'll see you on Tuesday for Super Mario Builder 64. Later, folks. Let me send it out. Okay, Tuesday, and then LASIK, and I'll be out of commission for a while. Thank you for hanging out and stuff. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome, Channel 47 TV. You're welcome. Also, you're welcome, Judo. And, Scrat Charm? Bye, folks! See you on Tuesday!